You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
And now, in Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in once again to another rockin' awesome Saturday night up here in Boston. We got a cold Saturday night. We got some snow coming. In fact, a lot of snow is coming up here in the Northeast, but it'll be nice and warm and cozy in our studio, and I hope it's going to be all right where you are. So just sit back and relax and listen in to what's going on, as we say, behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Well, my name is Rick Ferrin, and I'm coming to you from the apostate capital of the world. And boy, I'll tell you what, it's so refreshing to see so many people getting out of the organization. Don't you like that? Couldn't you stand up and really applaud that? It makes my heart glad to see the Watchtower tanking. Friends, they are on life support. I have no idea how long this organization can stay an organization, but I have to tell you, it's not a long time at all. They are really getting beat up all around the world. We're going to talk tonight pretty much in depth about Norway, and boy, the trouble they're having over there, as well as in other places around the world. It really is raising a red flag. Many Jehovah's Witnesses should be waking up and smell the coffee, but sad to say, it's going right over their head. Well, before we get into all the news, I just got a couple little announcements to make. And first of all, I want to say that we got that convention coming up. And let me tell you, it is getting more and more attention all over the internet. And we have got more and more people writing in, Rick, I want a ticket. I want 2 tickets. I want 4 tickets. The tickets to the convention, in case you haven't heard, it's the Ex-Jehovah's Witness Convention. We have a theme. The theme is Still Alive in 2025. And we already have about 300 people that are going to make the trek up here to Boston. It's at the Hilton Hotel, and it's going to be August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 2025, about 7 months away. So try to make your plans. It's all coming together just in a really fine fashion. And I'm so thrilled, and people are writing me, they can hardly wait to come to the convention. We are going to have a blast, and I hope you can be here with us. Now, let me just tell you something about it. It's going to be a 3-day convention. We're going to hold it, like I say, August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and it's going to start at 9:30 in the morning. And on Friday morning, the 1st of August, we're going to have a meet and greet session. Yeah, a little meet and greet session. We're going to give everyone anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to speak up and let us know who they are and why they came to the convention, and briefly how they've been touched by the Watchtower. So this is going to be very fascinating to hear this, and I'm sure that'll go on for quite a few hours, as we could have upwards of 500 people coming. So right now we have 300, but we're still 7 months out, so we might get that 500 amount that we're thinking of. But that's going to be a wonderful time to meet people just like you and me, all of us that have had feelings and had difficulties in expressions we want to make about the Watchtower and how we survived getting out of it. Maybe we can even get some people that are still in the Watchtower coming just to see what's going on. So then we have talks. On Friday night, we'll have some talks. Now, I've got a full lineup here. I'm going to put it up right now. If you're listening into this broadcast, I'm going to put up a banner. It's going to scroll across the bottom, and it's going to give you some information about the convention. If you're looking for more information about the convention, let's see if we can't get that banner up. And it'll tell you all about the convention, where to stay and what have you. Now, it's going to be at the Hilton Hotel, the Hilton Garden Hotel. That is in Tewksbury, Massachusetts. That is about 20 miles north of Boston. Now, let me tell you that, the rooms are going to cost $175 a night. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, right? But obviously today everything is so expensive. Everything is expensive, as you all know. But you have a code. I want you to use a discount code. If you're going to come to the convention and you're going to stay at the Hilton Hotel, make sure you use the discount code Ferron. That's my last name, FEARON. That's my last name. Use that code, and you'll get $75 off. Normally the rooms in the summertime up here, because a lot of people come up here on vacation, the rooms are $250 a night, but you'll get it down to about $175. And I'm trying to work out free breakfast for you as well. So it's a great place to come. Bring the family. Come up here on vacation. There's a lot to do up here. It's a wonderful place. It's a little cooler up here in the summertime than it is in other parts of the country, so you'll enjoy it. We've got mountains in New Hampshire. We got beaches, Cape Cod. We got beautiful beaches. So try to make it. Try to come up here, and you'll have a really good time. You will not be disappointed. Now we do have some live speakers, high-profile people that have been really affected or did activist work in the Watchtower. We do have Fritz Springmeyer in person. He'll be here, and he's got a couple of talks. We have Barbara Anderson. She is going to be coming in person as well. We're going to have her in person, Barbara Anderson. We're working on some others. We're working on perhaps getting Stephen Unthank here. We've got elders going to speak up. We have one elder that has a talk. He's from Ohio, and his son committed suicide while he was in the Watchtower. We also have a woman that's going to give a talk. She's a former Jehovah's Witness. She is the head of AI intelligence, artificial intelligence at the University of Kentucky in Louisville. So she's coming up. So we are going to have a wonderful time, and we're going to have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's going to be power-packed. And here's the deal. If you don't want to stay at the Hilton, there is a Residence Inn across the street. You can walk to the Hilton from it. Now, the Residence Inn, I talked to those people. You can get a room there for around $150. And the thing is, the Residence Inn actually has a kitchenette. So, you get a bedroom, and then you got a kitchenette. You can cook, and there's pans and there's dishes there. So if you want to cook and save money, you can do that. But you don't have to eat at the Hilton either, because they're kind of pricey on the food. I'll tell you that right now. But if you want to go to the Dunkin' Donuts, it's right down the street. You can walk there. There's a Cracker Barrel. There's a McDonald's. There's a Wendy's. There's a Circle K convenience store. Everything is in walking distance. So it's going to be a wonderful place to hold a convention. So still alive in 2025. Hey, we're all looking forward to it. And if you want a ticket, yes.
I don't mean to interrupt. Thomas Hotch here again.
Yeah.
Is Steve Hassan coming or Dwayne Mignotti? And are you going to have some books and stuff?
Oh yeah. No, there'll be a lot of books. I'm working on getting Dwayne here. He has been up here before. Stephen Hassan. He, of course, we all know who he is. He's from Massachusetts. We're trying to get him here as well. It's taking some footwork and trying to put this all together. But it's going to be really, we're going to hit a home run here. We really, really are. People are going to really be happy on how this thing comes together. You're not going to be disappointed. You're going to walk out of this convention with your head hitting the doorpost on the way out. It really is that good, Thomas. Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm telling you.
You can hardly wait, right?
Yep.
Well,
that's about right.
The good news is I think I might have found a roommate for you.
Oh, super.
In fact, from what I gather, I'm working on the bands now, and it'll be a band member.
Sure.
It's one of the persons that's in the band. So
sure.
So he's a male. So
okay.
So he'll probably be staying with he'll share the cost. Okay.
Okay.
So that's what that's what it looks like right now. So that'll help you because I'm going to tell you, friends, money today is it's very difficult to hold on to it. Everything is so expensive. I'm in the sign business up here in Boston. I told you that before. And I was in a sub shop yesterday, and they wanted to buy a sign from me. And so I'm looking at the menu Well, what do you think a steak sub? You like steak subs? You hear about, Philadelphia cheese steaks. Well, steak subs up here in Massachusetts and New England, everybody loves them. Everybody buys them. Well, what do you think a steak sub goes for up here in Massachusetts? In this particular sub shop, $20. $20 for a steak sub. Now, that means if you went there with your wife, to the sub shop, and you both had a steak sub, and you had some French fries, and you both had a Coke, it's gonna be over $50. I mean, that's just for lunch. So it's everything. You guys know.
Wow, that's expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it's expensive everywhere. But up here, it's for some reason, I don't know why, but things are really expensive. It's unbelievable. But anyways, come up, save your money.
I got a
Yeah.
question, Rick.
Yeah.
Will this conference be recorded as well?
The conference is going to be all not only just recorded, but it's going to be live streamed. You'll see it just like you see me here, just like you see me on YouTube right here. You guys are watching. That's me. See that? So you'll see me there. You'll see.
So I'm not on this. I'm not on YouTube. I'm on the phone line.
Okay, but it'll be on YouTube. It'll be on Facebook, and you'll be able to. You'll be able to. We might even have a phone line hooked up. I'm not sure about that yet. I'm working on it. But
because I'm not going to be able to come to it. I would love to come, but I don't have the money to come. So I was just wondering.
well, the one thing.
The televised or something like that.
Well, we do. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to throw this on the table. I'm going to tell you right now that we have some generous people that have come forward and said that they would like to help some of the poorer ones, and one of the ones that have some difficulty with finances. So we may be getting some help. So let's bear that in mind, Donald, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so. If we do, I'm going to let you know about it. I'm still working on that because, well, what it is, this is going to be a once in a lifetime event. And, I don't want to build it up too much, but I mean, this will be the largest ex-Jehovah's Witness gathering ever held in the world. And let me tell you something. I got an email this week from a man in Germany. He said, Rick, I'm coming. Send me a ticket. I sent him a ticket. Now, the tickets are free. There's no charge for tickets here, okay? So the tickets are free. You just got to cover your flight, or however you're going to get here, transportation costs, and your hotel room. But the tickets are free. And so we have two people from Germany. We have that man, then a sister from Germany. She wrote me 2 weeks ago. She's coming. I sent her a ticket. We got people coming from New Zealand, Australia, United Kingdom, pretty much all around the world. So it's going to be quite the thing, but don't worry if you can't make it. We will live stream it. So we'll try to get everything live streamed because we're going to have some high profile ex-Jehovah's Witnesses there. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to tell you who the biggest apostate in the world is. I told you this before. There's nobody that has made the difference to help people get out of the Watchtower and to help people know all about what they're hiding behind Barbara Anderson. Barbara Anderson is the queen of the apostates, and she's going to come in person. She just told me that this week. So we're getting her up here, and we'll take good care of Barbara. She's going to love to see everybody. And you might have seen her message. She did write a message. It's all over YouTube. It's all over Facebook. It's all over the forums online. Barbara's husband, sad to say, he has a dementia issue in his life. And right now he's in a home. And he has to be in that home. So it really has been a hardship for Barbara. And it's really been a worrisome thing. And she loves her husband. They married for 60, I think she said 63 years. So, but we're going to get Barbara. So we're going to get Barbara up here. That'll be wonderful. Well, that's good, Donald. So keep us in mind. And if something does come about and somebody, even if anybody out there is coming and they have a room and they're just a single person in the room and you had 2 beds in the room, you might want to have someone. Of course, you'll have to do the vetting. I'm not going to, team you with someone that I don't know who they are. But if you would like to have someone be your roommate and help them out a little bit with the hotel expense, well, write me at JW World News and we can put that together too. But you'll have to call them and arrange for who the person is because I don't know all these people. You'll have to vet them yourself. All right, so that's a convention, Donald, and It's going to be I'll tell you what's going to come about from this. Watchtower is going to be watching this very closely. They're going to really put this under the magnifying glass. This is going to be something that could be a game changer. The Watchtower, they like to portray themselves as, the only true religion. You'll be the happiest person in the world if you're one of Jehovah's Witnesses. They say that if you leave Jehovah, everything bad's going to happen to you. Everything that could possibly go wrong would. That's how they portray apostates. But by seeing 300 to 500 people showing up and all happy and shaking hands and hugging each other and getting information from each other, that's going to upset the Watchtower. They're going to say, "See, we can no longer say that apostates are the unhappy people." And I'll tell you what, I experienced it, Donald. I went down to that march at the White House back last year, and they asked me if I could go down. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I went down there. So I was there, and I really enjoyed it. And there was 200, I think it was 256, 257 people. I can't remember exactly. But what I noticed, there was a lot of people there, but a lot of people didn't want to be in the protest. They don't like doing that. It makes them feel uncomfortable. But they were kind of hanging around in the crowd. And then after the protest, boy, everyone got together and they're all coming up and talking and exchanging phone numbers and hugging each other. And I says, wow, I didn't realize this is quite the community. So I said, boy, if they don't want to protest, why don't we just have a convention? Because I protest too, but it's hard to get people to come to a protest. So why don't we just have a convention for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses? And that's what we're going to have. And I can't believe the response we are getting. It's very, very good. Very good. Yeah. So we hope you all can make it. And there's going to be a lot that's going to come out of this. This is really going to help our little community. We're going to have a lot of people want to connect with us and talk to us every Saturday night as we do now. Our little community is growing really well, and we appreciate that. So thank you, Donald, for voicing your thoughts on it.
People are coming by train or plane. Is it easy to get to Tewksbury?
Oh, yeah, Pixie. I'm glad you brought that up. So what we have here from Logan Airport, now, if we do get to 500 people, I have had people already say that they would have a shuttle. We'll go back and forth probably 3 times during the day, okay? To get people, at least on Friday, to get people out to Tewksbury. So that's what we're planning if we do get that amount of people. But if not,
I'm going to write this down. It's Logan Airport.
Logan Airport.
There will be a shuttle.
Well, don't say. Well, wait a minute. No, I'm working on the shuttle. If there's 500 people, we more than likely will have it. Yeah. Yep.
It's Boston, so I'm guessing there's a major train station there.
Oh yeah, there's a major train station. So what you do if you land at Logan, what you do is you just get on a subway. It'll take you to North Station. And then you get at North Station, you can take a train out to Lowell, which connects with Tewksbury, and a bus will bring you right out. Yeah. So you don't have to rent a car.
Write this down.
Yeah. In fact,
You need to write this down. You need to repeat that again.
All right. So what I'm saying is there's plenty.
I'm going to get a pen.
And also I'm trying to work a deal out with Uber that if we can get you here for $10. I know right now it's about $14 to $20. But if I have, X amount of people that want to take an Uber out of Logan, we can get the price down substantially, So we're working on getting people to the convention. But you don't have to rent a car. Don't worry about renting a car. They're too expensive these days to even rent a car.
Okay. Let's say I come to Boston by train.
All right, by train.
If I come to Boston by train.
Okay. Oh, you come.
I get a smaller train, a littler train to Logan.
Yeah, if you're coming by train, don't go to Logan if you're coming by train. Are you coming by plane or train?
No. Train.
Oh, come by train to go to North Station. North Station. We're north of Boston. That train takes you north of Boston. That's where we are, north of Boston. So then you come north of Boston and go to Lowell.
Lowell, okay.
Yeah, it's a major city here in Massachusetts. You go to Lowell, train will bring you right there. It'll cost you about I think it's $6 or $7 for the train ride. So you come to Boston, you come to Lowell. In Lowell, you get on a bus. Bus will cost you $2.80. It'll take you out to the Hilton.
Okay.
But we'll give you more information when you go on stream.
Very helpful.
We'll give you more information.
Very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, how far is the Boston, Massachusetts airport to Tewksbury, Massachusetts?
Bob, it's about I'd say 16 miles. And it's yeah, it's about 16 miles. So well, like I say, I would like to really get a shuttle going back and forth. And I already have a man that said he would do that. So we'll kind of see if that happens. Yep. All right. So any other questions?
Hello, I have a question.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead. I think I'll go ahead, New Jersey. Yep.
Yeah, I absolutely would like to come to the convention. However, that sounds like a lot of money. I mean, $170 a night. If I can find a roommate, you can't, set me up with somebody.
Well, I
will make it, and I would absolutely love to make it.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'll work on that. We will have people that are just coming singly, but I'll put you on the list, sister. I know who you are, Kim, right?
Yeah.
All right. Someone's got their YouTube. I'm in the background. I can hear it. Is that you? Shut your YouTube up.
If
Yeah.
I can't, no, that's not me.
Okay. All right. So yeah, what to do is I'll put you on the list. Okay. I got a list already. I'll put you on the list, Kim. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me know, okay?
Thank you.
Because if I can find somebody to speak the course, I'm gonna come. But if I can't make it.
Okay. I understand. We'll try to help you out there. Okay. All right. We get a pasta, babe? Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good. Yes. Yes. Someone's got their YouTube on. Let me just mute somebody here. Hold on one second. You got to shut your YouTube off if you're in the background. Okay. Go ahead, Linda.
So you were just speaking with Donald, and I'm wanting to know if Donald would be willing to give me his email address because I need to get in touch with him. So,
Donald.
Gary, I can see that Donald is the writer of that book. The organization is very similar to North Korea. Yes, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. May I have your a way I can contact you?
Sure.
Would Rick have the info to give me, or can I get your email? Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I can give it to you. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, it's D as in dog, B as in boy, R as in Romeo, W as in whiskey, N as in Nancy, at AOL.com.
So D as in David, B as in Brian, R as in run, W as in water, and N as in Nancy at AOL.com. Okay.
Yep, that's it.
I'll be sending you an email because I needed to, if it's good to hear your voice, and I was going to ask you something. So that was it. Thank you so much, Rick.
Yeah, well, in fact, Linda, I'm gonna be getting a hold of you about the convention within the next week or so. I'll be calling you and talking to you about it. Okay.
I have something for you and Linda and everybody to write this video down on YouTube. It's called Old Age Motivation is the name of the show or podcast. It's narrated by Anthony Hopkins. It's called 6 Red Flags. They just posted it today. And it talks about betrayal and human behavior.
All right. Well, we won't talk about that right now, Pixie, in the middle of the news. So let me go back to what we're talking about.
Okay, I just wanted to get it to Linda. Thank you.
Okay.
I wrote it down. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Okay, so she's got that. Yeah. Well, what I want to tell everybody when they call into the 6 screens here, mute, turn the YouTube off or the Facebook or whatever you're listening to, and try to keep the noise down in the background because it's so annoying. So if you do that for me, that would make me a happy camper. So just shut your, put your hand over your phone and because who wants to hear a bunch of gobbly, stuff. We don't want to hear it. Okay. So do that for me. That would help me a lot. So let's see what else is going on here. So that's a convention. And then also at the end of this program tonight, we'll play the duck game. You have a chance to win $100 and win some books. So we'll play the duck game at the end of the news tonight. All right, let me get back into the news here so we can talk about what's going on behind the curtains. And by the way, if anyone does want information on the convention, write me at jwworldnews@gmail.com, and we'll be able to give you all the information you need. And hey, let's all have a good time there. Looking forward to it. Okay, I just wanted to bring this up. Jehovah's Witnesses, they right now are at a breaking point. And I'm expecting they'll rebrand themselves again. That most likely will happen. Now, I know they've been rebranding themselves right along. They've been rebranding themselves for the last 100 years. And we've seen a lot of rebranding just in the last 20 years. And if you've been in the Watchtower, or you've been around since the 70s and 80s, or if you even go back to the 60s and 50s, if you're still a Jehovah's Witness, it's painfully evident that the Jehovah's Witness brand is different than it was then. I don't think anyone would disagree with me. It's entirely different. I mean, I don't recognize the Jehovah's Witness organization that I pledged my life to anymore. We all pledged our life to this thing, and all of a sudden it's like a whole new animal. The changes in prophecy, the changes in policy, all of this stuff. So, I do notice things taking place. It's kind of like the rebirthing of a new brand. And I noticed they don't really talk about 1914 anymore. And they've been phasing it out. But they're using a phase rather than directly say 1914. Some of the statements in their publications regarding 1914, they're saying about 1914. About 1914 this happened. So they're adding the word about before 1914. So they're playing games on us. The old playbook of the Jehovah's Witnesses of shifting the date later so they can still be on the verge of Armageddon, that's still a tough sell. I got to say, that's a tough sell for the Watchtower. But, they have been pretty clever about doing that. So, they're going to say about 1914 and hope that people will just let it go. And, also this rebranding that we've been seeing is something that is pretty monumental, you could say. We know they just relabeled disfellowshipping. They don't call it disfellowshipping anymore. They call it removed. And then, of course, they're shifting the blame for shunning into the individual members. It's up to their conscience. So they kind of lightened up a little bit on that, even though, they still will dictate to you if you get too close to a disfellowship one. But they're more or less saying it's up to your conscience. And they're not using the word disfellowship. They're using the word removed. So that's interesting. So then we see also some very blaring issues that we see taking place in the organization as we speak. And, it's sad to say, we know the witnesses are not critical thinkers. So what happens is the witnesses, it's going right over their head. All of this stuff that we're talking about and saying how they're rebranding. Many witnesses aren't even knowing this. And, the apostates, myself included, and all of you folks that are listening in here tonight, you know more about the Watchtower than the actual Jehovah's Witnesses know. We are much more aware of what's going on in the Watchtower organization. We take a deep dive into the scandals and in the news. We dive into it. And we often discuss it here every night. Every Saturday night we discuss it, right? And we talk about their annual meeting. We talk about their broadcasts. We talk about their announcements, their publications. So you'd be surprised how many Jehovah's Witnesses actually PIMO loyal Jehovah's Witnesses that don't even read the publications or even watch the Watchtower videos. We do more of that than they do. They certainly don't know enough about the truth, and they don't know anything about the legal troubles. How could you possibly not see it? If you're one of Jehovah's Witnesses, boy, you want to talk about mind control at its utmost. How could you possibly not see the legal troubles the Jehovah's Witness organization Watchtower is facing right now? This is mind-boggling. So anyways, I just have to say that the majority of the Jehovah's Witnesses, they might even get on jw.org once in a while. I think I get on there more than they do. But let's say if they even went on, they don't look at the newsroom. They could care less about the news and the Watchtower. And then for them to even get in and watch a broadcast, from what I understand, they have to get a text from an elder or someone else. Okay, sister, they're coming up now with a new broadcast from the world headquarters. So that's what's going on. But you know, with all of this going on, all of the scandals in the Watchtower, they're keeping members. Now there is a lot leaving. I will say that they are hemorrhaging, like I say, but they're trying to do everything they can to keep people in. And you know, I have to tell you, the Watchtower package is good. Now, isn't everything about packaging? When you go into the supermarket, don't you grab packages that look good? Oh, this looks good. I'll give this a try. It could be lousy, but the Watchtower's packaging, I have to tell you, is pretty doggone good. The package is good. Who wouldn't like a paradise earth? Who wouldn't like, playing with the animals in your backyard, having abundance of food, having, grapefruit and grapes as big as basketballs? I mean, who wouldn't want that? These are what the pictures depict paradise as being. And who wouldn't want to see their loved ones come back from the grave and pop out of the grave? Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Sis. Who wouldn't want that? The packaging is good, but I got news for you. It's not biblically taught information. And these witnesses who were still in there, they still think they have the truth. Despite whatever is going on, they still think it's the truth. But, I'll tell you what. A lot of these witnesses, they have a sixth sense. You've talked about this before, right? Sixth sense. They have a sixth sense that something is amiss, something is wrong. And that's why there's so many in the PIMO class. So many in the PIMO class. Think about it. How many PIMOs do you think there are? Well, we've had people call into the program. I'm going to take a shot at it. Now, Jehovah's Witness organization claims they have 9 million members. Is that true? Are they cooking the books? But let's just go with their figures. Say they have 9 million members. How many would you say are PIMOs? Now, the acronym, I believe everyone knows it, for the sake of those that don't. In the ex-witness world, we call a PIMO. That is a person who is physically in, mentally out. So what that means is they're going to the meetings in a perfunctory way. They're going out in service. They don't like it, but they're just going through the motions because they don't want to be chastised. They don't want to have the repercussions of being shunned and families breaking away from them. How many of these PIMOs do you think there are? What if I told you there's like 4 million? Would you believe that? Many do. Many might not. But I tell you, there's a lot of people going through the motions of believing they're Jehovah's Witnesses. But I got news for you. The governing body knows it. The governing body knows it's probably half. I'm a little lower than half here, but I believe the governing body knows half of the Jehovah's Witnesses are PIMOs. Well, and then how can I even make a statement without backing it up? How could anyone make a statement like that? Because I don't know for sure. But when I read Watchtower articles on a constant basis saying how watch out for the apostates, don't listen to their lies. When I continue to hear this is a monumental issue. I have got people writing me here at the 6 screens. It's not just them coming out of the organization. It's their whole family. It's their mother, their father, their kids, their uncles, their aunts. So I have had myself even I have had relatives, close relatives of mine, 1, 2, 3, 4, come out recently and call me. What an exhilarating feeling that is. So don't you worry. You're probably going to be getting a call soon too, because a lot of people are saying, that's it, I've had enough of it. And when we get in tonight, we're going to be talking about Norway, not right now, but when we get to the Norway story, this is going to resonate throughout the world. This could be the frosting on the cake, or this could be the needle that they found in the haystack that really exposes the Watchtower. So anyways, we see that many Jehovah's Witnesses, even though they claim they have the truth, they really don't think about it. They just go about their business. They don't even do anything but just listen to the dictates of the Watchtower. And the sad part about it is they keep believing. And I'm going to tell you, you know, you've heard the term many times, a perfect storm. That's what's facing the Watchtower right now, is a perfect storm, along with the many other members, the adherents, the true believers of Jehovah's Witnesses. They are waking up that because of all of these changes, they're saying, I don't believe this whole thing anymore. It's a bunch of crap. And more people are doing it. We've had a person just on the program before us that basically did the same thing. There is a major rebranding going on right now. Now, I know you say, Rick, they've already rebranded. Hey, you can rebrand a number of times. You can. All right. So actually what they're doing now is many people are realizing that they've had failed prophecies, and they have to keep covering that up. They got to keep moving the goalpost. Now, on the other hand, see what a cult has to do. A cult, more than any other organization, they have to keep recruiting. They have to keep bringing people in, because there's as many going out the back door as there is coming in the front door. So they're starting this campaign again. Now I also have heard, and don't take it to the bank and cash it, but some information came in here to the 6 screens that they're thinking of scrapping this checkbox ministry. And, you know, about a year ago, the Watchtower trying to attract new attendees, and they know nobody really likes going out in service and spending, 3-4 hours on a Saturday. So they said, look, you don't have to count time anymore. All you have to do is check the box. So it says, did you participate in the ministry? And you don't have to say 1 hour, 2 hours, or whatever. You just check the box if you did. So that means you could only be out 5 minutes and check the box, and that's a check the box ministry. But now I'm hearing that they're going to go back. But I'm not sure. Just information coming into me. But see, they would have to go back. They got to get salespeople. Did you know the Jehovah's Witness organization is the largest sales organization in the world? Did you know that? Now, Walmart, they have the most employees in the world. I believe they have 10 million employees. The Watchtower claims they have 9 million, but everyone, not everybody working at Walmart is a salesman. But everyone being one of Jehovah's Witnesses is a salesman. So I think it's pretty safe to say the Jehovah's Witnesses, based on their figure of 9 million, they have 9 million salespeople. But they got to get them. They just can't check box ministry. They got to go out and recruit people. They got to keep bringing people in. So now what they're doing is, if they do get rid of this checkbox ministry, they're going to say, get out there, knock on doors. They're doing everything they can to get the people out in service again. People don't want to do it. They don't find much results. Really, if you were a salesman and you were given a product to sell, and your boss said, now go out there, hit the street, and sell this product. And you come back and you tell your boss, I can't sell this. No, nobody's buying it. Well, get out there and do it again. And nobody's buying the product. I mean, it would be pretty disgusting. You start to say, Jesus, is it even worth going out? But they're trying to get the people to do it. Now, the Watchtower, they rely on, they look at historical practice. Let's go with that. The Watchtower, they know what worked for them back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, especially in the 60s and 70s. Things really took off like a rocket. And it took off like a rocket because they were really good salespeople. The Jehovah's Witnesses knocked on doors all over the neighborhood, and people accepted salespeople. We had the bread man, we had the milkman, we had the insurance man, we had the Avon lady, we had the fuller brush man. We had all of these salespeople coming to our door, so we kind of just accepted it. So they're going to try to go back to that again, from what I see, and really start getting people very aggressive of going out in the ministry. Boy, I'll tell you, I would hate it if I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses still, because that's not easy doing that. It's not easy going out knocking on people's doors and trying to convert them into another religion and not even telling them the truth. So what I'm thinking here is the Watchtower's model of salesmen in 2025 is not going to be like it was in 1960s, 70s, and 80s. You know, if you knock on a person's door today, you could spook them out. You could get shot. People don't go door to door anymore. That's why you don't have the Avon lady and the fuller brush man and the insurance man. They don't do it anymore. It's not worth their while. It's too dangerous. Nobody likes it. Do you like someone knocking on your door who you don't even know who they are? Geez, with all the stuff we're hearing in the news, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous to open the door to strangers. And that's what Jehovah's Witnesses are. They're strangers. They're uninvited guests. And they're knocking on your door. That's why, but the Watchtower right now, as it appears from what I see, they're trying to get more and more people to participate in this door-to-door work. So that's something I just want to bring up tonight. You know, the Watchtower realizes this. The average witness doesn't. But the Watchtower knows that their days are numbered, and the Watchtower knows that they are at a breaking point. And when you're at a breaking point in the world of business, you got to go very quick to rebrand. And even if you rebranded a few years ago, you have to do it again, or you're not going to survive. So I see the Watchtower right now is in a very impacting rebranding mode. They're doing everything they can to bring about a whole new Watchtower that people can connect to and get away from their tarnished image. Any thoughts on that at all? If you have a thought, go ahead, call in. Hit *6. What do you think? You think the Watchtower is going to rebrand? Do you think they have already done enough of it? I mean, at some point, I suppose you'd have to give up and throw the towel in. Yes, Larry.
Hey, Rick.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I think they will keep making changes, and as we talked before, it's all about gaining new members. But I'm still believing, and many other people too. Jehovah's Witnesses aren't the only ones that believe that there's going to be a resurrection and life on earth. That certainly is a teaching in the Bible. It is in there. But the problem with Jehovah's Witnesses, they seem to claim or think that you can only get it through them. But guess what? Christ is the one who made the promises, not them. And so if Christ was the smartest human in the world, and because he was perfect, I mean, he was even smarter than Adam, but he would have known if he should name a church or religion, if he wanted us to call a kingdom hall, he would have told us way back then. And he didn't. He said to follow him. He didn't say to follow Jehovah's Witnesses, a kingdom hall, or anything. So that's the problem. The problem is the Watchtower has become the mediator. So they've snubbed Jesus out of his position by claiming that we all have to follow them. So that's their main problem.
Well, you're right with that. That's exactly the main problem, Larry. And I guess at some point though, it's gonna run out of steam.
I hope so.
Yeah. Michael, you're on with us. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Batman, Larry, you couldn't have made a better statement in the world than what you just said. A couple of years ago, I started up here in Ohio, actually going back to my Jehovah's Witness friends and talking to them Because of playing music and everything, I got invited to different churches. People wanted to know about being an ex-witness. It just kind of took on a different different light, and I ended up going to different churches and talking about this. And that's one thing that it always comes down to. It comes down to Jesus Christ. And I don't know how many times I've called into this show and told you, Rick, that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through him. And those are the exact same words I'll tell witnesses when I see them out on the street or they come to watch me play music or whatever. I'll tell them the same thing. And a person come to my door one time, and I said, and she asked me about the kingdom. And I asked her, I said, ma'am, how do you get into that kingdom? How do you get into that kingdom you're talking about? And she said, well, you have to study and we have to do it. Well, no, Jesus said, I said, you're not going off my door without me telling you how to get into this kingdom. And there's 3 scriptures I just want you to remember, always. Acts 4:12, and I read that to her, Romans 10:9, and John 14:6. I am the way, I'm the truth, and I'm the life. No one comes to the Father except through me.
Well, there you go. It'd be good if they really would.
I totally agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Because Jesus didn't.
Well, hold on. Excuse me, Donald. Well, what we got to do here, we can't. Sunday is the time we get into scriptures. We can't do it on Saturday night. I would love to do it Sunday tomorrow. If you guys want to discuss scriptures, that's the place to do it. Because I'll tell you what, we get an audience in here. As much as I love to talk about the Bible and the scriptures, but Sunday's the place to do it. We talk about theology and scriptures on Sunday because a lot of people they'll leave us. I want to keep them in here, and eventually, hopefully, they'll come in on a Sunday. So thank you, though, Donald. We won't get into that tonight.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. Rick, who was the brother talking just before the last one, right after me?
Let's see. Was that Donald Donaldson? Donald?
I think it was before him.
That would have. That was Michael. Michael. It was a King. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I hope both of those can get in touch with me sometime.
Yeah. In fact, Mike, if you're listening, in fact, my Mike is a great guy, and I love talking about Jesus. I love doing that. But I don't know what it is in the ex-witness world. They've been so spiritually damaged that, boy, just bring up Christianity, you bring up a scripture, and everybody heads to the mountains. I've seen it here in the last 20 years. So I don't know why that happens. But, geez, you can't even, it was a religious organization. That's what really ticks me off. It was a religious organization. I mean, it's got to come up sometimes, right? But, boy, all I have to do is hear that, and, whoa, you have to see my control panel to see that. But we have our 6-screen Sunday tomorrow, beginning at 1 o'clock. For those that like to get into the theology, that's the place to be. All right. So, yes.
Isn't Michael again?
Yeah.
And I apologize for bringing up the scriptures, but there's one thing that I know, and I know this to be a fact, that there's witnesses on the PIMOs. They listen to this show on Saturday. They're trying to figure out what's going on. And sometimes when I mention the scripture on this radio show, they hear it. I know that for sure. But I understand what you're saying, and I'll try to calm it down a little bit. But there's no place to go for these witnesses once they realize their religion is wrong. They believe, that there's nothing else. That's it. And all I'm trying to do when I mention the scripture, is just to say, hey, there's a greater source. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you. See, Mike, I agree, and I understand what you say. But what happens? It will fester on that. I've seen that happen before. That it'll just get into like a spiritual discussion, and then it really. But to hear a comment here or there, it's just not going to bother anybody. I mean, why would it? But if it develops into a discussion, which it generally sometimes does, that's what we do on Sunday. It's wonderful. Thank you, Mike, for clarifying that.
And also, Rick.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, I don't know what happened to Mike. Are you there, Mike? Huh? We've been having. I didn't cut him off, folks. I wouldn't cut him off. He's a really good man. But our phone system, I think, has been. Has anyone experienced trouble calling in tonight? I know my wife Susan. She managed the phone, and her phone kept going off. So I don't know if that was the case or not. But if anyone has a problem calling in, let me know. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the telephone number up here. Let me put the telephone number up here. So if anyone wants to call into the program, by all means, do it. There's the number right there on YouTube and Facebook. Okay, let's.
I have a.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, Rick.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yeah. Hold on, King of Dots. King of Dots. Hold on. We had one man before you. Go ahead, sir. You were before King of Dots. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, this is Tom. So if they are to continue or resume going from house to house, now when we were growing up in the organization, we were being taught how to be good salesmen. We were taught, we had the Kingdom Ministry School, and that taught us to be salesmen for them. So are they going to be able to actually be effective without having that training? That's my question. I don't know if you've thought of that.
Well, that's a good question. I didn't think of it. But no, I'll tell you, that service meeting was a sales meeting. That's all that was. How many times did we, I don't know how many times they call me up and, Rick, would you be the witness, and here's your householder, and now show, how you place a magazine and all of this. That was nothing but a sales meeting. What you say, hi, my name is Rick Farron, and I'm calling on you with a very important message today, and I want you to know that, it would never say as one of Jehovah's Witnesses up front, but we have a good message we're bringing to people about the kingdom. Did you know the kingdom? Did you know that Jesus has been ruling since 1914? I mean, I can remember using a pitch like that. People would think you were crazy, but they bought it. A lot of people would take the magazines and they would say, I wish my church was doing this. Boy, they didn't realize the cult was at their door, But Tom, a good question. It's right that was a service. That service meeting, that was a sales meeting. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was training to be a good salesman. Yes.
Oh yeah. In fact, I have to tell you something. We all learned. I mean, they would take older sisters, younger brothers. They'd make us all do this. I'm not saying that from a. I didn't like the idea of telling people lies. I didn't know it at the time, but now I do. But, we would go out and, we'd say to people at the door, I'm not here to convert you. Well, we were there to convert them. Why were we there? We were trying to convert them to be a Jehovah's Witness, but they had us even lying and we didn't realize it, Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Good thought. Go ahead, King and Dot. You're on with us.
Rick?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I wanted to tell everybody keep heart, because I was Catholic. I was all involved in Worldwide Church of God and Jehovah's Witnesses, and I kept the numbers. Every time they changed major beliefs, they lost like 30% of their congregants, and that's going to happen to witnesses. They just can't seem to learn. I happen to have a poem for PIMOs. Can you let me do it?
Oh, of course. I love your poems. Go ahead.
Okay. Here's a poem for the PIMOs out there who may be listening. Flirting with normal. Was that ever a possibility, friend? Playing the deadly game, hoping it wouldn't turn out the same as was your last friend, your lost relatives? No normal anywhere to be found here. What you found was never lost. It only reappeared like smoke and mirrors. You're stuck like Chuck, and you're the schmuck. Yes, flirting is a danger all of its own. You play, you pay, you get this fellowship someday. And now you know the cult is real. You're really in a cult. Congrats.
Well, I like the you play, you get this fellowship someday. That there's a lot of reason behind that. I mean, did that just come?
Everybody thinks they're in a normal religion. It's just better than everybody else. Then you find out. You start losing friends, you're losing relatives, and now you're stuck like Chuck, and now you're the one being disfellowshipped. And you realize, yeah, you're in the cult. You're in a cult, man. They need to wake the hell up.
Well,
that was the point of that.
I like
Something normal.
I like your humor.
But
one time I thought you were more of a comedian, but you're more of a poet. You're really more of a poet,
I'm just a normal human being who doesn't flirt with the so-called normal anymore, because there's always a catch, and witnesses catch people thinking they're going to get all these brothers and sisters, friends, relatives, mothers and fathers, and the next thing you know, you're kicked out.
Yeah.
Bible students who my wife studied with, and the witnesses kicked them out in less than a year. Why is she wasting all her time with these people? It's just ridiculous. And they're out there, they're not here, and they're suffering for our sins, for converting them and getting involved in this crap. Well, I'm making reparation for my sins, man. And I'm educating people so they don't make the same mistake again. Thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you.
I guess that's funny to some people. It might be funny to some people. That's all right.
Well, no, in fact, a lot of people think you're really funny, but now all of a sudden they're starting to say, wow, this guy really, he's a creative-minded person. I mean, you don't have any, did you excel in school?
I was like, I never even went past the first grade, Rick.
I mean,
That's a joke.
No, I know. See, that's the comical side of you. But no, it's to write
No. What if I didn't? What difference would it make if I didn't go past the first grade? Would it make any difference if I said something intelligent? Would it make a difference? Well, he didn't go past the first grade, so we're not listening. Yeah, that's stupid. That's the way people are indoctrinated. They think they're in Watchtower, and we're smart. We know the Bible better than anybody else. But guess what? You got a first grade education in the Bible. My wife has been going to a lot of other churches, have a lot more knowledge of the Bible than the witnesses do. Unfortunately, the witnesses don't emphasize any education. So whatever they teach you, you ain't remembering it anyway. You're you're just a dumb bunny. And that's a fact. I was very derogatory, and I apologize, Rick, but I'm right.
Well, I've never questioned you. Thank you, King of Dots.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I'm
out of here, buddy.
All right, good. All right, we got Chicago. Chicago, what do you have to say? All right. Well, anyways.
Rick, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, perfect. There was something that you just talked about, how that Thursday night meeting was just a session on how to sell. I am in IT, and I worked for a real estate company for about 18 years. And towards the latter half of that, I was responsible for basically doing a web broadcast of our sales meeting. And I had never had to attend because that wasn't my role. But the point of the story is once I started attending, because I had to man the whole thing, I couldn't help but I was sitting there the first time and I kept saying, what does this remind me of? I'm sitting there and I'm watching the salespeople talk, and they would always bring up the salesperson who had sold the most recently. And everybody was dressed to the nines and big smiles and everything. And I couldn't figure out what that reminded me of. And then all of a sudden it hit me. And I said, oh my goodness, our Thursday night meeting is really nothing more than like a sales seminar. That's all we're doing. And I really, there were so many dots, and it took a lot of time before I actually started putting those dots together. But that was definitely one of the dots. And so you were absolutely correct. That's all those meetings were. They were nothing but how to teach us how to sell.
Well, thank you for solidifying that. That's exactly right. And, I'll tell you something. In salesmanship, and I've been a salesman all my life, and I have my own business today, and I got to sell my product. So I have to develop sales skills. I do my best, and you have to say certain things. But one thing There's actually two things I will say that's very important in selling a product, and the Watchtower is selling a product. The first thing is how is the customer, or in the case of the witness, how is the householder, how are they going to benefit from this? So, that was never suggested to us at the in those terms at our sales meeting with the witnesses, our service meeting. But that's what they were trying to inculcate into us, that person was going to benefit if they became a Jehovah's Witness. Their life would get better. Their problems would be cured. They'll be the happiest people on the planet. So that was a sales little pitch right there without us realizing it. And then the second thing in salesmanship is you have to create a sense of urgency. You got to get people to respond right away. We had to get them to become witnesses right away. And what did that was the idea of Armageddon's right around the corner. Boy, you better jump on board here very quick, because if you don't, Armageddon's going to wipe you and your family out. So, I mean, that was a sense of urgency. So we were taught that without realizing we were being taught that,
That's exactly right. You're exactly right. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Man, were we bamboozled, I tell you. We were bamboozled.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, those guys are pretty good. They're pretty good.
Well, no, they do it in such a subtle way, but they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing, yeah. And they got us to do it. Nobody liked it. I can remember working. I remember working with an elder's wife once, and she confided. She says, "Rick, I can't stand going out in service." Who really did? We kind of pretended we did like it, but who really liked going out in service? Man, that was a chore. That was a difficult thing to go out there and peddle magazines and convert people into the Jehovah's Witness so-called religion. Jeez. Yeah. We did it.
If you think, if you really think about it, all that going out in service stuff, if you think about it, it's really to recruit people for free slave labor.
Well, for sure. Well, that's right. I mean, we did. I mean, Don, you gave up a lot of time. When I look back, I can't believe the money it cost me to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses. It's expensive being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I think of all the times on Saturday, and I had to set the example, and I would be out just about every Saturday and many Sundays too. And when I'm thinking I could have been working, I could have been developing my business, and I'm burning up gas. I'm burning up tires. I'm saying, for what? Well, what are they giving me now that I look back? Gave a lot. All of you guys out there listening in, you went out in service. You were giving them a lot of money, really, just in gas. Think about the gas you spent. My goodness. And all of the running around, you could have been working and making more money. Not that you want to become totally materialistic, but geez, everybody can use a few extra dollars, right? But geez, they wouldn't let you even do that. They wouldn't even give you a penny, and then they give you an envelope. Now, when you collect, when you collect $1 from the householder, make sure you put it in this white envelope so it doesn't get mixed up with your money. I mean, they wanted every penny that was brought in from the service. Unbelievable. Wow, you're on JW World News. Yes.
Going to talk about Norway at all?
Yeah, that's coming. That's coming up. That's coming up next. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay, great.
So yeah, so we'll in fact, I got a couple other stories. Yeah. Okay, I got a couple other stories I was going to bring up, but we'll go back to that maybe later, because we've got one of our programs isn't coming on tonight, so we'll cut to the chase. But there is just one thing before I get to the Norway story. There was a big story coming across this week that kind of caught my attention, and I don't know if it caught yours at all, but I was thinking, President Trump, he was talking about taking over the Gaza Strip. You guys heard it if you watched the news. So President Trump was more or less saying that the best way to bring peace over there is for him to take over America to take over the Gaza Strip and turn it into a kind of like a resort area, kind of like the French Riviera. They use the term Riviera, make it into the Mideast Riviera, and real hotspot for tourism and what have you. So it got a lot of traction. A lot of people were talking about it on the news, but you know who was talking about it probably even more than the average Joe? Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses were talking about it. I mean, everything Trump does lately, the Jehovah's Witnesses are putting some type of a prophetic thought on it. But what I see happen this week when Trump was saying he wanted to take over the Gaza Strip, many Jehovah's Witnesses were now thinking maybe the king of the north and the king of the south is going to be changed. So I mean, this is everything that comes down the pike. Everything that comes down the pike, Jehovah's Witnesses put some type of a meaning to it. And last week we were talking about how Trump was talking about how he's trying to bring Israel and Palestine together, and the witnesses were saying there's peace and security. Geez, every time the man does anything. In fact, even today, but I'll tell you what, this week, another thing happened with Trump. Remember, he came on and he was talking about how America should get back to religion again. Well, that kind of goes against the Watchtower. So I don't know what they had to say about that, because they're suggesting that, we're living right now in the last days and the government's going to turn on religion. Well, here Trump comes out and says, hey, look at, we want America coming back to religion. So that kind of defies Watchtower thinking, right? But I just wanted to bring that up. So it seems like Trump is making the news a lot, and Jehovah's Witnesses are kind of like wishy-washy on what he's saying, what he's trying to do here. They're trying to bring him into prophecy. Unbelievable. Yeah. All right. Any thought, Jimmy? I see Jimmy Bell on there. Jim, what do you think?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jimmy.
Hey, so first off, I'll address that Gaza stuff here in a second, what you said about Trump and the King of the North. But what I wanted to address is when you guys were talking about Watchtower just creating salespeople. When I was pioneering and, doing all the stuff that a good little JW boy does, is I was an electrician and I worked 3 days on, and then 4 days I spent in the ministry. Well, it got to a point that once I got disfellowshipped and moved away from home, I took an electrician job and I was working 40 hours a week, but I got to a point where I wanted to make more money. So I saw this ad in the paper and it said, are you a self-motivated, career-minded, goal-oriented individual? And I said, well, yes, I am. So I answered the ad. And when I got to the interview, the guy told me, he said, well, Jimmy, I have to let you know that this is door-to-door sales selling cancer insurance. I'm like, door-to-door? Really? Ain't a problem for me one bit. And I explained to him that, I was, at the time, I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses, blah, blah, blah. So going door-to-door wasn't an issue for me. So when I first started, my first 2 years with the company, I was the number one salesperson in the state at 21 and 22 years old because of the training I got from Watchtower. So, and I've been a career insurance salesman my whole life. So yeah, some of your best salespeople out there are former Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, Jimmy, that's funny you say that, because I told my wife the other day, I says, I bet you Jimmy's really a really good salesman, because he comes on, explains things nice. But no, even myself, I attribute the Watchtower to even helping me go out and sell. Going out and knocking on doors and making cold calls is not easy. But Jehovah's Witnesses do it every day. They do it every day like nothing. But you can't get people to do that, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, I know it's not easy because we recruit a lot of people. Well, I don't do the recruiting. Somebody else in the company does the recruiting. But they'll go out and recruit people, and then we take them out to train them. And we don't go door to door anymore. We go business to business. And these new people, they just can't do it. They're like, I can't do this cold calling stuff. No way. I'm like, it's really easy. Just go business to business. But people are not trained to do that. But Jehovah's Witnesses are.
Well, that's a good point, Jimmy. That's a good point. Yeah.
So I look at it this way. We all have our own journey, and everything happens to us for a reason. one way or the other. So, yeah, Watchtower sucks. It's an evil cult, and it needs to be brought down. However, that's where I got my training from, to provide me to make a living. So, all right. So can I?
Hey, I wonder how well a Watchtower salesman would do for Amway.
Oh well, I've known Jehovah's Witnesses that have worked for Amway before. So, and like John XJW Analyzer, he works for what's the name of that company? It's a bath company, West Shore Home and Bath, and he's killing it. He's killing it over there. So yeah, we can sell. That's not a problem. So anyway, but it's funny you mentioned a second ago about the King of the North thing, because I literally put on my Facebook page like 3 days ago, and what I said was, I wonder how long it will be before Watchtower starts calling Trump the King of the North. I put it up as a joke.
Did you really? I did.
Probably will.
Yeah. Well, now we got Greenland too.
Yeah. Well, I'll just share. I'm not going to get political tonight with anybody, but I'll just say this: if you look at the way Trump operates, and everybody can go look this up, it's called the Overton window. Overton. And what the Overton window is, it's a way to gauge what people are thinking, what people are talking about, how they're feeling about a subject. So, for example, what Trump does, he throws out the most outlandish idea, and that gets people talking. And it shifts the Overton window to where people are talking about it, so that whatever he really wants out of the deal, he'll eventually get it. So, for example, in Gaza, Jordan and Egypt have already stepped up. They did this like 2 days ago. They've already stepped up to help rebuild in the Gaza Strip. So it's funny how Trump does things like that. He'll throw something outlandish out there, like fake news. When he said fake news, everybody lost their minds. But what have we learned about the media since then? So it's very interesting the way he operates, but I'll not go further on that.
Yeah, no, in fact, no, there's a lot of...
Jimmy.
Go ahead, King, yep.
Jimmy, I wanted to say, he mentioned Amway, and if you were an actual witness in the mid-'70s, they encouraged working part-time and pioneering. So what did everybody do? Avon, Mary Kay, Amway, Record Rainbow, Kirby vacuum cleaners, the whole thing. And in reality, it finally said, quit doing these get rich quick schemes, brothers. But you're the ones who encouraged them to do that, because you told them to work part-time. And it really devastated so many people in the organization, because they weren't even considering getting a real job.
Yeah, I think what they were afraid of, and probably why they started pushing back on that, is because sales is the #1 career out there as far as the amount of money that you can make.
Sales. Can I tell you that?
Do what?
I was involved in all those things, and I literally cannot stand sales or salesmen. But, I'm going to make an exception for you, Jimmy, because you haven't tried to sell me anything yet, so you're all right with me, buddy. But
well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I'm a 60s child, and we hate the whole concept of the sales economy, and pretty much because it's lying for the most part. Now, I'm not going to judge you. Sales is exaggeration and lying and manipulation. I did enough of it to know that, because I'm not even good at my experiences, but Watchtower's doing the same thing. Over exaggerate. One day only sell, now or never. It's the same. I understand what you're saying on that. I'm asking you to repent right now in the name of Jesus Christ. Raise your hand up and repent, Jimmy. Repent.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Jesus saves. I repent.
Well, unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there in the sales industry that are corrupt, they are dishonest, and they do lie to people. I mean,
What percentage would you say? What percentage would you?
What percentage would I say? Oh my God.
50%.
I would say more than that. I would say 60 to 65%.
There you go. Okay, thank you for warning the audience. I want to tell you an experience I had. Went to Spectrum Cable, wanted to look into their phone service stuff. We didn't take it. But the frickin' woman, and I'm being nice here, she sent a technician over to install a home phone in my house. I hadn't had one in 20 years. So what? I never ordered a home phone, but they put the charges on my bill, $30 a month, $30 installation. And I called them up. It took 2 weeks to get them. Remove this crap from my bill.
Wow.
I never ordered a home phone because here's what I said to her. I'm going to be honest with the audience. I said, well, all sales are lying. He says, are you calling me a liar, sir? Next thing I know, she sends a technician over to install home phone. Was that my fault? I don't know. But at the same time, I'm pretty pissed about it. I know she's still working there, and I'm plotting against her as we speak, okay? Because I'm going to have to go in there again someday to the Spectrum office because they're cable shenanigans. And listen, I'm going to have something else to say to her, too.
Yeah.
And I took a couple people off. She sent over a technician to install a home phone.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. Can't believe it. She's still working there. I called them up. They actually gave me credit. They gave me like $40 off my next cable bill because of this inconvenience. And she's still working there. I guess she's the best liar on the planet, Got to keep her, man. Well, there's Jimmy. I'm not going to transfer my angst to you only because, you know what? I think you're a good salesman, but you can't sell anybody.
Well, here's the thing. Being a salesperson, and I run across other salespeople, I can read them out really quickly. I can tell whether they're being honest with me or they're pissing down my leg, so to speak. I know with me in my sales career,
does your leg stink? Time or what?
It's fine. It's fine right now. But anyway, what I'm saying as far as with me was, I can only defend my career and what I do. So when I talk to people about, what I sell, I'm very honest with them. And I've actually talked people out of buying different policies, so to speak. So they might want 3 or 4 policies, but then I look at how much they're going to be paying, and I think, well, that doesn't match up with your paycheck. So let's bring it down. Let's only do 2 of the policies. And people respect that. I mean, I maybe have lost out on sales because of me being honest. And I have to, build this client base. So, but anyway, so yeah, okay. I know with me, I'm honest on it.
Yeah.
Do what?
I have a bad insurance salesman story, okay? When I first came to the truth, one of my best friends was an insurance salesman for Allstate or Prudential, one of the two. And he was like 25 years older than me. He got disfellowship twice for smoking. But he was a ministerial servant at the time. He came into my house. I was flat freaking broke. Knocking on my door and I said, let's see. I want to make sure I don't say anything wrong about the name. But he came in the door and said, yeah, what's going on? I said, you need to have life insurance now. This is 1978, 79, right after I got engaged to my wife. He says, you need life insurance right now. And I said, well, I can't afford any right now. He says, no, you need to get it right now. And I said, I don't have any money. He says, well, just give me $5. And the fact is, Jimmy, I didn't have $5. He says, surely you've got $5. My brother Rick was there, who later became a witness, and he's disfellowship right now. And I said, no, I actually don't have $5. He said, I don't believe you don't have $5. I said, I can't remember his first name for some reason. No, I do not have $5. Well, here, let me give you my $5 and you give it back to me. I thought, what the hell's going on here? This really happened to me. I was almost destitute. somehow I just got engaged to be married, but if my brother hadn't gone to jail for some shenanigans on the road, I took out a loan to bail him out of jail. So I was living on his bail money at the time, man. And then I skinned 2 people to live with me, and they tore up my place. And the mother, who was a witness, gave me like $160 for the. I was destitute, man. And this guy's demanding $5 from me. Well, he's dead now. Foosnecker, that was his last name. Well, if anybody out there knows Foosnecker, well, they moved. Well, he retired real nicely in Fort Myers, by the way, before he died. But look, that's a bad experience. It's a real experience. And you know, I always used to feel witnesses can't be salesmen. I used to feel that way because they're dishonest. That's how I always felt. Maybe I'm a bigot, you know? Maybe I'm just one of those darn bigots. Bill, what's your name? I forgot your name. Yeah, Jimmy. But I'm just laying out there straight up. Period.
Oh, appreciate you sharing. Hey, Rick. Hey, no problem, man. Hey, Rick.
Yes, Jimmy.
Rick.
Yeah.
Rick.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to give an update on Operation Spotlight?
Of course.
Okay, so real quick. So, again, thank you so much for giving me a platform last week to be able to introduce the team and introduce the campaign. For the folks that don't know, Operation Spotlight has been going on for over a week now. I've done a couple of updates this week on my YouTube channel. There are people writing their own personal letters. There are people from over 30 countries now. Germany has been added to the list this week. So we are up over 30 countries. And if my estimations are right with people telling me things, I think we've already had 200 letters sent off. I do know I did a live a couple nights ago, and when I was done, I got a message from a guy in New Zealand who said that during the last 3 days, him and some of his friends had sent off 30 letters. I know Jane Spitfire, who's in the comments, she sent about 20 letters. So it's going good. It's all over the place. People are really excited about getting this information in. And one of the things that I added tonight, and you guys can go look at my YouTube channel. I just did this video tonight. I added an additional resource for folks to use because people were asking me, hey, Jimmy, can we send this to a congressman? Can we send it to a senator? You know, whoever. I said, absolutely. Just write a cover letter. And so people are starting to ask me, well, what should I say in the cover letter? So to cut down on those questions, a cover letter has been created. You can look at the cover letter. It's on, like I said, it's on my YouTube channel. It's on my Facebook page, but it lines out, you know, you can put down anybody's name, a governor, a mayor, whoever you want. And then there's another blank in there for, you know, from which state. You know, Watchtowers are doing this stuff in the state of, and then you can write in the state. And then at the bottom, of course, sign, date, whatever. And then put that letter with the Operation Spotlight letter, and you can send it to anywhere you want it to go. So that's where we're at right now. It's going really well, and I'm thankful for everybody that's been participating.
Well, very good, Jamie. Jimmy, I actually I was working on it today. I got the draft. I'm working on it, so my letter will be in shortly as well. But we want to encourage everyone to do that. But, you know, Jimmy, it makes me still, like I mentioned even last week, it makes me so upset that you get on, for example, Reddit. And, you know, you have so many naysayers in there. And I mentioned this here, like I say, last week. And they get in there and they don't see this thing as having any traction. And that really gets you bent out of shape. This thing can have a lot of traction. It really, really can. And it's all up to numbers. We need more numbers. The more numbers, the more chance you have of getting traction. And like you said 2 weeks ago, last week, if you do nothing, nothing happens.
Yeah. Well, here's a fact that maybe some people already know, and this is what kind of keeps me going. During the Revolutionary War, there was only 3% of the colonists who wanted to break away from England. Only 3%. The other 97% either wanted to stay with Britain or keep their heads in the sand and cover their ears and just let me live my life and not worry about it. So only 3% fought for our constitutional republic. So I've gotten to a point when I first started this, yeah, I was saying some things. I can't believe people are wanting to be naysayers and down what we're doing. But I was like, you know what? F it. I don't care, because I'm here to wake up lions, not sheep. So that's what I'm going after. I'm going after the people that are engaged and want to be engaged in this. And if other folks don't want to do it, fine. I'm not even worried about it anymore. Yeah, it does frustrate me, because I'm like, are you spout to say that you're against Watchtower? Here, we've actually got something you can actually do, and you don't want to do it? That makes no sense to me. So I don't get it. And I haven't seen any of the big namers put anything out about Operation Spotlight, because again, and I'll say it again, I believe that there's some people in the XJW community that are controlled opposition. So of course they're going to push back and try to down what we're doing with Operation Spotlight. And I tell them, I don't care. We're still doing it, and we're going to be successful at it too. So that's my attitude.
Well, it's a good attitude, Jimmy. Don't lose that attitude. That your attitude will be your altitude. Up you go, really.
That sounds like a sales thing.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you have addresses to send to, or are you just getting us to figure out who we want to send them to?
Yeah, the only address that we have is the address to the White House, and that's on the first page at the top of the Operation Spotlight letter. So if someone wants to send it to their governor or their state representative or whatever, yeah, you guys can look up that address.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, thank you, Jimmy, for wanting to come on and explain that. That's good. Any other questions for Jamie? Jimmy, he's on with us now. Go ahead. Any questions for Jimmy? We want you to fill that out. If you want a copy of the draft letter, I have it here. Write me at jwworldnews@gmail.com. I'll send you the draft letter. If you just want to just copy, paste it, send it, that's fine too. But if you can put a little bit of your own flair into it, that's even better. But if you want that letter to send to Trump, write me at JW World News. I'll give it to you, and we can get this thing moving for Jimmy.
Yeah, either that or they can all. I was going to say, I'm going to give you all my email address. It's Operation Spotlight at yahoo.com. And yeah, if you send me an email asking for the letters, I can send you both. I can send you the main letter, and I can send you the cover letter.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? I think I've explained everything pretty well.
Oh no, everyone gets it, Jimmy. It's very good. We got a lot of people listening in here tonight. But go ahead and write that letter. Look, we have to make a difference. We really do. Do we want this Watchtower to just keep going on doing what they're doing? You know, we have an opportunity right now. We have a president that might have a listening ear. We really do. So let's write
Yeah, I want to clarify something real quick. Technically, no one has to write anything if they don't want to. They can just send the main Operation Spotlight letter that we have, and then also use the cover letter with that if they want to. If they want to add their own story, and we have people doing this, if they want to write a letter expressing their concerns and their feelings, yes, please, by all means, do that. And then close that in with the Operation Spotlight letter. So, yeah, I'm encouraging people to write their own stuff too, because that'll be. I'm trying to get people to realize that they have a voice again, and they can use it. But there's some people out there that just want to just send the letter that we've already got for them and send that in. So, yeah, No one has to make any changes to the main letter. That's what I got.
Well, very good, Jimmy. Very good. We appreciate you coming on talking about that. Keep up the good work. We're proud of you. And thank you for chiming in on that salesmanship. Yeah, it did exist in the Watchtower. You got me laughing. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the time, Rick. Thank you so much, and everybody have a wonderful evening.
Well, thank you, Jimmy. Well, you're on JW World News. JW World News, that's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about. But I'll tell you something. There was a big elephant in the room this week, a very big elephant in the room, and it caught my attention. I hope it caught your attention. It's the biggest story going on, and it has to do with Australia. Not Australia, Norway. I got Australia on my mind because it reminded me of the Australia Royal Commission. But anyways, it has to do with what's going on in Norway. And I don't know if you caught it or not. I hope you did. But this is really going to be a trendsetter. This is going to be a game changer for the Jehovah's Witnesses. They got to pull this off in Norway. On February 3rd, 2025, just a few days ago, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Watchtower, came before the court in Norway, and they're trying to settle an issue with the Norwegian government. The Norwegian government is not that favorable to a Jehovah's Witnesses. The Norwegian government, a couple of years back, actually revoked the registration of religion for Jehovah's Witnesses in Norway. And they did that because the Jehovah's Witnesses disfellowship people. And the Norwegian government thought that that was very unfair, that people could not leave the Watchtower without being chastised and punished. And what happens in the Jehovah's Witness religion in some countries, like in many in Europe, is they get money. The Jehovah's Witness organization was getting close to $1.5 million a year, and they've been getting it for 20 years from Norway for what they call charity status. And many of these European countries, what these countries do is they give religions money, feeling the religions will turn the money over to the poor people in their churches or their religion. Of course, you know, the Watchtower doesn't do that. They keep the money for themselves for the most part. But what I have to bring up here is the Norwegian government, that's what they base their charity status on. And they give religions like the Watchtower, Catholicism, or anyone else that has a religion in Norway, they give them so much money per head, per person who belongs to the religion. So like I say, the Watchtower is getting close to $1 million, close to $1.5 million a year. So they get all bent out of shape out of that, because what happened is a few years back, if you remember, we've been discussing it here on 6 screens, a young man approached the Norwegian, he went to a Norwegian newspaper, and he was saying how, I believe he was only 17, 18 at the time, and he mentioned to the newspaper about how evil the Watchtower is. And the newspaper wrote an article about this young man and how he was being punished and chastised and kicked out of his own house because he did not want to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses anymore. So it got the attention of the Norwegian government. And the Norwegian government started inquiring, or at least investigating, the Jehovah's Witnesses. And the Norwegian government saw that they do indeed have a practice of shunning. The Norwegian government said, no, that goes against our policy to allow a religious organization to receive charitable money from us when they're violating human rights. So the Norwegian government accused the Watchtower of violating human rights. And so they took their registration away in Norway for being a religion, the Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, that doesn't mean too much. The money was more, I think, important to the Watchtower than the idea of losing their registration in Norway. When you lose your registration as a religion, it's not too big of a deal. It means you can't, in other words, they couldn't, a Jehovah's Witness elder could not officiate a wedding. You couldn't officiate a wedding. And I believe that also would be true with a funeral. I'm not sure with a funeral, but there were certain things you couldn't do. But anyways, the money was the big thing, and that's what really ticked the Watchtower off. So on February 3rd, just this week, well, a week or so ago, the witnesses came back and they had an appeal. They wanted to come back before Norway and say, look, you're misunderstanding this. You're feeling more about how evil disfellowshipping is when we really don't do it like you think we do. In essence, that's what they told the Norwegian government. So on Monday of this week, an appeal started, and the Jehovah's Witnesses brought their case before the Norwegian court, and the lawyer for the Watchtower, he came out. His name was Anders Riesdell, and he was the legal representative, the lawyer for the Jehovah's Witnesses, and he told the state right up front that you cannot deny state funding to religious communities simply because it does not act in a way the Norwegian state wants, as long as what they are doing is practicing their own religious beliefs. So this lawyer for the Watchtower is saying, hey, look, we do have the right to disfellowship or to, cast a shadow on someone that's going against the religious practices. So this Riesdell, the lawyer for the Watchtower, he was saying that, they shouldn't have the money taken away from them because this is a religious issue. It certainly is not a governmental issue. But friends, it's all about money. Ultimately, when you break it all down, it's all about money. And, the Jehovah's Witness lawyers were also bringing up the fact that Jehovah's Witnesses do not have a clergy. And, this is something that they've used in court before, but that's an outright lie too. They claim that, the clergy, they're not, but what the Watchtower does have is individuals that kind of guide the congregation along, but they're not really in the role of a clergy. But I mean, that's not true, is it? Well, we know that even though they don't use the word clergy, we know the Jehovah's Witnesses in a way has clergy. The elders are like clergy. The circuit overseers, especially, they're being paid to some degree. So we really realize that the Watchtower does have a clergy. And when I stop and think about it, not only do they have a clergy, they have dictators. They have dictatorial clergy members. So this was the first day, and they tried to really present to the court in Norway that they don't have this clergy. So, you're really coming down on us, suggesting that, we're suggesting to people that have been disfellowshipped to have the congregation not speak to them. And what these Watchtower lawyers were doing is lying. They were saying that they don't really have that power, so to speak. They're not clergy. They're just trying to encourage the witnesses. And it's a religious practice is the reason why if a person doesn't want to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses, then they kind of disfellowship themselves. But, that's not the truth, is it, huh? We know that's not the truth. And that's why things really got heated up. So I'm not going to go through every day, but day five, just yesterday, was the big deal. That was the big deal in Norway. And it was an intense moment. All these triumphant days, the Norwegian government had ex-Jehovah's Witnesses come forward who at one time were involved with the Watchtower, and they all came forward and were talking about their story and how they've been shunned and how they've been breaking away from their family. The state witnesses, they had all kinds of testimonies. In fact, yesterday there was about 25 former Jehovah's Witnesses who came into the courtroom in Norway, and they all testified all about this trek in the Watchtower. And most of them were women. 24 of the people who testified on how evil the Watchtower is were women. there was one man, his name was Rolf Furuli. And so it's kind of fascinating. And I was going through some of the transcripts and trying to put this all together here so I could give you more information on it. But now the Watchtower lawyer, this Rysdell character, and he, of course, along with the Jehovah's Witness spokesman, Jorgen Peterson, they were really upset at the end of the day yesterday. Really upset because their case looks like they're going to lose. They had no leg to stand on. You know, they're claiming to the Norwegian court that they don't shun, they don't really disfellowship. If it is, that Norwegian court's looking at it in the wrong way. It's a conscientious matter, they're saying. And this is all a bunch of baloney. We know darn well what the Watchtower does. But Jehovah's Witnesses are expected. This is some of the things that were said yesterday, and it upset the Jehovah's Witness lawyers. They had to put their tail between their legs, really, because Jehovah's Witnesses came forward, 25 of them, and some of them were saying things against the Watchtower that was really making the lawyers really crawl under their seats, so to speak. The Jehovah's Witnesses, according to what was testified yesterday by ex-witnesses, they said that Jehovah's Witnesses are expected to believe what is written in the Watchtower, even if they don't understand it. Now, maybe you can connect with that. We all expected to believe what was written, even if we didn't understand it. And when you stop and think about it, remember how many times we talked about the article, even if something sounds illogical to human understanding, just believe it and go along with it. Well, basically, that's what was being brought up in the Norwegian court here, that Jehovah's Witnesses are expected to believe what is written in the Watchtower, even if you can't understand it. And you guys can all connect with that. So, you know, the Watchtower lawyer, or the spokesman for the Watchtower, Jorgen Peterson, he was upset with that statement. And he said that, you know, when a person is shunned and they're reading things through the pages of the Watchtower, it's an individual conscience that they must exercise. That's not true at all. That's an outright lie. It's not an individual conscience that would be involved here if you were to shun a person. When you were a Jehovah's Witness, you basically were told, don't talk to a disfellowship person. So, you know, I have to tell you that all of these testimonies by these former Jehovah's Witnesses, they really made the Watchtower look bad yesterday, that this is going to hurt the Watchtower. And even one woman, Bredesen, her last name is, she said that, you know, they asked her what it was like before she got baptized and when she was going to get baptized. They asked this Bredesen woman, they said, did you know about, they call it exclusion, but did you know about disfellowshipping before you were baptized? And she said she knew about it, and she was told about it, that she should turn away from anyone that's disfellowshipped and not even say hello. And then they asked her, the court, do you have any experience of this? She said, yes, I remember my mother saying that an excluded or disfellowship person in our church was taken by Satan. So, you know, these are wonderful testimonies and true testimonies the ex-witnesses were giving to the court in Norway. And the court had open ears. They were listening. And all of these testimonies did nothing but really make the Watchtower look bad. I think some people want to speak up. So go ahead. What do you want to say?
Hello, Rick. Hi, this is Stefan.
Let's go with Stefan first. Go ahead, Stefan.
Oh, thanks. I'll try to be brief. Yeah, I have to be honest. I was totally and entirely shocked by the testimony that I heard. Just the lies. You know, we come here every week and we talk about whatever it is that we talk about, but it was so disappointing to think to myself, I should say. I used to be a part of this group, and these people can just go there in a courtroom, swear in a Bible. I'm sure they had to, if they still do that. I guess they still do that. And then sit there and say things that they know is blatantly false. It was just It was just mind blowing. And I can't imagine how, because the one guy who was reporting on this, who was a former YouTuber, but he's been reporting on this daily, and he talked about one of the days that there were so many Jehovah's Witnesses. It looks like they made a deliberate attempt to pack the courtroom and the overflow room so that nobody else could get in there. This is so to think that you put all these witnesses in there, and all day long they listen to this testimony that is blatantly a lie. How do you do it? It was just mind blowing to me. Like, there was this one elder. He must have been an elder for 20, 30, 40 years. I don't remember what now. And basically, he was saying he didn't know that much about disfellowshipping, and he had never really had a whole lot to do with disfellowshipping. Then he said his daughter had been disfellowshipped, but he still hangs out with her, and he'll go out of town and visit her. And when she comes to town, he'll visit him, and it's not a problem. And I was thinking to myself, anybody that knows anything about witnesses would know that an elder is not going to be able to sit there and go and just visit and sit with a disfellowship person and stay an elder. It's just not going to happen. The man is just completely lying. And you have a courtroom packed full of witnesses, and they can just sit there and I mean, the cognitive dissonance that must be going through these people. It's almost like, well, we just say whatever it is that we have to say in a court of law. It's not really the truth. It's just what we say. It's okay. I was just shocked. I was so shocked and so disappointed that I really didn't know what to do. And I do want to take a step back and say something. I have a slight disagreement with the position of why Watchtower is doing this. To me, it's not about the money overall. I mean, what is $1 million to a multi-billion-dollar organization, right? It's not that much. To me, what's more important is just this precedent. Because if Norway cancels their funding or doesn't reinstate their funding, that's just a precedent, right? So the next time a country thinks about Watchtower, they'll say, well, you know what? Norway shut them down. We should shut them down too. And I'm sure that they've already investigated them, and the reason why they shut them down is going to be the same reason that we'll find. And I think that that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stop that domino effect. And I also think, and this is my last point, I also think it's very embarrassing to be a Watchtower or organization in Norway and not even be able to officiate weddings. Because what is the message that sends? You guys are not all powerful. You're not the end all be all. The government has more control over you. And now, in fact, you have to go to the government to get married. Watchtower witnesses can't even, marry you anymore. I think that's totally embarrassing. I think that's another reason why they want to stem that tide. So just a few thoughts. Thanks.
Well, those are good thoughts. You really observed a lot there, Stefan. Boy, there's a whole lot that came out of this. This is really going to hurt the Watchtower. I can't see anything that came out of this Norwegian trial that would be a bonus point for Watchtower. As a matter of fact, all of those testimonies. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you almost are thinking to yourself, why in the world would you even appeal this again? There's nothing that you've done different. And no matter how many lies you come up with, there's going to be somebody there that is going to tell you that those are lies. This is the reality of what it's really like to be, in this cult. And I don't know if they've talked about the number of suicides that have happened when people get disfellowshipped. In fact, one of our dear YouTubers almost lost his daughter just this New Year's because she put in a letter of disassociation. Everybody immediately cut her off. Her father, of course, is a ex-witness, but he lives in a different country. And she took 20 some odd pills and tried to commit suicide just this New Year's. This is real. This is not a joke. This is not, some hearsay. This is real. And the thing that was so sad about that to me was when she did that, of course, she was found and they rushed her to the hospital, and thankfully she lived. But do you know that not one single human being came to see this child, and I think she's 16 or 17, who just tried to commit a suicide? Not her biological mother, not her sister, and none of these so-called Christians that she went to. No one came to visit her. And of course, she probably didn't have any non-witness friends, because I guarantee you they would have come and rallied around her. But that just makes it worse. So I'm glad that this thing is happening in Norway. I hope that it keeps focusing the light on this awful organization. And there's nothing we can do to stop them from operating, but we damn sure cannot pay them to do it.
Well, good
Hey,
comments.
Hello. I have an idea about why they contest it. Two things. They're connected to a cult, and that cult has power. The Masons, and so they keep thinking that either the Masons are going to stand by them, or their false god, their Jehovah, is going to be victorious for them.
You think that's the case, Larry?
I think so, because they think they're going to win. They think either that God's going to save them, or do what, I've had brothers, even when they're doing something crazy on the Kingdom Hall, and I told them that it's going to cause problems later, and they said, well, don't you think Jehovah can protect the Kingdom Hall? So they have this really crazy imagination that Jehovah's going to go around and do things for them. So if they lose, they want to contest it, thinking that Jehovah's going to make it different, or the higher ups that are really involved with the Masons think, well, maybe the Masons will force whoever it is to sway them their way.
Well, okay, that's a good thought. That's a good. I like the direction you're coming from. Thank you. Let's go to Delaware, Newcastle.
Big thing about Norway.
Oh,
Let's go in sequence here. Hold on, Pixie. Pixie, I gotta go in sequence here. I'll call out the area code, then people can talk. So let's do that. Let's go to 302. Go ahead, Delaware. Go ahead. All right, Delaware.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, it's Aaron. Yeah, I didn't know that this thing had happened, but I don't know. Is there any way you can? Is it available on the internet to go watch so I can look at it?
Go ahead, punch into YouTube, Norwegian JW Trial. Something will pop up. Yep.
Okay, I'll check it out. But yeah, this makes me think about the fact that if there's any JWs listening, I would have them ask themselves, would a true God, if you really think that Jehovah is a true God or the true God, would he have or would he back an organization that has this kind of controversy happen and has lawyers that lie and try to twist the truth as far as what their practices actually are? Because that's what it sounds like to me. That's what they're doing. That's what they've always done. I mean, they did that at the ARC, right? I mean, you saw Jeffrey Jackson up there lying through his teeth about the fact that he's not a part of the daily goings on, weekly goings on of the organization, when darn well he is. So whether you want to consider that to be Theocratic warfare or not, or whether you believe in that concept, it seems to me like if this was the true God spokespeople on earth, that they would be willing to go up on the stand and say, hey, yeah, give a good witness and believe in what they believe is their interpretation of the scriptures is, as far as the true God will protect them. But he didn't. Jeffrey Jackson didn't give a good witness at the ARC. He lied through his teeth. So and that's turned a lot of people off from this organization, and the shunning and this Norway precedent continues to be set. So yeah, this is all really interesting to me.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for bringing that up. Pixie, go ahead. You're next.
I was just thinking about the Norwegian court, and Denmark and Norway are north of the EU, and they're part of the EU, but they have the oldest legal system in Europe. It predates the Magna Carta, and the Danes brought the Dane law into England in ancient times. So the Norwegians don't play. They've got a long history of looking at their communities, looking at human rights, looking at how women and children are treated within a tribe. And they're a mighty nation with some really good judges. So I think they're going to look with a very clear eye at any games that the witness lawyers think they can play. Now, lawyers, they get along with each other on both teams, but I think justice will prevail in this one.
Well, thank you, Pixie, for explaining that to us. That was nice. Thank you. Yeah, the Watchtower lawyer here, I'll tell you, this man, he's lying through his teeth. This man, Rysdell, he's the Watchtower lawyer. And then they also had a spokesman there named Jurgen Pedersen. And they were really upset yesterday over all of these 25 Jehovah's Witnesses coming forth and testifying. I mean, if you had one, it wouldn't be a problem. Two wouldn't be a problem. But 25 ex-Jehovah's Witnesses coming forward and testifying how evil shunning is. And, just to bring this up to speed here, for that lawyer, Rysdell, to come out and say that it's a conscientious matter. We leave it up to the conscience of Jehovah's Witnesses how they want to treat a disfellowship one. That is a bald-faced lie. We all know that's not the truth. And I'll tell you, we've been watching this Norwegian court here for the last couple of years, and it's taken a couple of years to get this appeal through. But, in the last couple of years, the Watchtower tried to do the best they could to downplay this disfellowshipping. They even got to the point where they used the word remove. They're hoping to derail people's thinking about it. But it's still not a conscientious matter. If you are a disfellowship person, you are going to feel the hardcore effects of what that is. That's punishment of the highest order, really. And for them to come out and say that, well, it's no big deal. We leave it up to the conscience of others, how they're going to, that is a lie. And I like how Larry brought up, and also Aaron brought up, and all the people, Stefan as well. This is an organization that's supposed to teach the truth. I mean, how often was it that when we were witnesses, we had to make sure that we paid all of our taxes on time. We didn't break the speed limits. We had to make sure we wore our seatbelt. We didn't have bald tires on our car. And yet these guys go in and lie to a court like that. Come on,
I wonder, Rick, if the judge had any access to the magazines and publications during that. So when the lawyer lied, he could look it up and say, no, that ain't true. I mean, because you remember in the Australian Royal Commission, that's what happened with Jeffrey Jackson. They brought out that Shepherd the Flock of God book, and Jeffrey Jackson got a little bit scared on that. He said he didn't want them to use that book because Jeffrey Jackson knew what was in that book, and he knew that if that judge read that, whatever he was going to read out of it, he knew that was going to condemn them big time.
Well, I think it was brought up. Now I've got a publication in front of me, and it came from the court, so it must have been brought up. But the organization, as we know it, deliberately cuts off every form of support, friends, family, employment, and in some cases, they leave the disfellowship individual with nowhere else to turn. They're a dead duck. They're as good as dead. Now, I got a couple of publications here. The official Jehovah's Witness literature makes it crystal clear. We do not have any spiritual or social fellowship with excluded persons, disfellowship persons. That is from Keep Yourself in God's Love book, page 207. Now, this is something I want to bring up as well, and it has to do with the Flock book. I have that somewhere. Where is it? But also in the Flock book, it was brought up. I can't find it here right now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just read. I got this Flock. Well, hold on one second, King of Dots. So now I do have the Elders book, and I guess this was brought up at the Norwegian court. It has to do with the Shepherd the Flock's book. It's the Secret Elders Manual, and it reinforces the policy of disfellowshipping with strict instructions. It says, apart from unavoidable contact, such as work, something very special in family. In other words, The only way you can even be near a disfellowship person, according to the flock book, is that if you would work and a person was a fellow worker, but you really wouldn't have much contact with him. He just happens to be there. Another special, unavoidable situation would be a special family situation like writing a will. In other words, if you had to write a will with your disfellowship brother or sister or mother or father, then you could be required, or you could talk to them. So, despite all of the policies of the Watchtower, these Jehovah's Witness representatives continue to lie and do it very frequently without any conscience at all. What do you have to say, King of Dots?
What I wanted to say was disfellowshipping is so subjective. You were an elder. I'm sure you disfellowship people, and I'm not going to hold that against you, but it's subjective. They claim they read your heart, for God's sake. But I've known lots of people who've been disfellowshipped, lots of people who should have been disfellowshipped and weren't. Now, if this comes out in court that you just rolled the dice, this guy goes, this guy stays, look, I could tell you stories, but I'm going to be brief. My plumber, Jeff, he's dead now, died of Hodgkin's disease. He told me that he was recruited privately 4 times for adultery. His wife told him to quit doing plumbing jobs. That she stayed with him 4 times. Of course, he was related to 3 of the elders in the congregation. Really nice guy. And then his brother Jeff lived 100 feet. Jack lived 100 feet from me, and he got DF the first time. He and his wife did a tit for tat adultery thing. That happens a lot, unfortunately. And he said, Jeff told him, "Well, you're just stupid. You should have played the game." And look, there's no the subjectiveness. It's like figure skating. One person gets a 10, and someone who did better gets a 9.5. You know, I mean, I can't stand sports like that. It's like the referees in football almost. But see, if that comes out in court, and let me tell you, I can refer dozens of people right now who experience the subjective crap going on with this disfellowshipping crap they're doing. Some people get kicked out, some people don't. Some get a private reproof, some get a public reproof. Look, that's the real problem. There's no consistency to anything Watchtower does. They're supercilious. I think the Bible warns against that. They're just not anything definite in the darn organization. Okay, Rick, that's all I got to say.
Well, I hate to see it get so. I hate to see it get so heated up, King of Dots. My goodness, this is very
Well, we're talking about people getting destroyed. You're telling people they're going to get destroyed forever.
Oh yeah, no, it is. It's
will commit suicide.
Well, it raises your eyebrows. It gets you heated, and I can understand that. Oh, thank you, King of Dots. 719, go ahead. You're with us. 719, go ahead. Thank you. 719, you're on with us.
Yeah, Rick. I just wanted to say that it's also that you do not have to be disfellowshipped. You know, I never was disfellowshipped, but they will treat you exactly the same way if you speak out against the organization of what they're doing behind the veil. You will suffer the very same consequences. You will lose your family, and you will lose all the people, family, friends that you knew. So you don't have to be disfellowshipped. And I just wanted to bring that out. Also, the Watchtower is being as evil as they are about lying. I remember when my wife got kicked in the leg, her leg broken by a neighbor's horse, and they didn't want to pay. We wanted their homeowner's insurance to pay. Well, the congregation we were in threw the biggest fit you ever heard about suing their insurance company to have them pay for that accident. You weren't allowed to sue in the congregation. But here, the Watchtower sues everybody and their dog. That's all, Rick.
Wow, that's a good comment. My goodness gracious. No, it's double standards. They speak with a forked tongue. They're hypocrites. I guess they're hypocrites. Everybody else do this, but we don't have to do it. Hey, something I really liked in that testimony yesterday. The only man, there's 25 ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that appeared in the court trial. And there was only one man. His name was Rolf Ferruri. I think that's right. Let's see. Ferruri, I guess is how you pronounce it. But Ferruri, he was outright speaking out of control at some point that the whole Jehovah's Witnesses, they do shun. This is not a matter of conscience. It's a matter of policy. And any Jehovah's Witnesses, he said, who refuses to enforce shunning risk being disfellowshipped themselves. And that's true. If you're going to keep associating with a disfellowshipped person, you'll be disfellowshipped yourself. It's not a suggestion. It's an enforced law. And this really was a great thing. He was the only man that spoke up and talked about how evil it is. So the testimonies that were given yesterday prove beyond any doubt that Jehovah's Witnesses do not practice disfellowshipping as an act of love. See, the witness lawyers tried to say, well, we disfellowship, but don't look at it as that bad. It's an act of love. It's spiritual discipline. No, the Watchtower has a system in place, and it's controlling, it's design control to maintain absolute obedience. That's what the Jehovah's Witnesses are. It's a form of control. This is not about scripture. They come across as, well, we have scriptures that, you want to treat those who leave the religion a little differently. No, it's not about scripture. This is all about power. If disfellowshipping were indeed loving discipline, and that's what the Watchtower tried to get the Norwegian court to believe, that disfellowshipping is loving discipline. Well, people would not be forced back to lose their families, would they? They wouldn't. People would not be forced back through fear of losing their families. It's not a loving discipline. It's a controlled discipline. You do it or you lose your family. So I thought it was very good. I really, really do. I know all of those people at the Norwegian court yesterday. Thank you very much. You all did a great job of showing Norwegian court system, as well as all the newspapers and even the television coverage they had, how evil the Jehovah's Witnesses are. And just to remind everybody, this there'll be no appeal here. I don't see where the Jehovah's Witnesses will appeal this. They will continue testifying. The court case isn't over yet, but they will continue testifying on the 10th of February. But it looks like they've lost. And if they lose this time around, there'll be no appeal, because I got news for you. The Czech Republic, as well as so many other countries right now, they're looking into this. And if the Jehovah's Witnesses even try to pull another appeal off, they're dead. They're dead in the water. The rest of the governments of the world will say, look at these guys, just knock it off. We know what you're doing, and we're going to take your funding away as well. This could really be a domino effect, as Stefan was saying earlier. This could dominate and radiate throughout the witness community. Really, this could hurt them a lot. Who has a thought on this?
Rick, is there any news about the problems that they're having with Japan? Anything recently about Japan?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, Japan is coming down big time on the witnesses. And it's not just about child sex abuse. Japan is very upset about the fact that Jehovah's Witnesses flog their children. Now, we don't call it that. We call them, hitting, slapping, punching, whatever. So Japan says that shouldn't be tolerated. Parents should not hit their kids, so to speak. So they're all upset about that, as well as, child sex abuse cover-ups. But Japan is not the only country. We got Denmark. We've got, we just talked about Norway. We've got France is looking into the witnesses. Japan, Belgium, as you said, the Czech Republic now is starting. There's about a dozen on there. I can't think of them all off the top of my head, but about a dozen countries right now that are actually examining the witnesses. Something's wrong in this organization. And isn't it good? Don't you like hearing this? Don't you like that? This is music to my ears. This is different than just a bunch of irate apostates talking. We've got governments that are saying enough is enough.
Interesting, Rick, is all these years they were claiming, oh, the government's got to go after all the false religions, but it looks like the governments are going after them.
Yes, exactly. That's a good point. That's a darn good point. Yes, I think we got. Yes, in fact, let's go to Maverick first, if you don't mind, Stefan. Maverick, go ahead. You're on with us.
Oh, thanks, Rick. Hi, everyone. Yeah, you were saying we were talking about last week, you were saying about collective narcissism and the enablers. Talk about an example with the lawyers. I can't think of a better example. It's just with the lawyers being classic enablers, because they're completely defending and lying to cover up all of the problems that they know full well is going on in the organization. And to stand there bold-faced and lie like that is an example of what we were saying last week about what an enabler does. They will completely defend, and deny all reality and deny all the facts, and try to package an explanation to the public in defense of the narcissistic organization. So collectively they're behaving very narcissistically, as you said last week, that word collective narcissism, and the people around them supporting them. The only reason why Watchtower is in power or has some sort of influence is because the people around, as we did, we tried to make the organization look good because we actually believed it. We thought that there was decency in there, naively thinking that. I did. But look at these lawyers, Rick. They are bold-faced lying about the way that they're going on about the treatment of the brothers and sisters in the organization. And another thing as well, Stefan did a lot of points that I was going to pick up on as well. He made some really good points earlier. And the other thing as well, they were claiming that they're not clergy. Well, how is it that when it comes to confidentiality, they appeal to the clergy penitent privilege?
Yeah, well, see,
you can't have it both ways. So
they go in both ways, Maverick. That's what they do, and they're trying to fool people, but people are catching up on them. They are.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Really, that again, the word enabler is fitting. Those lawyers all know well. They know well that they are completely and utterly fabricating and minimizing the way that the witnesses, rank and file witnesses, are treated, to try and minimize the damage so they can keep their status there. As it says, it's a snowball effect. If it becomes, as already been stated, it will be a precedent, and other law structure will say, yeah, we're going to do the same thing. So it's not about the million or so that they're losing. That's a drop in the ocean for Watchtower. But I do believe, like has previously been said, it is to do with the fact that it sets up a bad look on the Watchtower. That's all I have to say for now.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm listening to you. In fact, Maverick, and it got me thinking. The Watchtower, they're great at semantics, and I think they think everybody else in the world is dumb but them. So what they try to do is, well, we'll just change the word, and maybe we can get a new meaning out of it. Like, taking the word disfellowshipping. Well, we won't call it that. We'll call it removed. And then I'm thinking this other word they're bringing up before the Norwegian court here, loving discipline. They're claiming that, excluding people, disfellowshipping people. That's loving discipline. That's not loving discipline. That's cruel punishment. But yet, they think they can pull this over. I mean, everybody in the world isn't dumb. Everybody doesn't. It's crazy how the Watchtower thinks they can get away with this. Yeah, go ahead. You're on with us.
Yeah, what you just said, Aaron again, this is what you just said made me think about the video that Watchtower purposely removed from their site about the young lady whose parents had to disfellowship her, and when she tried to call them, they wouldn't pick up. And, well, in my opinion, that's the kind of thing that can lead, not saying it does in every case, but it can lead to, things getting very depressed and even lead to things like suicide. So, but just the simple fact that Watchtower chose to remove that video from their site really says a lot about their practices.
And don't you think, Aaron, that's a little devious? Don't you think that's a little deceitful to remove that because they knew this court case was coming up? I mean, how do they think they're going to get away with all of this?
But it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I said this a few shows ago. They are completely reactive. All these changes that they make, they're only making to address these court cases and things that are coming down the pike from a legal standpoint. It has nothing to do with God, Holy Spirit, and new light. It has nothing to do with that. And we all know that. It's just so unfortunate that the people who need to hear this are the very ones, of course, who will never hear anything from us. I just wanted to add something very quickly. This made me laugh so hard I had to sit down. This gentleman that you just spoke about, who spoke in Norway, his name is Ralph Fertile. If you recall, he was a circuit overseer. And if I'm not mistaken, he has a PhD. But he was a circuit overseer, and he was the one that was trying to uphold this 607 teaching, and lost, of course, all his academic credentials because that's like arguing that the earth is flat. But in any event, he was very unhappy with all these changes that Watchtower is doing, and this is before removing Toni Morris and all of that, but getting rid of type and anti-type and all of this business. And I know he wrote to the society, but he also wrote a book. And I don't know if you remember this, as we talked about this. It's been some time, but we talked about this. But he even wrote a book on this subject. And so what did he get for his years of faithful service and even ruining his academic reputation by maintaining the 607 BCE business? What did he get for it? He got disfellowship for that. And he's a much older gentleman. So I just got such a kick that Watchtower disfellowships him, and then they get sued or they lose their whatever it is, charity in Norway. And who comes to testify against them? Ralph Fertile, and he just rips them apart. That was such a funny thing. When I put all that together, I had to sit down and laugh.
In fact, I kind of laughed at it myself. Yeah.
What a turn of events. They thought they shut this guy down, shut him out, got rid of him, put him out the pasture, but he is the very one that completely dismantled them in court.
Oh, this was embarrassing. If you were the Watchtower lawyers, the representatives for the Watchtower, you would really be totally upset with what happened yesterday in Norway. You would be putting your tail between your legs. There's no doubt about it. And those Watchtower lawyers, it's just pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic that they can get away in lying to the court like that. And it's just something that the court's not stupid. The court is not stupid. This is what, this is something I've always thought about in the world of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They think that even the Jehovah's Witness rank and file people are stupid. Really, that's how they've been able to pull this big hoax off on people for so many years. They think that everybody in the organization is stupid. They think that anyone outside the organization is stupid. But I don't believe Norway is going to buy this. I don't believe the Czech Republic. I don't believe Denmark. I don't believe Japan is just going to say, well, give the witnesses some slack. That this is a turning point. That this is bringing the exposure of the Jehovah's Witnesses, as the new saying is, to a new level. It's going to hurt them big time. It was a great, great testimony yesterday. Yes.
Hey, Rick, this is Robert in South Carolina. The name is Rolf Feruli. It's spelled F-U-R-U-L-I. He wrote a book, My Beloved Religion and the Governing Body. And he, in that book, basically says that they have too much power. But I encourage the listeners to do a Google search on Rolf Feruli, and they'll see it all. I mean, it's plain as day. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for calling in. I always love to hear from you. Thank you. Well, my goodness gracious, friends, I have to tell you, it's amazing what we see happening. I'm a happy camper. I'm so glad that this Norwegian situation, it's going to come back, that this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Seriously, that this is going to create unbelievable problems for the Watchtower. I think everyone listening to this program will agree. You know, there's a lot of things we've discussed in the last 20 years, but when I think of something that can create a monumental change, I think the Australian Royal Commission started it back in 2017, and now we seem to be repeating it again with the Norwegian trial. The witnesses that they're going to be hearing about some of this, of course, JW.org in their news release pages, they're not talking about it, but it's something that's all over the news. And if even a witness, if I was a loyal Jehovah's Witness and I listened to some of the information, the transcripts from this trial, I would say that's a bald-faced lie. Do you want to be, if you're a witness listening in here tonight, do you want to belong to an organization that's lying to you like this? Friends, we're not making this up. Some people said that even the Australian Royal Commission, the apostates, made that all up. We're not making, how could you possibly do it? We're not making this up. Now, here we have two big, high-profile trials with your organization, Jehovah's Witness Watchtower, involved. Both times lying. Do you want to belong to an organization that lies to you? I don't. I want to belong to an organization that tells me the truth. Why wouldn't you want that? But geez, I just don't understand totally the control. I hope that someday we'll be able to totally understand it. But right now, how can this stuff just go right over the head of a witness? It's very frustrating to see it. But I do believe that this trial is going to bring a lot of people out and say, that's it. I've had enough. Let's hope that happens. What do you think? You're on with us.
I agree. But you know what? It's also very scary because when we think of, I think a lot about Jonestown, Guyana, and we might ask, how do people get involved in this thing and even allow themselves to commit suicide for this cult? But here you can look at a group of people who can just sit there and just hear outright lies and not bat an eye and be totally okay with it. It's really scary when you've got family in there because you really don't know what this organization could encourage these people to do. You just can't assume that something like that could never happen. Because on a small level, they already do it with the blood policy. How many people die every year? I'm sure it's probably almost as many died in Jonestown every year, if not every other year. But even with just having a courtroom packed full of witnesses, all sitting there hearing things that they know are lies, and it just doesn't even bat an eye. It's almost like they're so brainwashed and programmed that they just can't even process what's going on. It's very scary to have people in there.
You got it, Jen. You got it, Stephen. Yes.
Yeah, along with that, too, I'm sure a lot of the former Jehovah's Witnesses that are on realize that they have a policy called Theocratic Warfare strategy. They had a Aid to Bible Understanding book where they went in and told about they thought it was okay in some cases to outright lie, to what they call to hide the truth from the enemy. They don't think they're entitled to know the truth. And they feel they're justified in lying, and that's just a crock of baloney.
everybody knows that a lie is wrong. It's evil. God looks very unfavorably upon that. God hates that kind of lying, but they think they're justified. That's just what just bugs the dickens out of me. They just think they're the elitists. They just think they can just do anything they want, whether it's right or wrong. They feel justified, and that's exactly what they do a lot of times in the courtroom. They'll even have people in there sometimes and say, this individual was having pedophilia contact with my kid and all this, and they'll have all the Jehovah's Witnesses lie just to try to keep that individual from being able to gain custody of their kid. They've had cases like that. They even went around and said that this stepdad, he went crazy and went off into the mental hospital. You'll never see him again. You know, they don't even tell the truth about a lot of things.
Well, I echo your sentiments, Thomas. You're absolutely correct. And, you know, you've been listening into the program here for 20 years now. But wouldn't you say, Thomas, that more inroads are being made right now, exposing the witnesses than ever before? Wouldn't you say that?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing a lot more than what we did 19, 20 years ago. It's amazing to me. I never, thought we could get this far, but just like that one lawyer that came on years ago, she said, little by little, we're going to get to the top of that mountain, and it's just one step at a time. And I think we're getting pretty close. I really, honestly, to God, believe that we're going to see some big changes in the Watchtower. And I mean, I can't say for sure, but I feel a pretty good feeling inside of me about this Trump organization. All these letters. I mean, hey, he don't go along with this kind of stuff. Granted, we do have religious freedom. We should protect it, but it's not right what they're doing. They're violating our human rights. They're causing people to die. People can't, who has the right to tell us that we can't associate with our own family? That is dead wrong. That's against the Patriots would just roll over in their graves years ago, back in the days when George Washington was around.
Well, that's a cult tactic. That's what cults do. If they want to keep you in the cult, they've got to have you disconnect from your family, because your family will say, they'll talk sense into you. Hey, what are you doing? So by disconnecting you from your family, they can get away with all this, Thomas. But it's all coming to an end. I feel so happy tonight. I really believe that we are seeing a Watchtower on life support. I think there's going to be a mass exodus here very shortly. I can't see why it couldn't happen. I mean, I know there's naysayers all over Reddit. No, the Watchtower will just keep going and going and going. But I have to just take a look at historical evidence. I've got to take a look at historical evidence. I got to take a look at Watchtower. We know is just a company. That's all it is. And companies go out of business. Companies sometimes don't get smaller and survive. Some companies just go bust, broke. That's it. It's over. I believe it's over for the Watchtower. Why would they set up an asset management company in Ireland? Why would they have a governing body member who is, involved with a big bank? This is just absolutely ludicrous. They don't care anymore. I think they know they're going down. They're going to try to get as much money out as they possibly can, like any company would do. If a company's going out of business, they'll grab as much as they can before they go down. I believe that's where the Watchtower is now. All right. We should go to the duck. What's that, David?
The government is coming for them.
Well, I feel the governments of the world are coming for them, as we just discussed with Norway and a number of other governments.
The States is coming for them this year or next year. It's a guarantee.
Well, I know, David, you have friends in high places. You've suggested that before. Are they saying anything to you?
Yes, they have.
So, I mean, can you share with us what they're saying?
Things are going to change, and things are being investigated. That's all I can tell you.
Well, I know, David, that you have, I won't go into it to save your, to try to make it clear that we don't want to reveal anybody's names or anything. But I know that you do have people inside the government that you have spoken about before. So is that still the case?
Yes, and it got bigger.
All right. Well, that's what we like to hear. So we'll keep rooting for you, David. And someday you can come on and tell us, see, I told you so. That's what we like to hear. Well, thank you, David.
I don't want to say that. I want to let the government do what they have to do. I woke up a lot of people over the last 5 years.
David, if you wrote President Trump,
I have to.
there's a lot of us writing to President Trump here recently, and we're trying to get the word out to him about many of the evils in the Watchtower, the shunning, the blood policy, pedophilia. I just wrote mine last Wednesday. I'm really excited about this. I have a pretty good feeling that I think we might get somewhere, hopefully.
You're there a lot more than you know.
I hope so, my friend. Oh, I've been living for this day. I hope I can see it before I pass from this world. I care about people, I really do. And guys like yourself, man, that's terrible the way some of your relatives have treated you, man. That just bugs the dickens out of me.
Just remember, the evil remain, but the righteous will keep on going on.
That's right.
Well, thank you, David, for
what's happening in the United States. They're looking at all that pedophilia and all that other stuff because of all the things that has went on in this country. And some of this stuff leads right back to the Watchtower. And their fingerprints are all over it.
Well, David, we'll wait and see what happens, but we'll certainly give you credit when something does happen. I'll tell you that. Thank you, David, for checking in. And we got to go to our game. We got our duck game. We got to go to that. So maybe you guys want to participate in that as well and win some prizes. We do have $100 up for grabs here. Someone could win $100. So why don't we do this? Why don't we? I got some questions here. And we'll play the music. Now, don't answer the questions. Now, here's how it works. I want you to go on the honor system. I want you to be on the honor system. When you get 12 points, if you answer a question, you get a point. Sometimes you get 2 points. When you get 12 points, you get $100. When you get 5 points, you get a book. We got a bunch of books already on the way out to certain people. So just bear with us. It takes anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks to get these books out to you. So anyways, what I want to say is play the game. Try to win some prizes. If you get 5 points, you win a book. 12 points, you win $100. 2 points, you can win some magnets. So let's ask a question, but don't answer it until the music stops. So let's ask the question, and then when the music stops, you can answer it. Now pick a number at random, 1 to 100. And that way there, I can listen to the number that's called out and call you as first. I'll be listening intently. So pick a number at random and use that number. And hopefully people won't use the same number. Chances are they won't. But let's see what happens. Let's ask the first question in our duck game tonight. Okay? So actually, here's the question. What is the full name of the Blue Bombshell, The Truth Book? Hold on. Hold on. I think I heard 27 first. I think I did.
Yes, that's Nicole.
Is that Nicole? What is the full name
Yes,
of the?
it is.
Oh, well, thank you, Nicole, for checking in. What is the full name of the truth book?
I think it's the truth that leads to eternal life.
Nicole, you got it. You give yourself
No.
give yourself a.
Oh no!
Who's saying oh no?
Is it eternal life or everlasting?
Eternal life, I think.
It's eternal life. It's eternal life. Yep.
It's eternal life.
You got it.
Eternal life.
Well, thank you, Nicole. Thank
Give me the point. You're right.
Nicole gets it.
Thank you.
All right. All right. All right. Well, we're still on that subject. Can someone tell me what chapter was, is it wise to examine your religion? What chapter? Boy, I think I stumped everyone on this one.
You left.
No. No. Boy, I think
Chapter 5.
no, I think I stumped everyone. Now that's something that, in that crazy truth book, they did mention that why is it wise to examine your religion? That was the title of one of the chapters. Very close, sister. Very close. So, they had that in there, but did they really want you to examine your religion? I mean, could we examine the witnesses? That was something that always boggled my mind. It was chapter 2. And they got right out at the outset, the second chapter, why is it wise to examine your religion? So I wanted to bring that up. Okay, let's go to another one. All right. Hold on here. Okay. Don't answer till the music stops. What was the name of Judge Rutherford's son? What was the name? I'll go with 7. Hold on. I'll go with 7. I think that's Stefan. 7, go ahead.
I'm going to go with Malcolm.
It was Malcolm. So, okay. Yeah. You got Malcolm.
I officially have 12 points.
Well, you can get $100. You can get $100. So
I just wanted a book.
I'll send you 2 books. Okay. I'll send you 2 books. Anything in particular? You like Captives of a Concept? You like, do you like the Millions
Now,
Now?
one is the one about science. Captive of a Concept I already have. It was the one about science.
I'll send you the one about science.
And that one, and then there was,
It's on the way. We got a bunch of stuff.
Captive of a Concept I already have.
Okay, you'll get 2 books. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much for playing. Okay, so that's good.
Thank you.
All right. So, anyways, let's go with this. Well, let's stay right on Rutherford. The question is, how many people came to Judge Rutherford's funeral?
$11.
15. 0. 15.
Well, wait a minute.
83.
I'm going to go with hold on. Was the number? Did they say 0 is the number, or 0 is the number that didn't come? Who said 0?
0 that didn't come.
You're right. Who's this?
3.
0.
Craig from Florida.
Who was it?
Craig from Florida.
Craig, you're right. You're right. No one came to Judge Rutherford's funeral. Can anyone tell me why? Why didn't anybody come to Judge? Well, I mean, let's say it in a nice, dignified way. I'll tell you what. For the person who gives me the best explanation of why people didn't come to Judge Rutherford's funeral, I'm going to give you 2 points. Who would like to start? Give me the best explanation.
He was hated so much and
Because he made so many changes. He got rid of so many people that followed Charles Taze Russell. He made so many changes so that when he kicked the bucket, nobody went to his funeral.
Well, I like that. Dallas, I want to hear your answer again. But sister, you did a good job. That's a good answer. But Dallas, I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead, Dallas.
It's because he was hated, y'all.
Well, why did they despise Rutherford? Can you tell me that, Dallas?
It's because he imposed all these oppressive rules that Russell didn't have.
Well, there you go. I'm going to get. In fact, Dallas, I'm going to give you 2 points. I'm going to give you 2 points. Go on the honor system. Keep those. I like the ideas that he imposed rules. He imposed rules. That's what Rutherford did. Yes.
They didn't come because they were all out in the field ministry.
Well, he's the one that really instituted the field ministry, wasn't it?
The reason why I say that is there was a sister that was in hospice and no one came to visit her, and I felt so sorry for her, and she always used the excuse, well, they're busy, they're probably out in the field ministry. A sister in hospice. I was devastated.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, right? But I mean, they would do that. That's crazy. We got a couple of people. Let's go.
He got the date wrong. He got the date of his funeral wrong.
Who got the date wrong?
Rutherford got his own funeral date wrong.
Did he? Well,
but it didn't turn up.
Yeah. Well, all right. So someone else wanted that. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is JP.
Yeah, JP.
Yeah, I think there was actually 3 people at Rutherford's funeral. I have to double check, but in the book Faith on the March that was written by A.H. Macmillan, it wasn't a publication by Watchtower, but they used to distribute it at Kingdom Halls. I believe he was there and 2 other associates of the Watchtower, but I'll have to double check that for you.
Yeah, well, double check that. Double check that if you could, and then come in next week, and then we will still give the prize to the person that answered that, because the information I have here is 0, but it could be that. It could be that. All right. So let's go on here. Let's ask another question. But you guys are smart tonight. You're really doing good. So let's try this. According to the Jehovah's Witness, they have 2 names for the classes of Christians. 2 names for classes of Christians. What are the names?
Another sheet. Anointed Christian.
83.
Hold on, we got to go with numbers. I'm going to have to go with the first number that I hear. Everyone is just kind of blurting it out, but the only number I heard was 83. So who was that? Was that you, JP?
Yes.
All right.
The great crowd and the other sheet.
Yes, you got it. You got it. All right. Well, let me ask you a question. I don't want to get too theological here tonight. Give yourself a point on that one. But anyways, what is the real meaning of that? Who are the other sheep? Now, we can talk about some Bible questions here tonight, but who really are the other sheep according to the Bible?
Gentiles. Gentiles.
Hold on. Hold on. Did I hear 11? Was there 11?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Yes. This is Thomas Hodson. That would be the 144,000. Is that correct?
Okay. Well, what we had, the question was,
Number 8, Gentiles.
Oh,
yeah, no, the 144,000 isn't it? But who said Gentiles?
Craig from Florida.
Craig, I mean, you got it. You know the scriptures. Yeah, that's it. You got it. Well, thank you, Craig. Take a point.
Ephesians chapter 2.
You got it. Well, good for you. You know the scriptures. You got a few points already, right?
Yes, brother.
Well, you hang on to those points. Don't lose them. You'll hang on to them. It's the honor system. You can win something. Well, anyways, I think, does anyone else want to say anything? I mean, before we close down, I think
I do.
Go ahead. Yep.
So since we have someone that won the 12 points, do we start from 0 again?
Yep.
Well, I'd like to say yes, but that would kind of be unfair, right? That would be unfair.
Well, Rick, that's kind of going against your own rules, though, Rick, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm trying to think what would be fair. You think we should start from?
Can I make a suggestion, Bill?
Oh, wins $100. Start from 0. I mean, we start all over.
Well, I suppose that's true. I suppose
Can I
that.
make, can I make a suggestion, Rick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, since we all have our points and Stefan got 12, but he just wants the book, can we cash out our points and just start from 0 next week? And whatever points we have, since you have a few stacks of books that you want to give away, can we all
That makes sense.
cash in our points?
Yeah, well,
From 0 next week.
well, we've got a number of books going out. Your books are going out. We got a bunch of books. So how many points you got, JP?
I have 8.5.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. You got 2 books on the way already. I think they might have gone out this week. I'm not sure, but you got 2 books already. So we'll give you 2 more books. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. And anyone else want to cash in?
Yeah, Nicole.
Nicole. Now, how many points? How many points you got, Nicole?
I have 6 points.
All right. Well, you get. I'm going to give you a book. So you want to write me now. You have to write me at JW World News, and you got to give me the address where I can send them. But make sure you get it right because I'm getting books back, and I'm saying, "Whoa, what's going on here?" So Nicole, do that.
Okay.
So write me and say, Rick, this is my address, and I'll send you the books, and they'll come out by snail mail. You'll have them within a month. Okay, give me a month to get them out. Okay.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, Nicole. Thank you.
Rick.
Yeah.
Rick, what was the secret word tonight?
Well, we had the secret word tonight. There was a few of them, but no one said the secret word tonight. The secret word tonight was millennium. Millennium. I didn't hear it. Thank you, Aaron. All right. So there you have it. Yeah. Any other thoughts before we close this down? What we'll do now, friends, what I'm going to do is Dick and Constance Borgie cannot come on tonight. They're not feeling that well. But, I think what I'll do is I'll bring you guys on and let's just have a little jam session. If anyone wants to be the ringleader, that's fine too. And let's just talk about what goes on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. So we'll have a special program all about that. And, maybe what we'll do, I'll just keep it right on JW World News here. It might be just as easy to do that without switching over and going to different platforms. So I'm going to end this program here, but I'm going to stay on here. And then if anyone wants to speak up, maybe Stefan or anyone wants to kind of be the ringleader here, let me know and we'll let you take it away and see what happens. But we still have a lot of people on the line.
Hey,
So,
Rick,
yes.
should you restart the phone line real quick before the next show starts?
I'll do that. In fact, once we get into the next program here, I'll keep it. I'll change the phone line, and then you guys can talk till the cows come home, and I'll be here as well. But I just want to hear what you have to say. I mean, you guys, you listen to the program, you can kind of keep the ball rolling here, so that'll be good. So kind of have like open lines, and people can talk about whatever they want. So let me end this program, but I'm going to stay right here. I'm not going to go to another platform. It'll be the end of the JW World News. So let me bring that up right now. Well, friends, I want to thank you all for coming into 6 Screens JW World News tonight. Now, you're right up to date on what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. And I don't want you to ever give in or give up or give out. Keep moving forward and never let your visions die. And the last one, leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. Thank you very much for listening in tonight. Now, I'm going to keep this up. We're going to keep rolling here. I'm going to change the phone lines over. But is there anyone that would like to step out and be the ringleader tonight? Who would like to be the ringleader tonight? Who would like to make their debut here on the 6 Screens hosting a program? Anyone out there? Don't be bashful. Anyone out there at all would like to kind of keep the ball rolling? Well, we'll see what happens. We'll keep our program going here. But let me just say this. I'll start the ball game rolling. I know sometimes what it takes is a little, sometimes people are a little bashful to come in and say certain things. But why don't we do this tonight? Let me start with this thought. Unless we have... Did you want to say something, Aaron? Aaron, would you like to be a host tonight? No? I know it's kind of like, I don't want to put people on the spot, but, we got... Go ahead.
Well, I might be in here and there, but I usually tend not to dominate the conversation. So I actually thought it was Eric tonight, but I guess I'm a week off on that.
Well, Eric couldn't come on tonight, but we'll just kind of open it up, rather than just close it down. I know there's people that still would like to talk and come on and, talk about their trek in the Watchtower or whatever. So who would like to speak up? You don't have to be the complete ringleader here, but if you want to come in and just give some thoughts and talk about what you've experienced in the Watchtower or what you've witnessed, you can do that. Did you want to do it, Stefan?
I would love to, but I've got to go to bed at a reasonable hour tonight.
All right.
I'm going to have to make my debut some other night.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. We're looking for new talent here at the 6 Screens. We're getting. Yes.
Hi, Rick. It's Fran.
Oh, hi, Fran.
Yeah, I think Ricky Bobby said you want me to host, Rick. I think Eric is asking if you want him to.
I'm on the line right now.
Okay, Ricky Bobby. Yeah. That's Eric. Yeah. Did you want to come on, Eric, and kind of?
I wasn't scheduled this week, right? And this was Dick and Constance.
Yeah, Dick and Constance couldn't come on, but I'll tell you what. If you
want me to host, I can host. I don't have anything planned, so we'll just have to do it.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what.
Are you doing a volunteer assignment?
It's what they call. He's an extemporaneous speaker. Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Since you weren't assigned this part.
All right. Well, Did you want me to send you a link, Eric? You want to come on film? Or you just want to talk on the phone?
Why don't you send me a link? I'll use the restroom real quick and you come on.
All right. Well, let's do this. And let me end this program, and then we'll start. Well, we have so many people already on here, so maybe I'll just keep them on. I'm just going to keep them on. So I'll send.
Impromptu talk by Eric.
Yeah, so what we'll do, we have Eric coming up. He's filling in tonight for Dick and Constance. All right, I'll send you a link. And yeah, that way there, I'm going to keep this tape because we have already so many people coming in. So let's keep this going. So let me get a link sent off to Eric. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let me get this off. I'm going to send this link off to Eric so we can come on here. We'll be on video and he can keep the ball rolling here tonight because we have so many people coming in. It'd be a shame to have to start a new program. So let me just do this right now. Let me send an email out to Eric, send him the link to the program. And that way there, we'll get him on and film and on video. It'll be great. So Eric, let me do that. Okay, that's good. So link to 6 screens. Yeah, you have to send a link to the people so they can come on, and that's how it's done here. So they come on video. Send link to 6 screens. Okay, give us a second. 6 screens. And we'll readjust the phone when Eric comes in, so there'll be no issues. All right. All right, there's the link. Let's send that out to Eric. All right, we're doing that. Friends, I'll tell you what, we had a good night tonight. A lot of people coming into the 6 screens, so that's good. So let me go back here and find where we were. All right, so we got that. So Eric should be coming on shortly. But there's so many things we talked about tonight. But the big issue here was the Norwegian situation that really got me thinking. I'm so happy that Norway is coming down on the witnesses. I think that's a good thing. So let's just give Eric a few minutes to come on. And then when he comes on, I'm going to readjust the telephone line. See, what we have here is we have a telephone line that's hooked right up into our StreamYard. And every 6 hours, the telephone line goes out. So then I got to get back in and rework that, dial out, and come back in again. So when Eric comes in, because I don't want the telephone line to go out when he first comes on. So let's see what happens with Eric. He'll be on here with us shortly. We still have a lot of...
Rick?
Yes, Fran.
Oh, yeah. While you're waiting for Eric, can we just say something?
Of course you can. Yes.
Okay. Well, it's pertaining to the letter that we were talking about before with Jimmy to the president.
Yes.
So yeah, we sent our letter out, and as you know, we have postcards to they're very brief but pointed. So what we did is we got the names of the 9 members on the Supreme Court, and we sent them each a postcard. We sent a postcard to each of the cabinet members. Also, just recently to the FBI, and we're going to send a letter out to Elon Musk. We sent one to our New York governor and the, what do they call him, the Attorney General of New York, our local mayor. And we, once the ball got rolling, it's like, well, why not just keep sending these things out? So that's what we're doing. And, we're encouraging any that can send out a letter, or if you want to give us some names, we can send out postcards. I know someone who's PIMO, he sent us a bunch of names of the kingdom halls around him and assembly halls, and also his mayor. So we did that for him. So anybody that wants to give us addresses, we'd be glad to send them out.
Addresses.
Yeah.
Addresses.
Yep.
Well, thank you for doing that. My goodness gracious, that's really good. But you guys really are genuine apostates. You guys really are making... You're really making a difference. You're really getting the word out there. That's good you do that. Geez, that makes my heart glad. That tickles me pink. I mean, you guys take this seriously. This is something that we have to take this seriously. I mean, really, you just can't let something like this just slip into oblivion. We got to really work hard at it. Yeah. Well, thank you. You guys are doing a great job. I see we have Eric on. Eric, you with us?
I'm here, buddy.
Okay, so you're coming through. Okay, there you are. All right. So anyways, we have a lot of people coming on here right now. Fran and Joe are on with us. So I figured let's just keep the numbers here rather than start from scratch. So let's, there you are. All right. So what we'll do, I'm going to disconnect the phone line so they don't go off in the middle of your program. Then I'll come back on. Okay. So let's. You tell me when you're ready. He's still. In fact, I want to thank him. He's doing this impromptu. Remember that? Did you guys do talks at the meetings impromptu? I used to do that.
I refused to do that.
Yeah.
This is different.
I used to do it. I used to do it a lot. And, many times you say, Rick, would you give the talk? But I would do it. And I kind of had an idea. I kind of read ahead of time what it was all about. But boy, it put pressure on you. So I didn't mean to put pressure on Eric tonight. I really didn't mean to do that. But
You didn't. I like when I can. I like to help out. I wasn't feeling up to it the last time, but I can do it today.
He can do it today. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
Does someone have a question on there? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Rick, I was going to ask you, put up a StreamYard link, or should I just?
Yeah, no. What I'll do is I'll put up a StreamYard link. I'll put that up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to change the phone number now, and then I'll put the link up as well, so you'll be able to come in through the link. All right. So, Eric, just let Eric get settled here, and then what we'll do is I'll change the phone line, and if you're on the phone line, just bear with us. You won't hear anything for a couple of minutes until we change over, but you'll be right on with us. You don't have to dial back in or anything, so don't worry about that. Okay, so there's Eric. Eric, I'm going to step out now, change the phone link, and put up a link to StreamYard, okay?
All right.
Okay, so let me do that. Let me make a solo layout here for Eric. There's Eric. And okay, if you're on that telephone network, just bear with us. You won't hear anything for a couple of minutes, so just stay with us. Okay. All right. Okay, Eric, you're all set. Let me just do this.
All right. You want me to talk while you're setting up the phone line, I guess? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk while setting it up. Yep.
Well, how's everyone doing this Saturday night? I hope you're all doing well. One more thing I want to do. I want to be able to see the comments. I knew I was missing something. Let's see. Where's my comment section? Oh, here it is. All right. Who do we got with us here? Well, I guess it's everybody carried over from the last show, but we got Aaron and Rebecca and Beverly and Dallas. Let's see. Maverick, Keith Silver. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Joe and Fran. If I'm missing anybody, I'm sorry. I think that's everybody. What is that? Ran Aquila. I can't even say that. Sparky Slag. Hey, what's up, man? I think that's everybody. Well, I don't know what to talk about, but I hope you all are doing well. I've had my ups and downs, with everything that's been going on. But I guess on some good news, I don't mind being a little personal. I'm 6 days without alcohol, sober, so that's always a good thing. And I think I'm going to stick to it, hopefully. So far, so good. And let's see here. Oh, that's Rick. But yeah, there's nothing really going on in my life other than that. But doesn't Watchtower cause us to have all kinds of extra problems? And now, not to say that I'm blaming my alcoholism on Watchtower, but I mean, I didn't always have it till I was labeled an apostate, and life got harder. Same with Desiree. But Watchtower can cause people to have all kinds of addictions or problems, more so than, say, just the average family being raised in a religion and not a cult. A lot of stress. My old man, he drinks quite a bit too. Drinks for stress, and I think a lot of elders end up turning to it. You can't smoke pot, so all you have is alcohol to unwind from the day. And it's not always a good thing. It's in moderation. It's good, but if you use it for depression or to fight depression or to go numb, we all know where that leads you. But yeah, so I'm trying to feel better and get back to a better place. So I figured I'd start that. But alcoholism really is. We talk about it a lot here in the Six Streams, but it really is a problem. It's a problem. It's more widespread in the organization than they'd like to mention, and it's funny. For an elder told me one time that if you get if you get drunk one time, you can get disfellowshipped. It depends on your attitude. Like, how ridiculous. I mean, there's been, not to justify it, but there's been, who was it? Did Lot, when he had sex with his daughter, when he got drunk, did he get disfellowshipped because he got drunk? I think that Abraham, was he another one? There's been definitely been recordings of the Bible of servants of God that have gotten drunk. And it's not like, I'm not saying that you go out and get drunk, but it's just the way the witnesses handle it. The way they handle, Alcoholics Anonymous. You get disfellowshipped if you go there. You're only trying to get help. But anyways, that's what thought I'd bring up real quick. But besides the alcohol, the witnesses just can really put people in a bad pinch, right? How many of us know, maybe brothers or sisters too, that might have sex addiction from being starved of a regular sex life because of the organization and all their rules. And these aren't biblical rules, a lot of them either. Who was it? Gary Bro. I think that guy is going to go down forever of being the masturbator talk. I mean, all the stuff that he talks about that's recorded. Whoever leaked that to us, that was a blessing. But these brothers, they I guess they feel like they can eradicate sin, and all that ends up happening in the congregation is more sin is abundant. It just comes in different shapes and forms, and it's hidden. Their biggest sin, well, it's a crime, is probably child sex abuse. And somebody mentioned tonight too on Rick's show that the shunning is just as bad, and it is in a way. And I know some people don't think so, but both can lead to death. A person who has been sexually abused as a child can end up doing drugs, heroin or meth or crack, and where does that lead you? That's basically bringing you to the grave. It's shaving off a lot of years of your life. This is all sad on unfortunate circumstances that is the outcome of Watchtower's Pharisaic rules and laws. If they just let people be, if they just let think about it too. When they disfellowship you, they say that your life is going to go to hell and go to crap when you leave the organization. But what they're doing is they're gaslighting us, because your life most likely does kind of go to crap. I mean, usually, or at least you go through some things and make some bad decisions at first. Why? Because at your weakest moment, you're kicked out. You're isolated, you're shunned, you don't know where to turn to, because worldly people, you didn't hang out with them before, and so you never made relationships outside the organization. It's a pretty cruel thing. I think the worst thing that they do, what Rick mentioned tonight too, is that they lie about it in courts and on Quora and on YouTube and whatever place in the comments section. They say that they don't do that, but then they know they do, and they know they're lying. Anybody that says differently, they absolutely know that they're lying, that it's a cutting off, and that you don't get your friends and family back unless you submit to their rule. At this point, I think that for the witnesses to fight that they're not a cult anymore, it's going to take more than that for the rest of the people out there, because they never have an argument of why they're in a cult, or excuse me, they never have an argument or a good argument of why they are not in a cult. Like how they can prove that they're not in a cult. It's always just, no, we're Christians, we believe in Jesus, and we're not a cult. It's like now what they should say is, we're not a cult because we are not controlled by our emotions, our thought, or what is it, the BITE model, the behavior, information, thought, and emotional control. No, they don't do that. We can leave anytime they want, and they do say that, but you can't. And it's so hypocritical. That was something that was brought up. Hypocrisy. It's so hypocritical for them to want their religious freedoms to be Jehovah's Witnesses, but they won't give religious freedom to the Jehovah's Witnesses that no longer believe in their BS religion, their BS cult. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's what I kind of got off the top of my head, but if anybody else wants to add to what I'm talking about or has another subject that they want to bring up, if not, I'll go on to something else. Or just anybody that wants to interrupt me at any time, I'll put it out like that. You feel free. But to switch paces a little bit, maybe switch topics. I was thinking a lot about. I guess Rick and I are on the same page a little bit tonight. But he was talking about the witnesses are very much studying Donald Trump. I think. I mean, I don't know if he has any confirmed. Or just any proof, or not proof, but that he knows that they're talking about that, or if he's just guessing. But if I was to guess too, I would think that they probably are, because they always have with every every president or whoever, prime minister, or whoever said something. Was that peace and security? I think was being talked in the Bush administration in the 80s. A little bit. It's like anything that makes them feel like the end is coming, they'll jump to it. But what the interesting thing with this administration is, we're seeing things that we've never seen before. We're seeing exposure. We're seeing transparency in our government, or at least so far. We'll see how long this lasts, or if President Trump can keep it up, which I'm sure he will. But this seems like the Great Awakening, there's a great exposure happening right now to the occult, and Jehovah's Witnesses are a part of the occult, and it very well could be that they go down with this with the ship with the rest of them. We're watching in slow motion time right now all the corrupt politicians and the celebrities, and who else is involved? Anybody in Hollywood, I should say. We're watching them squirm in their seats, or let's say we're watching them squirm in the sun like a worm. They all can't stand what's happening right now because they're being exposed so badly. They don't even have an argument. A lot of these politicians, they're just getting angry. They're just straight up. And why? Because the worst thing that you can do is expose someone for who they truly are when they're hiding. That's the worst thing that you can do to them. I'll give you for a small example. When Desiree and I were a little bit on the poorer side, we were getting help from a food bank in the city, and we're sitting there waiting for our number to be called, and this gentleman stands up on a chair, and he points at this other guy, and he says, "This man right here is a pedophile. He's touching himself while he's talking to a little child." And he's like, "I'm warning all of you." Well, I very much admired that man for doing that, and for for sticking up for the truth and for what's right. Well, obviously he struck a nerve, because the guy called him outside and pulled a knife on him. And the funniest part about this is a little 90-year-old, not old, a little excuse me, I said that all wrong. A little woman in her 30s, a little short woman. She got up, and she was the head of the food bank, and she broke up the knife fight and took the knife from the guy. I thought, what a badass. But my point being is, people hate being exposed, and imagine being exposed you're a celebrity even, and on a really, or a high profile politician, or a governing body member. No one wants their dirt released on them or exposed on them, and when it does, they tend to act ravenously. And look how the governing body are acting right now. They're using all kinds of tactics and anything they can do to prove that they're not hiding child sex abuse. But it's, no matter what they do, they're going to fall short. They can't escape the truth. They can't escape judgment. But that's what happens when people are cornered, and I think that's what we're watching right now with Watchtower. We're just watching them squirm. They like the politicians. I don't think they would ever realize it, but they might be the first corrupt cult to really be exposed. You never know. But it seems like other religions aren't being picked on quite like the Jehovah's Witnesses right now, and I hope it keeps up, because Let me read a comment here. El Paisano, the Patriot, said Musk is going to doge Jehovah. I think that's something that Jesse and Gilbert were talking about on their show. But yeah, anyways, if anybody's on the phone line, or if anybody wants to come in on the show, there's the StreamYard. But yeah, I don't know. I can talk for so long and then I run out of steam. It helps when I have material. I'm not having material. It can kind of be a little more difficult. But then again, with Watchtower, how do you run out? One thing I'm not prepared to talk about it tonight, but I'll just bring it up as a plug for next week's show. Let's see. The witnesses have new video. Is it? I think it's on not the governing body update. I have to look at it. One of the new videos, they have something, and they end up showing in that video. They show another video, and it's about marriage. And I'll play it next week and show you guys. But just to give you a preview of it, so there's like an AI generated voice, and it's about marriage, and I mean, it's ridiculous. It's almost like it's meant for like people who are new at marriage or something like that, but not even. It's just like, what am I watching? Like Marriage for Dummies or something like that. Like it's kind of really ridiculous, and a lot of things they're focusing on is apologizing, but they never talk about change, which is weird. But I swear, it's like watching that video though was like it's like 10-year-old level, like the way they're speaking to you, and with the robot voice, I feel like what's that guy's name? Shoot, what's that guy's name? Who's a professor who's all disabled and crippled, and he I can't think of his name. Hawking, Stephen Hawking. I feel like I'm listening to Stephen Hawking talking to me about marriage. And what you must do if your wife did not clean, do not leave so fast to tell her what she did wrong. It's like, what? I swear they're dumbing the people down more and more with each new video. I feel like that's all they have. It's like, what's our next play? I don't know. What do you think, Gary, bro? I think we need to get them in the children's books and study those and just dumb them down. Dumb them down. It's gotten to the point where you have to be a complete idiot to believe in anything that they're pushing anymore. Hey Eric, what did the illegal dad say to man? I wouldn't even get the joke because. Anyways,
hello, Eric.
Was someone on the, I was gonna ask someone on the phone line. Who's this?
This old Sparky.
Oh, hey Sparky, I thought so. How you doing, brother?
No, I was waiting for you to take a second wind so I can get a word in edgewise.
Word. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good deal. Good deal. You know, I texted you the other night, and at that moment I was pretty upset and tired after a long day. And talked to Joe and Fran, and JP called me. And when he called, I was going to bed, and I couldn't answer the phone. But shout out to JP. But yeah,
no doubt,
I had
man.
a little sweet revenge the other night at the local IHOP.
What happened?
Well, to give a little backstory to what happened, you remember the article in 2016 about the propriety of dressing, grooming, and growing a beard and all that stuff in the Watchtower?
I didn't really read them that much. But yeah, I'm sure I heard something.
Well, we had a study article. There was a study article in 2016 about dress and grooming, and they discussed in just like 2 paragraphs whether a brother should grow a beard or not. And it came across to me and a whole lot of other brothers that it was okay. So I did, and a few others did. And we got counseled for it. And at the congregation I was going to, they said that I wouldn't be shunned. I could still go out and service and give talks from the stage on the ministry school. I couldn't do prayers or have any special privileges such as running the microphones, which I really didn't care anything about. And so I grew my beard, and I could tell the atmosphere in the congregation was getting kind of sour to me. So I told my wife, I said, you know what, it's time to go to another congregation, which was closer to us. And I shaved my beard, went to that congregation, got love bombed. And 6 months later, decided, colder weather coming, yeah, I'm going to grow my beard back. Then I started feeling the heat from the brothers and sisters in the congregation, especially the elders. And so I kept my beard for quite some time. And they started coming around like, hey, we want you to participate in the ministry school and reach out for some privileges. Okay, I'm good with it, but why are you talking to me? I got a beard. And so one brother called me and said, we got this Bible reading that needs to be done, and we're giving you 2 weeks to prepare for it. And I thought, well, I'm a grown man. I'm an excellent reader. I said, give me a Bible reading. Give me 5 minutes with it, and I can do a great job with it. But they said they want to give me 2 weeks, and I kept my beard. And I got to the meeting. They asked me before the meeting, about 15 minutes before the meeting started, whether or not I was ready. I said, yeah, I'm ready. And they kept asking me this at every meeting leading up to that. Are you ready for it? You ready for it? Yeah, I'm ready. Kind of getting a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes before the meeting started, one of the brothers took me in the back room. He said, the chairman of the meeting tonight said that you can't give your talk because of your beard. And I thought to myself, and I told him, I said, well, the last meeting, the last congregation I was in said it wasn't a problem. And y'all are telling me it is? So they let the chairman's little 7-year-old son give the Bible reading, which humiliated me.
My God.
And that was the last meeting I went to. And I left halfway through during the song. I looked at my wife, and my blood pressure was through the roof. And she said, are you okay? I said, I've got to go. And we left. I never went back. So anyway, up to the events of the other night, and there's been other stuff that happened between, but it's a long story. But anyway, I ran into that elder that told me I couldn't give that talk at the local IHOP. And he walked by to go to the restroom, and he had to walk by our table. And I saw him go by. He did that double take like, uh-oh. And I knew he had to come out, and I was watching out of my peripheral vision, and he was trying to go through the kitchen to go back to his table to avoid having to cross paths with me. And he realized he couldn't do that, so he had to walk by our table. And he recognized my wife, who was still an active witness. And she said hello to him. He said hello to her. And he looked at me. And I've always been a go-getter and a businessman driven. And he looked at me. I said hello to him very cordially. And he said, well, how's your business doing? I said, it's doing good, doing real great. And his next question was, so you're making a lot of money? I smiled, looked at him, nodded. I said, yes, sir, I am making a lot of money. And he's like, had that stunned look like, oh, damn, somebody's successful. And I said, well, while you're here, I want to tell you why I don't go to meetings anymore. And Eric, is it okay to cuss? I've heard you cuss before. Is it okay to cuss on the show?
Go ahead, buddy.
You there?
Yeah, fire away.
Eric?
Yep. You can't hear me? What happened? Yeah, I don't.
Hold on. We'll bring Eric on here. For some reason, I'm not sure why he's not coming on. Hello, Eric.
Yeah, you guys can't hear me?
Hold on. Okay, let's bring Eric back on. We're not sure what happened here to Eric, but we'll get Eric back on here with us. Let me just double check a couple things here and see why that's happening. We'll get him right. Good story there, brother, you're telling. I really enjoyed hearing what you had to say. That brother, they
I hope y'all are hearing it. But
can you hear me?
I wanted y'all to hear
I can hear you. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Eric will be right back on. I don't know if he had some trouble with his phone. He's trying
You
to.
can't hear me? Okay.
For some reason, he's. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We'll bring this back on here. All right. Eric, can you hear me now? Okay, let him dial back out again. So anyways, Eric's on with us, but we'll just give him a second here to dial back out and come in again. Sometimes you have to reset your phone. So we'll see what happens with that. And we'll get Eric right back on with us here on the 6 screens. Let me bring him on. Can you hear me now, Eric?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, could you hear
I don't know what happened. My microphone just stopped working for some reason. I don't know.
Okay. So how about the caller? Did you hear the caller calling in? What his experience?
Yeah, go ahead, Tim, where you left off.
It's Sparky.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, brother.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But I thought Eric had left the building.
Nah, my mic went dead on me. Sorry, Sparky.
No, that's fine. Anyway, he made a sarcastic remark to me about my business and all that, and anyway, I told him, I said, you know what? I've been wanting to have a word with you for a while. You are the reason that I have no longer been going to the Kingdom Hall. And I said, do you remember that night when y'all asked me to do the Bible reading 2 weeks in advance? And then 2 minutes before the meeting started, you humiliated me? And I said, that was the last meeting I went to. He said, I don't even remember that. I said, I knew when I met you when we crossed paths again, that's what you was going to say. I said, your typical response of a company man. I don't remember. And
you wouldn't remember.
Fuck you and fuck you. Right in front of my wife.
Good for you.
And as I mentioned, my wife still goes to meetings. And I said, y'all stripped me of my privileges over this beard nonsense. And now you let the brothers grow beards and have facial hair, and you let the sisters wear slacks to the meetings. I said, can't you see this is bullshit? And you're still backing that organization up? I said, all of you are nothing but sons of bitches. And he went to his table, and I finished my dinner, and my wife looked at me across the table. She says, well, do you feel better? I said, well, obviously my blood pressure's up. I'm quite angry at the moment, but hell yeah, I feel better. I feel a lot better. She said, well, I'm glad that you got that off your chest and you got to say what's really on your mind. She said, I think you needed that.
Yeah, pent up anger, right? You got it out of you now.
Yeah. Yep. Well, no, it opened up a whole other can of worms. But for my wife, that's still a believer, to say, I'm glad that you had this encounter tonight. She said, I think you needed that. That made me feel really good about my wife.
That's good, man. And that guy, that brother, well, he's no brother of ours, but he needed to hear that too. Because it is absolutely ridiculous. Something that they were busting your balls over is now completely acceptable. It's like nothing changed except that these governing idiots decided to change. That's it.
Yeah. So when we left, we finished our meal before they did, And on the way out, having a strict conscience such as I do, I walked up to his table in front of his wife, and I patted him on the shoulder, and I said, "Sir, I'm going to tell you something. I'm sorry for my vulgar language that I used, but I had to say it. That's not normally my true nature. I try to refrain from those words, except for when I'm working and hit my finger or whatever. But I said, I apologize to you for saying that to you, but I meant every word of it."
You contradicted yourself.
Yeah, I know. Like, hey, I was raised better than
You
this.
basically said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry."
Push me to this point, and I meant every word of it.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree. But I was happy, and since then, here in the last 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, we live high up on a ridge we're down here in the south, we call them mountains, but the ridge is really. But I had put up a flagpole in my yard, and it's flying high, and there's a lot of witnesses in my neighborhood. And I'm not disfellowshipped or disassociated. I just walked away during COVID. And I'm just waiting for them to come make a house call on me. And I'm ready for it. And the flagpole that I put up is not high enough. It's like 27 feet. I'm going to put one up that's 35 feet and put it closer to the road with a bigger flag and a POW flag under it where everybody can see it.
Yeah.
And if that don't get their attention, I don't know what will. But it really felt good running into that guy at the restaurant, and it, like the show you're doing tonight, it was impromptu. I wasn't expecting it.
Right.
But every word I said was right on the mark, and I didn't hold back. And I'm glad that he was there and I was there that night.
Good talk. You should have said. You should have put like slapped his back like with your hand and been like, "Good talk."
Yeah, I did. I slapped him on the shoulder about 3 or 4 times.
That's good. Yeah. That's funny. You can say some pretty harsh things sometimes if you do it with a smile and a laugh. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, well, down here in the south, you can cuss somebody out just by saying "bless your heart."
Yes, you can. I learned that. I watched someone do it, and I'm like, "You mean F you." Well, hey, thanks for telling your story, brother, because, honestly, these elders need to know that their shit stinks. Because it does. It smells like, what was that song?
The first thing they want to say when you call them out on the carpet is, "I don't remember."
Yep.
Well, of course you don't, because you're screwing people over left and right, and your file.
Yeah, how could you keep tabs?
Can't remember.
Right.
But everybody else that you're screwing over, they remember. Their hurt feelings, their injustices, they remember. All the lives they have ruined with their little 3-man court. Those lives that, if you talk to elders that are out of the organization for 20 years, I got a friend over here, not far from me, and he sat on many judicial cases, and I talked to him about it from time to time, and he has to dig deep in his files in his mind to, oh yeah, I did that. They're so numb to it, just being company men, they don't realize the damage that they're doing to individuals on a personal level.
No, not one bit. I don't think they care anymore either.
They don't. And at that, when I was cussing him out, I thought he said, well, that's your decision. That's your decision.
Thank you for cussing him out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're welcome. But he said, that's your decision. And I thought, if I were the elder, fully indoctrinated, I would have apologized right then and said, there's got to be some more reasons for your feelings at this moment. Let us talk about it and get behind the scenes and see why you feel the way you feel.
Brother, you would, but they wouldn't. That's what we have to realize, that we wouldn't do that, but they would. There was this podcast today, and it was read by Anthony Hopkins, the great actor with a wonderful voice, and it's called 7 Red Flags. And the show on YouTube, the podcast it's not even a podcast, it's like a little mini chapter. It was, I think it was like old motivations, but just key in 7 Red Flags and Anthony Hopkins, and it talks about how there are certain people that really enjoy hurting other people, physically, emotionally, socially. Yeah. And when I heard that, I'm like, that's exactly the game that these elders play on people, because when my dad had a position of responsibility, he was a true Christian man. And about 1972, they put these elders in there, and then it became some kind of game to see how many other men they could bully, and then they bullied the children and the women too.
Well, you put men together full of testosterone in the same room, give them the same job. They're going to fight. They're going to smile and pat each other on the back, but they're going to secretly, in their own mind, fight to see who can come out on top.
Yes, they will. And I don't. There was another one this week.
That's not.
There was another one this week. Is it communication? Well, what was it? Is it communication, food, or sex? And it was interesting, because these are all things that have words and verbal communication, food, or sex. And then I thought, after I watched that, well, the other thing besides that is war. Because when you read Prometheus Rising, like you're mentioning, men in a group, they will seek hierarchy, and they'll step on anybody else on the way up.
Yep. And that's why I work for myself. I can work for myself and go. I'm never at the same place like 1 or 2 days, and I'm off to the next job. I don't have to deal with all that stuff.
I agree.
When I roll in there, I'm the fresh guy on the block, and first thing I do is start saying something funny, keeping everybody entertained. Before you know it, I'm out of there. I got my money and I'm gone, and I don't have to worry about who's top dog.
Amen to that. Well, there's also men and women too that are examples of what's called helpful strength. And
that would be my one.
But also men that are helpful strength. You know, they're the real leaders, and they want the team to do well, and they want to climb the highest mountain, and they're not pushing people to demean them.
The way I see life is, if I succeed and you succeed and everybody around us succeeds, we're all winners. Why push anybody down?
That's it. You got it. Well, anyway, Anthony Hopkins clearly states as to why these people exist, and they're never going to be like you and me. And if we can be free and just walk away from them, that's the thing they hate the most.
Oh, when they have no authority or control over you, you take their power away. They don't know what to do.
That's it. That's exactly it.
A lot, and the guy that I had these words with, he runs a lawn care business. He cuts grass for a living, which is fine. I've done much lower jobs in life and did it well. And I'm not putting anybody down that does that kind of work.
There's money.
But I know, I know, but he's a one-man show and all that, but he's an elder. But as long, my thing in life is, I don't care what you're doing in life, how you earn your money. If you do it and do it well, and you provide for your family, you have succeeded.
Sure.
But
And we're put here to be kind, good humans. We're not put here to berate other people.
No. But what I noticed about all the elders that I've had experiences with throughout my life, most of them are low IQ and low EQ.
Yes, they are.
They
low IQ and low what?
Fast. If their IQ is low, you know what? That's the way they were born. That's the mentality and the brains that God gave them.
Mm-hmm.
And bless their heart. If that's what they got, let's do the best with it. But you don't have to be smart to know how to behave.
They don't have an ego. They don't have an etiquette book. They weren't raised right at home.
Yeah, Eric, the EQ is the emotional quotient. There's a test that you can look up online and do the emotional quotient.
Eric, I'm a C student when it comes to emotional quotient.
I'm an A+ on it.
What is it, like emotional intelligence?
I'm doing these jobs and had all these people, a quotient. You got intelligence quotient and emotional quotient.
I'm brilliant, but emotionally, I learn daily to have better people skills.
Well, it all comes down to love.
Yes, it does.
We don't have to necessarily agree with everybody. But if you could look at somebody that's having a bad day or whatever continuously, okay, what has triggered this person to be that way? Be their friend, hang out with them, find out what is really bothering them, and then work on that. It's kind of like having a Bible study. Knock on that door, have that Bible study, get into their brain, but make that person's life better. I've got a neighbor 4 doors down. He lost his wife to cancer. And he's a Marine, ex-Marine. I don't know if they're ex-Marines. He's a Marine, but he's no longer a Marine. But I'm building him a flagpole, and we're going to hang it in his yard, high and proud.
Mm-hmm.
And he retired. He has nothing to do but sit in his house and watch TV and cook and take care of his dog. But before I met this guy, my other neighbors told me about him and said he's suicidal. He likes to drink too much. So I was doing some yard work in my yard one day, and he stopped in and introduced himself, but I already knew his backstory. I knew his history. But I wasn't going to tell him I knew it. So I just said, "Hey, buddy, I heard you lost your wife. I know that's got to be tough on you. And if you want to come hang out in the shop and ever need somebody to talk to, I'm right here." And it took him a little while. He just eased his way down here like that dog with its tail between its legs. And he saw I wasn't a threat to him, and I was actually a good friend. And now he knows my schedule better than I do. And he'll cook and bring us food. And I cut his hair for him.
That's wonderful.
And I'm not even a barber, but I can cut hair real good.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll walk down here. "Hey, Sparky, I need a haircut." He bought me a nice set of clippers off of Amazon, heavy duty clippers. He said, "Since you're cutting my hair," he said, I want to contribute. So these are your clippers. And he said, "But when I need a haircut, I'm not paying for it." I said, "I'd never charge you for your haircut." He said, "Yeah, but you need a good set of clippers if you're going to cut my hair." So I've got a good set of clippers down here. I cut his hair. I give him a high and tight. And other neighbors heard about it. And I think I cut 5 or 6 men's hair down here in my shop whenever they want it.
Fantastic.
I save them $15-20. And to me, the reward is that I got friends that come around and hang out with me They may stay 10, 15 minutes. Some might stay if I'm hanging out down here working or whatever. They may stay half the day and watch me.
And you've got a men's group now. And
yeah,
did you know there's
that's
an
a good
international?
way to put it.
Did you know there's an international association for sheds?
Well, I got something a little bit bigger than a shed.
Well, but this was a guy in Australia, and he was talking about this because my dad had always in the shed inventing things or binding Bibles, and guys would come by and stuff. And they were talking about this in Australia, and so now there's this international association for like guys in the shed. It's a real thing, and it's come back in style, and it's a men's group for you.
I didn't know
I'm
that,
happy
but
for you guys.
we have, thanks to, not tooting my whistle, but thanks to me getting out of the organization and realizing that my neighbors are not my enemies, that they're good people, they're not judging me.
Oh, no, they won't. They're your neighbors.
No, but the JWs that come around will.
Oh, God. You and I know. You and I know.
Oh, I saw on my camera the other day, a good friend of mine, he's still a JW. He had to pick up something for his wife from my wife, and he pulled in the driveway, and I got an alert on my camera, and I watched him. And as he gets out of his car and goes and picks up whatever it was that he did, he heard that flag flap, and I could see him turn around and look at it. He called me 3 weeks ago just to check on me, see how I was doing. We're buddies, as far as I'm concerned. But I saw that look in his eyes through my camera. Okay, well, now you know I got a flag up. Let's see how long it is before you call me again.
I would bet you dollars to donuts he won't.
Well, he lives 3 miles from me, and when he needs something, he'll call.
I hear you.
He will
They
call.
always do when they need something, don't they?
Yeah, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be the Christian. I will be the Christian. His wife is a short lady, probably about 5'2". Not putting anybody down, but I'm just giving a description. She's about 5'2", about 300 pounds. And they have chickens in their yard and all that, and they love animals. And I love animals, but I'm going to have a clean house.
I hear you.
But they had chickens in their yard. Going up the steps, she fell and broke her foot. So when she fell, she had chicken poop all over her legs and knees and all that.
No.
And her husband was 3 hours away out of town, and my wife and her are friends, or acquaintances, I should say. My wife's standards are higher than hers, but, you know, in the organization, we just love everybody, right? But my wife called me, and the old Vietnam veteran that works with me, Joe Fran knows who he is, and said, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm back winding down at the shop. And she said, well, so-and-so just broke her foot, and her husband's out of town. She wants me to come over there and help her get to the ER. And she said, I can't go. I've got clients of my own. So do you mind to take your Vietnam veteran over there who's 80 years old that works with me every day? Big, strong man. In Time Life magazine.
What happened?
Where did it go? Where did it go?
I guess Sparky got cut off.
I'm back.
Are you there, Lexi? Oh, okay, he's back.
Okay,
I'm back.
so
I don't know what phone line went out.
So the vet's 80 years old.
Yeah. He was in Time Life magazine twice.
Wow.
I got on the line and found all the 1965 magazines of Tommy Novus back then. And
He's handsome.
his story is in there. Oh, well, you asked Joe and Fran. But anyway, I got this. I ain't gonna say his name, but I got this Vietnam veteran to go with me to their house, and we walk in the house, and these are Jehovah's Witnesses. The guy that scorned my flagpole in the camera the other day. I'm trying to help his wife, and she got all this nasty bird poop on her. I walk in the house, they got like 4 dogs that look like horses in a small house, chickens all over the yard, ferrets, guinea pigs, everything.
Oh, no.
And I'm trying to gather her medicine up. I took her some crutches that I had left over from an injury I had years ago. And on the way out the back door, we had to go out the back door because there's only one step going down. And their laundry room was there, and they had cut the door in half. And I'm trying to open the door, and she said, "Oh, we cut the door in half." And I'm thinking, why'd you cut the door in half? So I opened the door, opened the top door, and they got 2 pot-bellied pigs about 2 foot tall in their laundry room with straw in the house.
Oh, my goodness. In the house?
And I said, God damn, y'all got pigs in the house.
Oh, my goodness.
And the old Vietnam veteran, when he walked in there and there was dog excrement in the house and all that, and then dogs jumping on him, he went out and put his hands in his pocket and stood in the middle of the driveway like, "Sparky, you're on your own. I ain't helping you do anything up here." So I had to help this heavy. I had to help this heavy girl up into my wife's car. And I wanted to call 911, but they didn't want me to do that. So anyway, my wife was there by that point and took her to the hospital. But
that's a Saturday night story right there.
Yeah, JWs are supposed to be clean people like Bethelites, and go around and knock on doors and tell everybody how they can enrich their lives by showing them a better way of life. And I'm thinking, hell, y'all got pigs in the house? No. I ain't eating another thing that comes from your house. Don't ever invite me over there again. And
pigs are filthy animals.
And if you think you got a better way of life to offer me, as far, don't be my life coach if that's the best you can do.
Exactly.
Yep. But that was just a side story on it.
Well, that was a Saturday night story I needed.
Well, I got a lot more of that.
You're wonderful on the radio. And where are you calling from with that accent?
I'm from Georgia.
Georgia, okay.
Yeah,
He's right near me,
Michigan, but my parents.
You were born in Michigan, and now you talk like you live in Georgia. That's fascinating.
There's a story behind it. I was born in Michigan, but I can't never get the story straight because my parents are gone, and I don't talk to my other siblings that are in the organization, older than I. But I do have 2 that I still talk to. There's 5 of us in the family. Two are witnesses and self-righteous, and I don't have anything to do with them. But I got 2 that one's that's fellowship, the firstborn in the family, and one a little bit before me. And since I can't talk to my parents, I never could get a straight answer, but about when we moved from Michigan down south. But I know it's somewhere between when I was 6 months and a year and a half old. And so I just tell everybody, and they say, "Well, where are you from?" I say, "Well, I'm from so and so up here, but originally I'm from Michigan." And I like to say that to people because of the way I talk. And they'll look at me like, "You don't sound like a northern person or a Yankee." I said,
You
"No,
don't sound like a Michigander, that's for sure."
No, my parents did. My parents
did. Okay.
Sure. But I said, "Yeah, I was born in Michigan, but my parents got me as south as fast as they could. That way I learned how to talk right."
That's right. And how to cook, too.
Well, the opposite. I was born in Houston, Texas, but moved to Rhode Island when I was 6. So whatever southern accent I had was gone. I don't think I have a northern one, though, because I don't talk like Rhode Islanders.
You have a Rhode Island accent. You do.
No, I don't know about that because if I had a Rhode Island accent, it'd be like Wicked Doc. You know, we don't pronounce that Oz. We say Jehovah. How do they say it? Jehovah. They add an R at the end of Jehovah. It's the weirdest thing. Dick Morty does it.
Eric, the
Some
black
British people
culture
have that
down
R
here,
on the end too.
yeah, the black
Yeah, they
culture,
do.
Kingdom Halls down here, they say
Yeah.
Jehovah. They say Jehovah.
They do.
I'm
Yeah.
not putting them down, but it's just stating facts.
I don't know what's with the extra R.
live in Missouri.
We
They call it
we all
Missouri.
kind of talk the same. Black and white here in Stafford kind of talk the same. But there was this one neighbor that I met, and it was some kind of Geechee because I didn't understand him. All I got out of it was peaches.
Somebody keeps. I'm gonna have to fire Rick. He keeps kicking me off.
I know.
Yeah.
So anyway,
What's up,
there was
Aaron?
this neighbor that all I understood
Hey.
him to say was peaches. He was so accented, but it wasn't the southern accent that I knew. It was like something very ancient.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, I'm up here in North Georgia, and the way I talk is the way everybody up here talks. But if you go further south, it's like that John with the wind. Hello, darling. How you doing?
My uncle talked like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I don't understand. I have to cut my hand behind my ear to hear them and read their lips. Like now,
I like the southern accent where you can't understand them at all. When it's like the water boy. Get that boy. Here, you go
We
down
have
the
some of that
get
here.
breakfast.
yeah.
There is some of that here, and it is another language entirely.
Yeah.
It is coastal, and
What do I do with myself?
Well, I tell everybody when I email them for business if they're real Southern. I said I'm gonna send you an email and I'm gonna type it real slow because I know you can't read fast.
How you doing tonight, Aaron?
I have the best of both
All
worlds
right.
because I'm right here on the Mason-Dixon line, so I
Yeah.
talk really fast, but I understand Southern, and I
Yeah.
cook Southern.
Yeah, but Ruby Quinn, I love that girl, her show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I've never done any crack
Bro,
cocaine.
you didn't even know.
But
Delicious.
for me, I would have to get some to understand her. She talks so fast.
Brother, you don't even know. I can talk so fast. I'm from New York.
She has that Brooklyn accent.
Oh, she's very passionate. She's
I
passionate.
love I'm
She
just
talks
if
like
Ruby's
a-
listening. It's an honor to be imitated, right?
That's
Yeah.
right. That's what they say. Imitation
Yeah,
is the
Joe and
highest form of
Fran,
flattery.
Eric, the other
There you
night
go,
after
thank
that episode, Eric, the other night I texted you, but I had been on the phone with Joe and Fran. I was so hot on the collar after that, and my wife. We came back home. She said, "What are you doing? You ready to go to bed?" I said, "Nope, I'm going to the shop. I'm too mad right now. I got to calm down." So I came down and talked to Joe and Fran. And Joe and Fran said, "You need to get on a channel and do your story." And I said, "You know what? I might just do that." But there's a whole lot more to this story than like everybody else. Everybody's got their story.
There's more to the story where the pigs live, or a different story?
No, about the injustices that I've gone through and my family's
Oh,
gone
I could
through.
write a book. I'm sure you could too.
Yeah, I'm saying this. I say I got my story. Everybody has their story.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can quote me on that.
Yeah, my brother.
I'm famous
my
for
oldest
saying
brother,
everybody's got a story.
Yeah, my oldest brother got this fellowship,
Mm-hmm.
and I shunned him for years because I thought it was the right thing to do. And I am very close to him right now.
I hear you. I'm
He
glad you
heard-
got your brother
he-
back.
Oh yeah, he heard the elders in the back room. They dismissed him like they always do, and he heard the elders in the back room screaming at each other, arguing over whether to disfellowship him or not. and cussing each other out. And he's
You know what I've noticed?
they're
The witnesses. Now, you and I, we in the South, we could probably cuss very creatively. But I've noticed the witnesses in general have the most crude cussing. They don't even cuss well. Don't you find there's a way that you can cuss well? Like when you told that guy off.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Like when you told him off. That was a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Yeah. But my brother, he was at his judicial committee, and he heard the elders in the back room after they dismissed him for a second or two to discuss what his fate was going to be. And they got to argument and they was cussing each other out, and he could hear them through the glass. And he said, well, if they're talking that way amongst themselves, he said, I don't stand a chance. So he left. He walked 10 miles home.
Yeah. It's always good when you can walk out on your own. Just leave them there.
Yeah. Well, I'm the one. You're Mary Ann, right?
No, I'm Pixie.
No, this is Pixie.
Pixie. Okay, you're not the tentacle lady.
What?
Are you the tentacle lady?
No, that's Anne Marie.
Your voice sounds just like the tentacle lady, Marie.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, she's in California.
We've heard that before too.
So where are you at?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down here a little bit north of Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. I'm in Beaumont, Texas.
What's your name, buddy?
Donald Brown.
Donald Brown.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question.
Hey, Donald.
I wonder if
Sure.
the Jehovah's Witnesses have a rule against two disfellowshipped people talking to each other.
Yes.
What do they do about
Oh,
that?
two? No. Oh, you're right. No,
They wouldn't
I was too
know.
quick to say that. Yeah, I don't know.
Donald, I'm gonna have to educate you, okay? I'm gonna have to educate you on that. The only rules that the elders have that apply is that which you allow them to have over you. And I really don't care what the rules are.
Oh, I know. I don't either. Because I never was a witness. I've done a lot of studying on them.
Well, you kind of had to be there, Donald, and it is a subculture. And I am a fifth-generation witness. I have Charles Taze Russell's autograph in the family Bible.
Oh, wow.
And it's its own thing. And I have been to just about every kind of house of worship. I've known Hindu people, Buddhist people, Turkish people, Protestants, Catholics, Jewish people. My town was very diverse. And there's nothing quite like the Kingdom Hall. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
So you had to be there.
Hey, Ruby Quinn. Hey, Ruby Quinn, your ears must have been ringing because I was just doing an impersonation of you right before you came on the show. Just thought I'd share that with you. But anyway, sorry, everybody.
That's rude.
Hey, Eric, are you going to watch the Super Bowl?
I don't think so. I kind of give up on sports. I'm not really into it anymore. The last time I watched sports was when the Patriots ended their 100-year curse.
Into football, but I watch halftime to see if I can find any occult symbolism. That's my thing.
You know,
And
Pixie,
they said all the entertainers this year are going to be from New Orleans. So I'm going to be looking for voodoo symbols.
I'd like to hear your take on it, Pixie. Pixie, I don't even have cable service or TV service.
That's probably a good thing.
Well, I was raised without it.
This is Stephen. I just wanted to say something very quickly.
Hey, Stephen.
Last question about disfellowship, people speaking to each other. It's
actually
discouraged. And you would reason, hey, if I'm disfellowship, what's the difference? I can't talk to anybody else. Might as well talk to this person. But if it comes to the attention of the elders, you'll be cautioned on it. And if you disregard that caution, what will happen is that if you ever apply for reinstatement, they'll actually deny you for that reason. So that's their position. So you can do it. You just have to do it in such a way where nobody knows that you're doing it. But if the elders actually see you, like maybe after a meeting and the two of you out in the parking lot talking or something, they will discourage that, and they'll hold that against you if you do apply for reinstatement.
Well said, Stephen. You
no doubt.
a great attorney.
Watchtower's hiring.
Yeah. Well, you said it. You said it very plain spoken, very accurately, and very eloquently.
This is the level of control.
But I didn't know.
That they won't even let you talk to another disfellowship person.
Yeah,
that's the level of control they try to exercise.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was never a witness, but I was talking to him as he was a witness. But
I wasn't. Go ahead. Sorry.
Everybody that is in or trying to get out or whatever, don't let them have any authority over you. Be strong. Be strong for yourself. Don't give in to that propaganda.
Yeah, that's really the only way to get rid of them. When they realize that you are not intimidated by them and that you have no plans on ever coming back, they've lost any kind of control. They might try to exercise over you, and they have no choice really but to leave you alone.
Yep. But my wife, as I mentioned, my wife still goes or still is a believing witness. She hasn't been to the meeting in quite some time because of her ailing parents.
Mm-hmm.
But when she goes back just to F with their heads, I might go back and just sit there and look at them. Like, here I am, come get me. I'm the gingerbread man. But I don't know. I think I'd get sick after about 45 minutes. I have to leave early.
Hello, Eric.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Manage myself.
I can't stand watching like all the YouTube channels when they put the excerpts in from the JW.org. Oh, I'm like, I shut it off.
You're done watching that?
They're so lacking in testosterone, aren't they? Is it just me as a woman noticing this? Or
I agree with y'all there too. I agree with you, Pixie, Marky, and Stephen. I wanted to greet you, and that I do agree with so much that y'all said right there. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah,
I'll be right back, everyone. I gotta use the restroom.
Because they have all these good-looking brothers. I mean, they've got 200 and some branches in the whole planet Earth.
Yeah.
And they've got brothers that are dressed to the nines of every race and height and style. And this is the best they can do.
And here's the way they talk. Hello, brothers. It's good to see you. I thought, who castrated you? I ain't talking that way. When I give a talk.
Hey, Jerry, can you hear me?
I think about that scripture in the Bible, and I don't read the Bible anymore, Pixie, but I thought about that scripture in the Bible.
Yeah.
When he was told to strike the ground with the arrows,
Jerry,
and he halfway did it.
No, they can hear us.
Yes.
And he said, because of that, you failed. You should have done it
Seems
with.
like they can only hear Eric.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, masculinity.
That's what it seems like to me.
So the governing body is striking the ground with the arrows very half-heartedly.
Yeah.
My favorite characters in the Bible are Samson, King David, men of might and strength, because we got to protect our women. We got to protect our families behind us.
That's right.
Hey guys, can you hear Jerry?
To see who they've put up front there.
Not hear me either.
If they're going to invent a boy band, couldn't they do a little better?
They went rogue.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. I don't think they can. I don't think they can hear us.
Whole heart, soul, mind, and strength. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They definitely can't hear us.
Well, that tells you how to be a man.
You guys.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, Eric is trying to break through. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, can you all hear us on the phone line? Because Jerry was trying to speak up, and we don't think.
Hear you.
Oh, okay. Word. Sorry about that.
Get off, Eric. Pixie,
you're good, brother.
Stephen, good to
Yeah, have
talk
a
to
good
you.
night.
Take
Thanks for
care.
telling your story, man.
Have a good night,
Good to hear from
everybody.
you.
And you too, Don. Take care too, Donald.
Hey,
All right.
real quick, Sparky Slag. Can you hear me? Sparky Slag, can you hear me?
Sparky, you there?
He may have already gone.
He just hung up.
He's out.
He just hung up.
Oh, that's okay. I just want to tell Sparky I'm glad he came into
sure
the
here.
chat. Oh, great. It's JP. I'm glad you're here on the chat tonight.
Sorry about the background noise, guys. How you doing, Gary?
Doing okay. How's everybody doing tonight?
Not bad.
Just chilling. You know how it is.
Hey, how you doing, JP?
Good, Stefan. Hey, Aaron.
All right, what's going
So
on?
I don't know what's going on. What should we talk about tonight? What's going on from here on out?
Well,
What's on your? What's?
I have.
Hey, if Ruby's still there, I'll give her a little sample of what she missed. And tonight we're gonna be talking about political corner. Oh my God, bro, you don't even know. I talk so fast you can't even see it coming. All right, so that's why I asked you, Ruby, if your ears were bleeding, because someone brought you up, and I did an imitation of you. So I hope you're not mad at me.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Yes, thank you, Aaron.
But actually, I had one thing I wanted to mention. I don't know
Eric,
if
Eric.
Yeah.
Let
Yes.
the woman speak.
Uh-oh. You're going to get me in trouble. Notice I clammed up.
Sparky had
Sorry,
mentioned.
I got disconnected for a second. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Sparky had mentioned the EQ factor, and I recognized that right away because the first time I heard about EQ was when in 2001 was when I was in 11th grade English class, and I forget our teacher's name, but I remember the class very well, and she had given us an article that was published originally in Time magazine of October 2nd, 1995, and it was just basically talking about the EQ factor. And it goes on to talk about how the phrase was coined by Yale psychologist Peter Salovey and University of New Hampshire's John Mayer in 1990 to describe qualities like understanding one's own feelings, empathy for the feelings of others, and control of emotion. And it says EQ is the opposite of IQ. Some people have a lot of both, and some have little of either one. But I kept the article. These is one of the very few things that I had kept from my high school days. So you can probably see that right there. But yeah, it's just a short, it's probably not the whole article, but I kept the paper. And another thing I kept from back then was the poem If by Rudyard Kipling, which we also went over in that class. So you can see my name up there. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of share that.
Oh, cool, man. That's pretty cool. No doubt.
One of the books I'm reading right now, I don't tend to do a whole lot of reading, but there's this book called Bethel Days by Gary Alt, if you can see that.
Bethel Days. Yep.
Yeah, DAZE. I don't know why he chose to spell it that way, but I actually, Joe and Fran had given me his information because he lives kind of near my area here in Delaware, and so we kind of went back and forth with days and times we could kind of meet up, and we ended up meeting up a few weeks ago, and at a local like bar, and they have live music and live bands and stuff that play there. And so I learned a little bit about Gary, and he's actually a guitarist. He's really good at at playing the guitar, so he got up on stage and played some guitar. And apparently, according to the book, he's also a pianist, so he can play the piano too. But he actually got some input from Barbara Anderson on this book as well. So even though, and he knows her very well from his Bethel days of the early 1980s. So, I mean, it's a really good book, and I think it's a lot of insight into some of Barbara Anderson's, some things that she had said too. Because she wanted to write her own book, but I guess she chose to come on the 6 screens every other week instead. So, but yeah,
writing
really
a book
nice.
can be a lot of work.
Right.
Doing it right, of course, too. And she's older. Yeah, I get that. Well, that's cool, man. Awesome.
Hey, Eric, I have something I
Stephen.
mention if nobody has an idea of what to talk about. But I listened to a really interesting interview this morning on the Shun podcast. If you guys have never heard of that, definitely go give a listen. It's fascinating. Because one of the things you learn is we all think witnesses are the only group that shun, but a lot of these religions and cults, high control groups do. So he actually interviews people from a wide array of organizations, not just witnesses. But anyway, this particular gentleman was an ex-witness, and he was a long time, I shouldn't say a long time Bethel, but he had been in Bethel for a number of years. And so it was a fascinating interview. So you get to hear the inner workings of Bethel, which we've heard a number of times from different people. But the thing that kind of came out of it, and this was at the complete end of the interview, and I think this was almost 2 hours long, so you can tell both parties were starting to get a little bit tired. But he mentioned in a very matter-of-fact way that Tony Morris was removed. Now, I don't know that I knew that. I mean, of course, we knew he wasn't there, but there was always a question in my mind is, did he leave of his own volition, or was he kicked out? I started to think he must have been kicked out with the way they were just kind of erasing him from the literature and the videos.
Yeah, no doubt.
Over his videos, taking his face off the pictures and stuff. So it kind of made sense that that was the case, but I never actually heard it officially said. And of course, the first thing that comes to your mind is, okay, well, why? But he had already mentioned that it's the culture of Bethel that they just get rid of people. They never tell anybody. He was saying that there was a person that he had worked across the aisle from, if you will, for quite some time. And one day he goes to work and this person was just, removed from Bethel. No explanation as to why. Nobody even mentioned it. It's like you don't even exist, and that's just the culture. So of course they're never going to say, why it happened. But I just thought that was interesting. So if anybody is like me and never really heard officially that Tony Morrison was actually removed, he mentioned that today on his Shunned podcast. So
they actually did him a favor, didn't they? Because who wants to be a governing body member when shit hits the fan? When the courts start coming down on them, and let's face it, on Judgment Day. Although on Judgment Day he's going to have to answer regardless, but still, the smartest thing would not be a governing body member right now, because they're gonna be under some tribulation that they have caused themselves.
You know what? That's a great thought. Maybe this will give him time to deal with his obvious alcohol issues, because I don't know about you, but I've seen numerous, not podcasts, what do they call those things? The broadcast or whatever it's called, where he is clearly
slurring his words.
Clearly. So maybe, slurring his words and just kind of giddy, and looks like he was struggling to kind of control the giddiness. So maybe this will give him an opportunity to maybe get that under control, because he's not under that pressure. Maybe that was the reason why he was drinking heavy in the first place. So yeah, you're right.
I know we all gain weight when we get older, but he really put on the pounds. I mean, I remember him 20 years ago, seeing him in person, before he was a governing body member when I knew him, and he wasn't that big. And alcohol, speaking from personal experience, will do it to you. It definitely puts the calories on you.
Right.
definitely adds the pounds to you. I mean, a lot of people get that alcoholic belly, you know. Plus, he's a Scotch drinker, so it's a lot more potent. I can't handle hard liquor. I was a beer drinker, but yeah, that's hard on the body.
Yep. Yeah.
So Tony Morris was your CO in what year, Eric?
Like somebody's falling asleep on us.
He was. It might be Rick. He was the district overseer, but I had him as a pioneer instructor. But he was a district overseer when I met him, back when they had district overseers. And it was like maybe a few years later. I think I met him in 2001. So it was like however many years. It didn't seem like that much time went by when they invited him to Bethel, and then eventually he became governing body member.
One of the things that Gary Alt talks about in his book that so far that I've read is he mentions how a lot of the backstory of some of the former governing body members that have passed away by now have actually what they were doing before they became on the governing body. And he mentions how in 1974 he had Samuel Hurd as his circuit overseer when he was 15. And he gives a story about one of the things that he remembered in one of his talks back then. It's pretty interesting.
Weird.
Yep.
Yeah, they all had to start somewhere, and that's the thing. They climbed the ladder.
Every time I think of Sam Hurd, I always wonder if anybody knew that he was of the anointed previous to him going to Bethel, because he was my circuit overseer when I was a kid, and I just don't remember anybody ever mentioning that he was of the anointed, which I think they would have. I would love to find out if he didn't start partaking until he got there. Because my take on a lot of these people, especially these two new guys that they just appointed, I think that they being Watchtower, talked them into being anointed because they want them
I think
to
so
be
too.
somebody so they can use them for whatever skills that they have. I think they just talk them into it. I really do.
I do too. I think they're like, when they're desperate and they see somebody that has the potential, they're like, "Hey, brother, you're anointed, right? Don't you think?" I mean, I could see it. I mean, it happens on the lower levels with elders. They say, "Hey, you can just make a little bit more hours out in service, and you can be an elder." I don't know why anyone would ever want to do it. I never really wanted privileges. After I pioneered, I was done with privileges. I'm like, the best thing that happened when I got disfellowshipped and then reinstated the first time, they told me, you can't have privileges, Brother Kubler, for like 6 months or however long. And I'm like, yes. I was so stoked, dude. I'm like, none of this is anything I want to do. Public prayer, public speaking. The only privilege I enjoyed doing was the microphones, because the damn meetings took so friggin' long to pass by that if you were doing something while the meeting, like if I was keeping busy doing something while the meeting was going, I could just stare off in space and just focus on the brothers and sisters' hands up and give them the microphones, and before you know it, the meeting's over. But just to sit in the chair, I'm like, oh. So that's the only privilege I ever liked, and other than that,
I like doing the sound. I hated doing the microphones.
The sound too. The sound was cool for me too, because that's keeping busy.
Back when I was a kid, we still had 78s, so you'd get this big frisbee size, thing, and you'd have to put it on basically a record player.
Oh man!
All the other guys could never land the needle just right, so they would be playing like the last quarter of some other song, and then there was that bit of a gap, and then the current song would play, and they would do that all through the meeting, and it was just the most distracting thing. I was the only one that could get it right, and then as soon as I got in there, they switched to tapes, and then we went from tapes to CDs and all that, so I kind of evolved with that, but that was my favorite thing. And my least favorite thing was the stage. I hated all that getting up and down, adjusting the thing, sit back down.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, oh my God, this sucks.
And then adjusting the sisters' microphones, and then you like go back to your seat and like, fuck, I'm way off. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in my mom's
the worst place to do it was at the circuit assembly.
Sorry, go ahead, Seven.
The worst place to do it was at the circuit assembly. I remember I had this guy, and I filled in for him. He had gone up and he adjusted one of these governing bodies' mics. And then when he left, the next person came up. I could not get the boom mic to unloosen so I could let it down. This guy was like an ape or something. He was so strong, and I just could not get it down. So he had to come back out and untighten it. And then the guy's looking at us like, you two idiots, get off the stage. I'll never forget that. I was like, I'm done with this.
We had a brother who was like pretty much obese, and he was given he's very awkward and clumsy, and he was getting off the stage, and he gets real nervous when he does parts. You can like see the sweat just dripping off of him, and so he gets off the stage, and I don't know what he did wrong, but he tripped. And he's like falling, right? And his gigantic body is in the air, and he's falling off the stage. And right in front of him is this little black kid who's just like, he screams, he goes, ah! And he like fell on him, but he didn't hurt him, and he didn't land on him at all. But just the whole congregation died laughing. We had a lot of mess ups during our Kingdom Hall. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story. We had the circuit assembly that I got up in until I was a teenager was actually a renovated movie theater. And it was the most beautiful building I've ever seen. It was just wonderful. 3 layers and 2 basements. It was just awesome. But anyway, and I was a little kid, and I was with my dad, and we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, you hear these sisters start kind of screaming. So we look around because we're only halfway paying attention, you know. We look around like, what's going on? And a bat had entered the auditorium.
Oh, Lord.
Just swooping down over everybody's heads. And the men were screaming just about as loud as the lady. So my dad got so irritated at these guys screaming like women. He jumps up and he takes off his coat and he uses it as a net. And he was able to catch this thing midair and grab it, and then he took it outside and let it go. But it was so funny to me because he was so irritated, like, and he's looking like these men are a bunch of sissies, and I was like, yeah, I'll never forget that. Even the speaker was screaming like a girl. It was hilarious.
Hi, Julie Freeman. How are you? Somebody new in the comment section. Jesse Gonzalez says that Trump will pardon Tony Morris. Yeah, what do you think? Maybe he'll get a pardon, huh? He'll be back in the governing body then, because he's not disfellowshipped, is he? I don't think so. But you know what? No, we haven't heard any reports that my cousin's cousin so and so goes to the same Kingdom Hall as Tony Morris. We haven't heard anything. That guy has just kind of disappeared. Like we haven't no reports on him being at the meetings or anything. I wonder if he just stopped going.
I don't know, but I'll tell you something interesting that came out of that podcast today. The brother was saying that at Bethel, Tony Morris was probably the most famous governing body member. He was the one that everybody really liked. And I think the host was kind of shocked by that too. Because I would think he'd be the least liked, but he was actually the one that everybody liked. They were like, he was very approachable. He'll come by and crack jokes, and he seemed to be kind of a guy's guy, almost like the way you'd see him, especially after a couple drinks, you know. So they were really shocked, and not just shocked, but actually hurt, you know, that he wasn't there, and that basically everything he had done was just being erased. So I found that interesting. I didn't know he was that well liked.
Anthony Morris, yeah, he was well liked because he was a straight shooter. I mean, he was rude a lot of times, but in New England you can kind of get away with that, and that's where he was from. And then he didn't go too far into New York. That's not far from them. But New Englanders, they're very judgmental people and they're cliquey. But once you're in the clique, you can get away with a lot usually. But it depends on the elders and their wives and who you know and who you blow, so to speak. I mean, if you're in the good old boys club or not. You know, my grandfather was an elder and my dad was too, but somehow that didn't get me in the good old boys club. Like they never got their boys out of trouble. Maybe that wasn't my dad and my grandfather's style. You know, if our kids were guilty of something, then so be it. But that's not the same with the, other elders in the hall. Like I'm thinking of Jared. This kid Jared in particular. What was his last name? It begins with an R. But anyways, he got away. Dude, it's like he's telling me the shit that he's getting away with, and it's like, okay, you're smoking pot and went to a Tool concert. I mean, what the frick, dude? I did the same thing, but got the scholarship. You know, but his dad just Rostron, that's his last name. His dad's the coordinator of the body of the elders, and these men, they can't see how much nepotism they have for their children, or they just don't. They see it and don't care. But yeah, I know a lot of elders that would especially protect their daughters from harm's way.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I knew this one guy, and
that's random.
Wound up getting disfellowship. This was like years later after we grew up, and it was all after everything kind of hit the fan, and it came out years later that he had briefly dated this one sister that he met, you know, kind of as a 20-something-year-old, and he just decided this person wasn't for him. So he you know, they stopped dating, but the father never forgot it, and so years later, the father's an elder, and this brother winds up transferring into that congregation, and ultimately got disfellowshipped, and it came out because this brother was still angry and harbored a grudge because he you know, he broke off his dating of this guy's wife. This is how petty these dudes are.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Keep quiet for a second. Damn.
Hey, somebody's snoring.
Darth Pharaon, man. He's snoring.
It's not
He's
Rick.
breathing heavy.
It can't be Rick. Rick isn't at the screen.
It's
Yeah,
not
but he
me.
might be right around the. He might be around the corner. It's not Jerry.
Darth Vader. I don't think it's Darth Vader. I think it's Chewbacca.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. Oh, hey, Debbie Moore. What's
Debbie
going on
here?
with her? Eric, my dad was an elder, and I wasn't in the good old boys club either, and I was even a guy. What? Oh, I hope you're doing okay, Debbie. I saw the picture you sent me of your foot. Not good. But anyways, Debbie's in the hospital, and I hope she's getting some good news. You're in our prayers, son. By the way, Jimmy Bell, what was with? I mean, that's cool and everything, but that was kind of random to say Lady Gaga is totally a dude.
That's I think it's because earlier, what's the guy on there? Andy Fugazi. He said,
Fugazi, yeah, right here.
He said Taylor Swift is a dude, and I said in the comments that's ludicrous, but I think Lady Gaga could be, but I don't really believe that either. And then that's how it got started.
Okay. And that's all I got was to that part. I'm like, what the heck? That's funny.
I mean, I even for 34, 35, I think Taylor Swift is still pretty hot. But I mean, obviously, she's not as nice looking as she was when she was 22. But you know,
I
don't think she's a man.
I think Michael Obama's a dude. I mean, Michelle.
Michael, yeah, that was
Michael.
I mean, there's some pretty convincing photos of, you know, you can find of that, but I don't know.
Listen, anything can be done with plastic surgery, but there's something weird about her arms or forearms. I'm like, those look familiar. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably way wrong about that. But if I was to believe any of those conspiracy theories. Dude. No. Allegedly. But anyways. Sorry, everybody. This is what happened when I go off script.
I'm waiting for the Toni Morris version of Crisis of Conscience.
Hey, Jerry does a good Toni Morris impersonation. Yeah, he might not be there. I'm putting him on the spot too.
I think that Toni Morris is really. I think Toni Morris is totally indoctrinated, so I doubt very seriously you'll get a book out of him on anything.
Yeah, I think he's pretty indoctrinated too. I have to agree with you.
Probably part of the reason also.
He probably thinks they lost their minds and are with Satan.
Allowing the changes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was
probably
already.
Probably saw some of the corruption and all the money stuff.
Yeah, for sure. But he was already big into alcohol for years, right? I mean.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't think it was alcohol that got him in trouble. I think he because remember one of the governing body members said even the governing body have to obey the governing body. I think they weren't getting along. They had differences of opinions that were amounted to the point where it's like, see ya, because they conveniently got two guys to replace him, and that's two more votes. So, but I don't know. I'm pretending like I'm pretending like I know what happened. I don't. I'm just
imagine. But think about what you just said. Imagine being in that group where anybody can be gotten rid of by just going and getting two other guys so that you can have a quorum and vote a person out. I mean, think about the pressure of that.
Yeah.
That's insane. Everybody's making all kind of backroom deals. Well, I'll align myself with you. That's one of the things that Crisis of Conscience talked about, was how certain people would always stay aligned. So when things would come up for a vote, Ray Franz actually said when things would come up for a vote, you could always tell who was going to vote, because if a certain person raised their hand and voted a certain way, his group would always vote right along with him. So you have all these alliances there. So I'm like, wow. They're no different from any other group of people, I'll tell you. No different.
Yeah, no doubt. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm quiet, everybody.
That's okay. What happened to JP? Or is that who fell asleep?
I think he's still
Where
awake.
is JP? Put out an APP on JP.
JP's usually pretty talkative.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
I know.
Yay.
Oh, there he is.
I'm just listening to you guys. And what's going on? Yeah.
I was just reading Debbie Moore's comment. She said she doesn't think she'll be able to ever go back home. I mean, I hope that's not the case, Debbie. I hope that you can eventually get back home.
Well, it's going to take a long time after looking at her wound to go back home. A long time. So who knows? Our prayers are with you, though, hon. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry you're going through all that. It seems like when it rains, it pours. She just got out of the hospital and went back in. It's always something with us humans. We always have something happening to us, some thorn in the flesh. Sorry, honey. We love you. Ray Dietin sent JP a text. Lady Gaga silenced us all. What? I don't get that one, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse. Jimmy just talked about that he lives 2 hours away from Toni Morris, and he was saying how he's got to check it out, see where if he's there or whatever. I'm curious if he goes to meetings anymore.
You know, hey, speaking of this Tony Morris business, you guys remember when he was first spotted going to whatever hall? I think the Blue Envelope figured out where he was, and then there was, I think her last name was Vertolomo or something to that effect. And she
Jimmy
went
talked
there.
about
Whatever
her
happened
too. Yeah.
to that lady?
Yeah, he said she went off the map. Yeah, she
Tony
flew off the
Moore.
map.
She really accused him of some crazy things, you know.
That's interesting.
Yeah, with nothing to back it up. Just her word. I didn't really buy into it. I did it first, like the first video she did, but then the second one, I'm like, yeah, okay, never mind. No offense if you're listening, Selena, or if you hear about it, but I'm just not buying it. Just my own personal opinion. We've all been duped and fooled by people already, so some of us are more cautious than ever on how you happen to be that type of person. I fact check a lot of things first and make sure the person's right about what they're talking about. But not everyone does that too.
Right. Well, you know, it's so funny. You never know what to believe. I remember we had always heard that there were tunnels down in Bethel, you know, and then people started saying, "Oh, you know, you guys are making stuff up. You're just trying to say negative things." And then I remember reading that when the Bethel offices were sold, that they had to fill those tunnels in. I'm like, "Yep, see, they did have tunnels, just like we always said." So you never know what to believe.
You just read my mind. I was thinking about the tunnels right then before you said it. That's crazy. Because also Raven Giuliani talked about them in her testimony back in 2008.
Oh, okay. I had heard years ago, I had heard that Watchtower had dumped a bunch of products from ink, the ink waste, like on some farm that they had.
They buried it.
Later,
they did. It was worse. They didn't dump it. They buried it.
They buried it.
Yeah, they buried it. It's even worse. They tried to hide it.
I was saying, yeah, somebody bought the farm. Yeah, somebody bought the farm, and then they had the land tested, I guess, and then the EPA had to get involved, and they wound up going after Watchtower to clean it up. I was like, what? That's shocking.
Lloyd Evans interviewed the whistleblower that was a part of that at Bethel. He was a part because he has environmental cleanup. He has that as his skill when he went to work for Bethel. Like before he went to Bethel, that's what he did as a trade. So he knew what he was talking about, and he had like paperwork and everything, and he had proof. And he was a part of like working with the EPA or whatever when it all came to surface. No pun intended. But I guess there's usually like fines and like even if possible imprisonment. But because it was so old, it was like the Bethelites were saying all the sins of our fathers because it was like the 50s and 60s or 70s guys governing body that did it, you know, and they inherited the problem. So no one got prosecuted, but I think they still got fined pretty good though for it all. And they had to help clean it up too. I don't think they did a good job though. You know, typical Watchtower, just try to sweep it away. I'm sure they probably pay people off too, even politicians or something. I mean, they've got to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love them or hate them, Jesse. Love him or hate him, Jesse Gonzalez. I know people don't like Lloyd Evans, but I bring him up sometimes because he did do a lot on his show at one point. Now you don't really hear from him anymore. And even though scandal is all put aside, he's at the time he still had he had a lot of connections of exposing Watchtower. I think I found the Anthony Morris drinking or alcohol video from him. What is it called? Bottlegate or whatever. A lot of people did. So I don't know. Yeah, anybody that helps destroy Watchtower, I'm cool with. You know.
I feel the same way.
But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I think people felt.
He's not my enemy though.
Yeah, I think people felt disappointed, because it's kind of like with Watchtower, where you think it's this organization that actually, follows its own edicts and is a clean, upstanding organization, and you find out they're just as dirty as everybody else. I think it was a disappointment. You know what I mean? That he's not living up to some sort of code of conduct that we all abide by, while he's at the same time pointing fingers at another organization. I think it's a disappointment that people felt.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, to be fair, we don't know, what goes on behind closed doors on anybody in the community, right? I mean, unless they choose to share it with us. Unfortunately, as evidenced by one of his more recent videos, Lloyd is kind of like an open book, and that's just kind of how he is, I guess.
The thing is that I don't like Lloyd Evans, but it has nothing to do with his scandals or whatever that happened in Thailand or whatever. I don't care about that. We had an argument in the comments section because he's just like ridiculous about medicine and stuff like that, and vaccines, and like he's saying how like you don't get to choose your medicine. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Of course you do. I'm like, I have 2 different types of medication that treat hemophilia, and I choose one over the other. And that's just one example. Like everyone, it's deeper than that, and it doesn't matter. But I don't like him for just the way he treated me and for political differences. But it still doesn't mean I don't appreciate the work that he has done. As far as judging and all that, like I feel like that's a Watchtower. Some ex-Jehovah's Witnesses can't let that Watchtower thing go because he shouldn't have made it our business. But I still feel like it's none of my business what happened. So that's between him and God and his ex-wife.
And in reality, someone else had mentioned too that you have to remember that when people do these commentaries and everything on the Watchtower material, they're rewatching this material over and over again, and not all of us do that, right? I mean, some of us like to expose the Watchtower, but we don't really go into detail with it like some others do. And we have to remember that we're all affected in different ways by this organization. Some of us may never be totally 100% in a good mental state, I guess, or a stable mental state from that. So I think that maybe Lloyd is just affected by his time in Watchtower still. So, and I mean, we can't really fault him for that.
No doubt.
If my memory serves me correct, he was actually the first video I ever watched because I was researching 607, and so I did a deep dive, into a lot of his content at the time, going back to 2018, and I found it extremely helpful. So I'm with you on that one. Is there a tornado blowing through?
I know. What's all that wind? You guys hear that too? I thought I was the only one.
Yeah, sounds like we got to batten down the hatches, man.
It's stormy seas out there this evening on 6 screens.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Snorgate. That's awesome, Jesse. It's more like Wookiee Gate. Yeah. That's better. That's still windy though. Jimmy Bell, maybe. What was Jimmy Bell saying? Y'all don't think Watchtower would place some operatives in the community to cause division? Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Like, you know what? maybe when people are Watchtower apologists, that kind of I kind of smell a rat. We all do, I think. Like that guy David that used to call our show. I think that's his name. But then I don't know. I just you never know how they know these people, right? They could be affiliated with the witnesses somehow, and they ask them to do a favor. It could be borderline to conspiracy theory, but Watchtower is desperate to do damage control, and they really have shown us that they have no shame. So, I mean, they're willing to lie in court. So, yeah, I think that they wouldn't have a problem sabotaging certain people's shows or just causing problems in the community division. But the thing is that our community can't be like torn apart as easy as Watchtower can be torn apart, because they shun and we don't, and we're okay usually if we have a difference of opinion. We're all still here on Saturday night, even though we don't all think and feel the same way about certain things. But anyways.
Right. Good point.
Rick is sabotaging Eric's show. It must really bother you that he's storing, huh, Jesse? You're bringing it up the most. Maybe he needs that CPAC thing. What is it? The thing for Eric's loud. Because he's got the microphones, it picks up on everything. Think I'm wrong? Ask Jesse to bet me, says Jimmy Bell. All right, Jesse, bet him.
There were some times I remember when I was a teenager that I would carry the microphones like every meeting for, a couple weeks in a row. And there were some times when I would be doing the sound system every meeting or every other meeting. It was pretty crazy. And I guess I was getting to a point at one point when I was working closely with the ministerial servant who was ahead of the sound system at the time, I guess around the year 2000. And I was getting to a point where I could almost be the one to like set the schedule and everything, but it didn't quite get that far. And I guess mainly a lot of the things that kept me away from more responsibilities was the fact that I wasn't getting a lot of hours in service.
That's funny.
But I never like.
That brings up another thing I find irritating.
Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like there's a wildebeest back.
I was saying you just brought up something that's very irritating. This business about the national average, and I remember everybody was killing themselves trying to do some national average business, and I'm like, nowhere is that in the Bible. However many hours you spend in the ministry is not an indication of your spirituality. It doesn't mean anything other than you spent that much time out in the ministry. Why does that make you more qualified than another person to hold some kind of position? The whole thing was just such a joke. I think about all the time that I wasted. I could probably have 2 PhDs by now.
Yeah, it really was a joke.
Excuse me. Well, sorry, I'm shy, everybody. I'm just winding down, I guess.
Yeah.
What time is it, anyways?
Anybody here enjoy service? And if what was your worst experience?
Well, out in service?
Some of my worst times was running across someone who actually knew what they were talking about, because I never did, to be frank.
Right.
I mainly just parroted what I was told from the service meeting and the Kingdom Ministry and the reasoning book, et cetera, et cetera. And I never really made the scriptures my own, I guess. And first of all, I never even read the Bible clear through.
Right.
And I never
Me neither.
really had a desire to. I think I read the Society's publications more than the Bible itself, which I think probably is a recurring theme in that organization even still. But sometimes you would run across people at the door who, let's say it was an older gentleman or something who was a pastor, or maybe he just was really well versed in the scriptures. There's no way I could, light a candle to him. I mean, and then sometimes you'd have to sometimes I would have to call the elder, maybe Brother Doherty or one of the older men over, and have him talk to him instead. It was embarrassing, really. It was.
My worst experience out in service was Desiree and I were like newlywed, and we were stuck with these two sisters that I didn't really care to be with. One of them was my mother's friend. The other one, I guess my mom was never close to her, but the other one was just always like kind of obnoxious. And we were at Newport Creamery in Rhode Island for break, and this poor like waitress, it was her first day there, and nothing was going good for her. And she kept messing up our orders, and just like, it wasn't really her fault, because like when she messed up the order, the two sisters were being like obnoxious as hell to her, and just like really short and like sarcastic. And she messed up it's so bad, our food, that like she didn't she got it right to us eventually, but like she didn't charge us for anything. And for tip, the sisters put give better service, and I was like humiliated. I'm like, no, you can't do that. And I couldn't, because I didn't have a bill, I couldn't tip because I had a debit card, and I was just humiliated when that happened. So when we went home, the first, like almost like at the same time, Desiree and I like talked about the tip. We're like, yeah, I'm like, I already had it in my mind that I was gonna go get cash in our house that we had, and I'm like, I'll just give her like, it was 2002, so $10 was a decent tip, I think, and we, like I said, we were newlywed, but like she gave me a huge hug when I went in there with the money. The waitress, she was still there, and she's like, I cried when those evil women left. She's like, you and your wife are welcome back anytime. And she gave me a hug, and she's like, thank you so much. And I'm like, no, thank you. And I'm like, I'm sorry that they were assholes to you. I literally said that to her. And she was just like so happy that I made her day, because it was like a stressful start to her morning. But like the witnesses just can be, they claim that they're like the happiest, most joyful people, but no, not always. That was a really bad day for service for me, because I hated. It wasn't even like the witness for Jehovah. I didn't even like how it made us look, like, because we're not those type of people, and I hated being stuck with people that sucked to be out in service with, But yeah, that's my story.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the gentleman that I remember, I was in service not too far from my house, actually. And I knock on this door, and I'm by myself, and I knock on this door, and this lady comes to the door, and I could kind of see past her, and they were actually holding church in their living room. So when I opened the door, she must have said something to everybody else, and they all turned around, and they all looked at me, and they all came out, and they were all with their Bibles, and it was just me. And so we were talking, and she said, I appreciate what you're doing, and blah, blah, blah. She said, but I have a major problem with you. And I said, what's that? And she said, you guys changed your Bible. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, and she started showing me verses in her Bible. I think she was using the King James, and somebody else had a different version. And sure enough, everything that she was saying was right. And in my brain, I was just kind of like, is this really true? that our Bible is totally different, because of course, if that's the only Bible you use, you think that that's the most accurate one that there is, because of course that's what they tell you. But she was probably the fifth or sixth person over the many years that has told me that same thing. And that always, I never forgot that. Another time I was in the ministry and I was talking to an older gentleman, he was telling me about how the Mosaic Law, a lot of the laws came from pre-existing laws, specifically Egyptian laws. And when he said that, I've never heard anything like that. I'm thinking, is this guy nuts or what? You know. But then many years later, when I woke up and I started just reading a variety of things, I read exactly what he was talking about, and sure enough, what he said was absolutely 100% right.
Well, that's cool, man. We still have 100 people watching. Dang.
No way.
I was like thinking about what Rick says.
99.
Wow, that's a lot. Rick says it's a
Uh-oh.
business.
Somebody just hung up.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Rick says that it's a business masquerading as a religion, and you can see that in a lot of facets.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, that's the thing that just kept coming to me when I was thinking about this Norway business. How come Watchtower just doesn't own their position? If you feel like shunning, disfellowshipping, whatever you want to call it, is scriptural and is mandated by God, then why don't you just say that and deal with whatever ramifications come along with that? I mean, where is your integrity?
Exactly.
If you're saying that the thing that's most important to me is doing what God says for me to do, then consequences be damned. I'm doing what God says to do. But yet, you always see them just fold up like a house of cards whenever anything is challenged, whenever anything is challenging their money. None of this stuff is changing because they feel like it's the right thing to do, or people are being harmed, people are committing suicide. No, they don't care anything about that, and they've never cared about that. But the minute you threaten to take $1 away from them, all of a sudden they can get all kind of new light and start changing words and doing all kinds of stuff. Why is it that they just don't live with the consequences of what they believe in? And I think what else is funny, and I don't know what I was looking at exactly, it just kind of popped up on my phone, but I guess it was a video, and there was some youngish woman talking about how they don't hate, Jehovah's Witnesses don't hate LGBT, they just don't approve of they don't hate them as people, they just don't approve of their actions or something. They're trying to tap dance around that. And I'm like, well, good luck with trying to tap dance around that. Why don't you just own it? If you feel like the Bible condemns whatever, then say the Bible condemns it. That's our position. We go with what the Bible says. Consequences be damned. But you say they don't even really believe in what they're talking about. And if their belief gets in the way of making money, then they'll change their belief, or at least they'll soften it down for the public. Why don't you have some integrity?
It's because the governing body is so greedy that they want their cake and eat it too. They want all of it. They don't want to miss out. They want their power and control from the disfellowshipping arrangement. They want their money. They're not willing to budge. They want all power and all money. They want everything. They want everything. They won't compromise.
But let me ask you guys a question. Do you think that things, or less, I don't know about speculating, but do you think things might or would change if they would come out and, let's say, make an apology for certain things that they've gotten wrong, or things that they've said that have led to all of these terrible things that have happened to people? You know, would anything change? Would they get more money from the governments? Like, what if they did get rid of the disfellowshipping? You know, I mean, if they're really that greedy for power and money, wouldn't they get more of it if they would kind of play ball? I don't know.
Well, you gotta figure, if they get rid of the disfellowshipping arrangement, a lot of people believe this to be Jehovah's doctrine. They'll lose members. They know it. They can't just get rid of it straight up. They would have to take time, like maybe like that 10-year plan we hear about. Maybe if they stretch it over time and they keep lower, but I don't know.
And then,
I think it would be suicide for them to give that up at this point. Too many people have shunned their families. They're going to cause a lot of problems.
Right. And then after 1 or 2 generations, maybe, or something like that, they can kind of get away with it, but not all at once, right?
Yeah, that's what I think, at least my opinion. But
Well, I look at it like this. To me, Watchtower is playing a big game of chicken, right? Because it's like, if these courts keep essentially saying you have the right to practice your religion as long as nobody's getting hurt, which of course is arguable, because that's the exact point, right? These policies are hurting people. But we're not going to pay you. If you want to be misogynistic, if you want to be anti-LGBT, if you want to shun people, we can't stop you from doing that per se, or maybe we just won't at this time. But we're not going to pay you to do it. So the question becomes, who's going to blink first, right? Is Watchtower going to say, you know what, this is going to set a precedent like we talked about before? All these countries are going to say, oh, well, we can withhold funding too if they have these terrible things. And so do they change the things or don't they? And I can tell you for sure, Watchtower will change if enough countries start to withhold funding for those exact reasons. Yeah, Watchtower will all of a sudden come up with some new light that God said, oh, we're not going to shun anymore, whatever the reason, or they're blaming on the government. Oh, the government's coming after us, so we can't shun anymore. And they'll word it in such a way where basically the rank and file will continue to shun. It just won't come from the governing body anymore.
True.
That's kind of what's happening now. You know what I mean? There's so many things that witnesses don't know that they can do. They don't know that they can vote. What was the other one? They can vote. God, I forgot what the other one was. But there's so many things that they don't even know. The average witness has no idea anymore of what this organization allows and doesn't allow them to do. They're just in this whirlwind. They have no clue. So I do think that Watchtower is playing a game of chicken. If enough countries decide to either ban their activities because of their positions or withhold funding, they'll all of a sudden change and kind of shift the blame on the other people. So that'll definitely happen. That's why we need Norway and some of these other countries to continue to go after them. They will change their policies because they care more about money than they do anything.
Yeah. Yep. Just thought I'd say hi to Ray. Ray Dietzen, however you say that. But I got your text message, buddy. Thanks.
Carol just wrote they're going to screen the word persecution. But see, that's just the thing. They're not being persecuted. Nobody is saying you can't practice your religion. They're just saying we're not going to pay you.
Russia's the only one doing the persecuting.
Now, Russia, of course, that's a different story, but they're not being persecuted. Nobody in Norway is saying that Jehovah's Witnesses are going to be banned. They're just simply saying we're not going to pay you if you've got these kinds of policies. So if you don't change your policy,
I caught the governing body lying about Russia. They said that. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that I caught the governing body lying about Russia in their governing body update. They said that their brothers or sisters, there was brothers and sisters that were arrested just for simply studying the Bible. No, see, that's such deceptive speech because that's not what's up. Their literature is banned, and we all know that the witnesses can't study the Bible at all without the literature. Even at the meetings, you got to use Watchtowers. The Bible is not banned in Russia. They encourage it. They encourage Christian families. They see the witnesses as extremists and as an occult, like part of the occult. They don't want that garbage in their country, and they're handling it extreme. But I'm not going to tell a ruler how to handle his country. Jehovah's Witnesses, you need to obey the Caesar because the Bible's not banned, so you're not breaking God's laws.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if people in the West had to deal with something like that. I mean, I don't think most of them would be able to handle it, firstly, and secondly, I think a lot of them would throw in the towel. And
I think so too. Yeah.
Because the West is spoiled in a lot of ways because of the dollar, mainly because of the dollar, and the United States' position as the world's bully, really. But they're an empire, is what they are, and a lot of us have been spoiled, and JW's included.
The thing is that if you do ban the Jehovah's, I agree, Aaron. If you ban the Jehovah's Witnesses in the West, they'll flee like cockroaches. Most of them. They're kind of cowardly and spoiled. Absolutely.
Well, that starts with the governing body. I mean, they're the biggest cowards. I remember. I don't know if you guys actually saw this. I don't know if it was the reporter that outed them for being a member of the United Nations for 9 years, but it was some reporter. It was just a reporter and a cameraman, and I think they were trying to just get some kind of a statement from Watchtower. So they went to the headquarters, which of course, they didn't get anything. And then, lo and behold, who's walking down the street but Tony Morris? And so they approach him to get a comment on whatever. And this man takes off running. You would have thought somebody was trying to rob him. He takes off running, and they literally videotape him as he's like running his big portly behind down the street. And I don't know if he radioed ahead or something, but there were some Bethelites that came out of nowhere, and they opened up a door and kind of whisked him in and closed the door as if, the boogeyman was after him. It was the funniest thing. But I said to myself, what a coward. You sit here and you send people out in service, just spend hour upon hour upon hour knocking on empty doors, just completely wasting time. And here you have an opportunity to give a comment, a statement in front of this camera. This might be played out and millions of people might be seeing it. And you'd think they would take advantage of that, but of course they don't, because they're cowards. They don't have any kind of a message. They don't have God's Spirit behind them. So the best thing for him to do in that case, in his mind, was to run, and that's exactly what he did. It's like, and when I saw that, I was just thinking, man, what cowards.
Yep. And they are cowards. You know why? Because they're telling everyone to go out and service in Russia, but why don't we see the governing body there? And you know what? I asked that question on Quora, and some Jehovah's Witnesses got back to me, and they said, well, of course they don't preach in Russia. They would get arrested. And I go, so rules for thee, but not for me. But they want you to do it. It's like, thank you for answering it honestly. They were too stupid to see how bad it looked, and nobody got back to me after that point.
And they'll tell you to go out and preach and get arrested, and then they'll use you to say, oh, look at how we're being persecuted. We must be the only true religion.
Our friend Audrey on here, my friend Audrey from Six Screens, we met on Quora from being two ex-Jehovah's Witnesses who were exposing Watchtower. And because of the questions I asked, I get like drilled a lot. And she left a comment in the comment section like, you guys really grill Ricky Bobby. Like, they attack me. They're actually abusive to me, how bad they are. But I don't mind at all, because it's just showing their true nature. Every time a bad comment is made, I just let it bounce off my skin, just brush it off. Sometimes one guy said that I was like a disappointment in my entire family. For some reason, that hurt a little bit, because there's probably truth to it. But it's not because I shamed my family. It's because. But anyways, the reason why I do it is because any onlookers, which there's been plenty of people saying, gee, like non-witnesses or even people who have no affiliation with Watchtower ever, like, why are you guys so mean to him? He's just asking questions. So this is exposing how Jehovah's Witnesses really truly behave when they say I'm attacking them, but all I'm doing is asking questions and just making them uncomfortable, exposing the truth. I have a way of asking a question, and they'll tell me, the witnesses will say, well, you're asking the question wrong. You should have said it like this. I'm like, gee, you're not a cult telling me even how to ask a question.
I think a lot of them are probably dealing with feelings of frustration, because they know that they can only delve so far into, the internet and dealing with people that challenge their beliefs. And but at the same time, they have this feeling of, oh gosh, I want to respond, but how can I respond? And I can't look up any of this information that he's telling me about. I can't check it because if I do, I'm going to get in trouble, and this and that. It's just a weird dynamic going on there, and I think it's just a lot of pent up frustration on their part.
I totally agree. And the other thing I would find frustrating if I was a witness today, what do you even talk about in service? Because you can't think of one single teaching that they haven't done a 180 on in the last couple of years. What can you even talk about? I mean,
they don't talk about that out in service. They probably talk about
what?
Oh, I was going to say they don't talk about that. They probably talk about TJ Maxx, the sisters and stuff, what's on sale, and I don't know. That's my. Well, yeah, being a young teenager and a pioneer, that's what the sisters were talking about.
I'm talking about if somebody.
Oh, at the door.
Somebody actually opens the door.
Oh, my bad.
What are you going? What teaching can you sit there and actually talk about and be completely sure that it's not going to change in a week?
No doubt. Good point.
I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. I need to take out a notepad one day and write down all the things that have changed. But I remember when we were teaching the type and anti-type, so you don't have that anymore. Then we used to teach, we were living in the last days in Matthew, and now you realize, okay, well, we're not living in the last days like that. Then it was, we're separating the sheep from the goats, and we were running around telling everybody we're separating the sheep from the. Then it turns out, no, we're not separating the sheep from the goats. And then this 1914 generation, that nonsense. It's like, what are you going to even? And I heard somebody even say earlier. They were talking about the Bible does teach living on paradise and earth. And I have to take exception with that, and we certainly are not going to have a theological discussion. But the thing that points to me to the opposite of that is if you look at what Jesus said, Jesus never once talked about living on paradise earth. All he ever talked about was living in the heavens. Why do we think that that's the ultimate eventuality of people? And I think you can make a very good case just from that alone, whether you believe it or don't believe it, but Jesus never once. And if only 144,000 go to heaven, and you think about the millions, probably billions of people that theoretically could be, resurrected, and only 144,000 go to heaven, everybody else lives on the earth, and yet Jesus has not one single word about living on the earth. Doesn't sound like to me that that's what Jesus had in mind. So that's my whole point. Because if they come out and they change that teaching, now you're at the door talking about, oh, we're living on paradise earth. Every time I've seen you witnesses, you're telling me about living on paradise earth. Now all of a sudden you don't even talk about that anymore. That's why I said if I was a Jehovah's Witness, I would not have any confidence about teaching anything to anybody because in the back of my mind, I'm going to be thinking this teaching's probably going to change next week.
Right.
That's a good point. I mean, a lot of them have got to be questioning their, some of the things that they're teaching now. Like what's going to change at the next, what's it called? October meeting, the yearly thing.
Sounds like to me they are completely running out of stuff to even talk about. Because remember the last one? What was the only thing of significance they were trying to make some distinction about what's going to happen in Armageddon or whatever it was. I'm like, this is all you guys can find to talk about. This is pathetic. It's like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel trying to find something to talk about.
Basically, New Light is just explanations for their, excuses for their failures. That's all New Light is now.
And some New Light is rehashed Old Light.
I know.
True. Yeah. They bounce back and forth. They're all over the place.
Exactly.
These guys are mentally ill.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right? They are. They're all mentally ill.
It's like they're so desperate to try to stay relevant in the life of the rank and file. And the reality is that they have nothing to offer anybody. Their teaching is completely up in the air. They make it up as they go, and besides that, they do nothing for anybody. So how do you keep people, attention on something when they get nothing out of it? And you're trying to act like, hey, without you listening to me, your life is just going to completely fall apart. It's like, man, get over yourself. Get over yourself. It's funny. They want the rank and file to think they can't live without Watchtower, and in reality, it's the opposite. They can't live without the rank and file.
That's
without
true.
The rank and file,
Yeah.
governed by the whole
We don't need them at all whatsoever. You're right.
No.
Yep.
No. Yeah, it's like, who needs who? You need me. I don't need you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So I don't know. I look at Watchtower as I do like a YouTube channel. They're content creators. They have to find something to talk about during these broadcasts and in the meetings. And you can tell they're running out of stuff because they don't even print. Is it true they don't print the Awake anymore? Eric, anybody know?
They still do one, don't they? One a year. I think they do one a year. Yep.
Now it seemed to me when I was a kid, we got 2 Watchtowers and 2 Awakes a month, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. It was the 1st and the 15th for the
And then I
Watchtower.
think it was 1 Watchtower and 1 Awake.
And the 8th and the 22nd for the Awake.
Now,
right?
yeah. And now they're down to 1 Awake a year. That lets you know right there they have completely run out of stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
And you would
lost a
think
lot
if
of
you're
people.
the faithful and discreet slave, like they want to keep telling everybody that they are, and if you're closer to the end than at any other point, you're supposed to be providing more spiritual food. Not
Well, they
less.
also know they can indoctrinate more on TV than. They know they can indoctrinate more with the TV than the
but if
reading.
people would just think, yeah, but if people would just think, if you're the so-called faithful and discreet slave, and you're supposed to be providing spiritual food, shouldn't we be getting more spiritual food instead of less?
Yeah, not less. Right.
Like it does. You don't need a PhD to say this is not adding up here. I should be getting more. Instead of getting more, we're getting less. And my understanding is they're going to be reading for the book study. I guess they're going to be reading a kid's book. And did I hear that right?
Yeah. I think it's happening right now. That's what I heard. I thought.
Unbelievable.
They're dumb. It's called dumbing people down.
Unbelievable. I wish I would go do all of that and go to a meeting to read from some damn kid's book.
And at the same time,
they are their own worst enemy. You couldn't make this stuff up if you wanted to. Grown people going and reading a kid's book.
And of course, back in my day, we were studying a really, really hard book like Revelation when I was like 9. You know what I mean? So it was like I never understood that stuff, and that was the opposite.
Yeah. Right. We were reading Revelation, we were reading Daniel, we were reading Isaiah, we were reading hard stuff. This is nothing now, and but you know what? In a way, it's good because it's just going to make more people say this is a complete and total waste of time. I am out of here. I wouldn't be surprised if more people started leaving. I wouldn't be surprised if they completely cut that off and go immediately to another publication. Wouldn't surprise me at all. If the feedback from the circuit overseers back to headquarters and people are very disgruntled by wasting their time reading the kids' book, it wouldn't surprise me at all. They come up with some new release and come up with some reason why it needs to be studied right away and switch off to something else. So we'll keep our eyes open on that.
Yeah, and not only are they coming out with less material, printed material now, but they're also removing some of their older material from years from the website, right? Like they did in the last month or so. Took out some of the
Yeah.
80s and some of the 90
Yeah.
archives, so you can't even look at those anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they're definitely trying to rewrite their history.
Are they going to be permanently gone, or are they like scrubbing them and then they're going to put them back with some with minus all the things that they find to
Right.
be wrong or embarrassing or whatever?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just temporarily gone and then they put them back up, but with minor changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Aren't these guys pathetic?
Yeah. Well, the XJW community is going to.
We'll pick up on it.
Community is going to have a field day with that. They're going to show everywhere where they made a change.
Yeah, I followed. The first time I heard about it was on Berean Pickett's Eric Wilson's channel. He was on it like right away.
Yeah. That's what I say. You get this. I have an expression that I say, and that's cults are gonna cult. And Watchtower is its own worst enemy. They just cannot help but just make their own situation worse. They just can't.
Yeah,
maybe with these new guys in charge, maybe they'll start going in some different direction. We'll have to see. But it just seems like to me they just can't help it. And see, the whole thing about it is the more they drop the teachings that really made them unique and different, then they're just like any other mainstream Christian religion. So who needs them? You're no different than anybody else. Who needs you? And I think this is the reason that's in the back of their mind. Like, we have to change, but then the more we change, the more we're just like everybody else, and we're still going to lose people.
Sorry, guys, I'm still here. I'm just chilling.
I have a friend who, well, I would call her an acquaintance at this point, I guess. I kind of cut her off because, well, she was in my hall back in around 2006, 7, 8-ish, around there, when I was still married. And her and my ex-wife were kind of friends, I guess, for a while. And it ended up to where after I left, Cindy, that was her name. That's her name. She also left the organization, and then I ended up going over to her place and like doing some odd jobs for her, like plumbing and such. So I guess we kind of bonded over being ex-witnesses for a few years there, but she eventually kind of went off the rails as far as, I mean, I don't think she's schizophrenic, but she definitely had some episodes of, like severe depression and instability. And she had this guy, John, who she was on and off again with, and he was in prison for a while. And it's just a lot of drama around her life, which is one of the reasons why I cut her off. But more recently she was saying, oh, I'd like to go back to the hall because that's a structured type of lifestyle, and I guess she feels like without some kind of a structure that for her and she has a young kid, even though she's in her 40s now. She had another kid by John. It's so much drama, and I kept trying to tell her, well, you do what you want, but I don't think going back to the witnesses is the kind of structure that you need. But yeah, I don't know. It's some people are just I don't know. They find it hard to find structure for their lives on their own, so they want other people to give it to them.
Oh, for sure. Some people
I don't understand that.
decisions. They just want you to tell them what to do. You know, it's the shepherd being a sheep. You know, some people are just like that. There's other people that want to be in control of their lives and make their own decisions, and there's others that they are not comfortable doing that for whatever reason. And cults know that. That's part of the appeal. They love. I mean, those are the best cult members, right? The ones that just say, "Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it." So yeah.
I don't know if JP is still with us. He's been really quiet.
He's probably snoring. No.
He has been quiet.
Yeah, he's just hanging out with us.
I think he's watching TV.
Is the Super Bowl on tonight? No, that's tomorrow. Sunday. Today's Saturday.
Well, it's 12:22 a.m. So yeah, it is today.
Yeah.
Depends on where you are, I guess.
Right.
I'll probably look. I'm working the next three nights, so no Super Bowl for me. I don't really follow sports that much, so I mainly just will catch the commercials and whatever the good stuff happened there during halftime and whatnot.
Yeah, I feel you, brother.
I'm always a big Super Bowl guy, but I hardly ever watch the commercials. I just can't stand them. I'm just like, get the game back on. Don't care about the commercials.
Don't mind me. I'm not cooking, but I'm prepping some food to cook later.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made a whole bunch of tacos meat this week.
So
freeze it.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Eric, there's a comment from Andy Fugazi. I guess this is Fugazi.
Yeah.
He says JWs have lost their way. I used to think that too, but then I have to remind myself that they were never really a religion in the first place. They were always a cult. It was always just a business. So they haven't really lost their way. They're just more transparent about what they're doing, and it makes it look to us like they've completely lost their way. But this is what they've been doing all along.
Well, they lost their way. Like the people lost their way.
Really? Yeah, the people are totally lost. Because what do?
Yeah.
Your organization is telling you just go along with the chariot, and we're going to tell you stuff that doesn't make sense, and they just go right along with it. So they're completely lost. But that was a question that I posed to Miss Barbara Anderson. Do these people really believe it? And she said that she felt like, they did really believe it, but they've just gotten off track. And I'm thinking in my mind, this is a cult. They've never believed this. I mean, I can imagine like Bethelites, just the workaday rank and file Bethelites, they probably believe in it. But the ones at the top, they know this is all BS.
Yeah,
this is just a business. You got to keep the money coming in, keep the free labor coming in, and it's just a product to them. So they don't. I can't imagine they can believe it. How can you? How can you believe this?
I think that some of the governing body members think that they have some position with God somehow. I think they're deranged enough to think that they actually are like spokesmen for God. Like that, I think they believe some of their madness, but they know that they are lying to us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to cover it up. So I don't know. It's confusing, but I think they think that I think that's why they don't apologize, because it's like, well, the end will be here soon, and we won't have to. We won't have to like be accountable for anything we did. I think they do believe that they're going to heaven and stuff like that, but I think it's part of their mental illness.
One of the things that I can't really get over is the fact that they said in a lot of the recent when a lot of the recent changes came out, they used the words "the governing body has decided to do this" or
Yes,
that.
not Jehovah.
Yeah,
Right.
and they did. They could have just as easily said,
Right.
we've decided through prayerful consideration" or something like that. Like they would have said in the past. But now they're just blatantly saying this is from us. I don't know. I mean, what do you get out of that?
Yeah, right.
Exactly. See, and that all ties into, so when you take a step back and say, okay, why are they wording it that way? So you remember not too long ago, the guy said, we are neither inspired nor whatever. I don't
Or
remember what he said.
infallible. Yeah.
And, they don't feel like they have to apologize and all of that. And even in, I want to say 2018 or 2017, they said that exact same thing, buried way down in like paragraph 13 or something in the Watchtower. And I was just starting to wake up. And then that Watchtower came out, and I was at home studying that, and I read that, and I'm like, wait a minute, did this just say? And I had to stop and go and read it again out loud, read it word for word, very slowly, very deliberately. And I said to myself, these people are telling me we are not inspired of God. Why am I here? What am I doing? I have to be insane. You're telling me you're not inspired of God. That means that you're just making this BS up as you go along. And that was I just could not get that out of my head, and I couldn't go to meetings. How are you going to go to meetings and sit there knowing that this is just nothing of what you've been told? You've been lied to all this time. That's the thing that woke me up, and that's what I don't understand about how people stay with this organization when they're telling you they're not inspired to God. Hell, you might as well go be a Catholic, a Baptist, a Lutheran, a Muslim. You might as well go be anything you want to be. If they're not inspired by God, none of these other religions are either. So you might as well just go do whatever you want to do, or not go to any of them at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
That's the part that makes me wonder. It's like, how do you stay in this?
Yeah, and me personally, I would say that if I was a religious person, which I'm not, I'm more of a spiritual person. But if I was, I would say I lean mostly towards Christianity. But I also think there's a lot of other possible potential explanations for the universe, how we got here, why we're here, and where we're going. So, I think it always pays to keep an open mind about things.
Yeah. Well, I always said there's probably some good in all religions because they're all man-made. So hopefully there's people that are older and have some life experience, and that's kind of a part of it. But it's nothing that you need to be losing your life over. This is the thing I don't understand. If you're a witness, why are you willing to lose your life over this organization when they're telling you they're not even inspired to God? It just makes no sense. And people are so brainwashed and down the rabbit hole that they just can't even think straight. They're telling me today, oh, you can't have a blood transfusion because God said so. But yeah, yesterday you told me all these other things, and now you've turned around and said, yeah, we know we said that in the past. But so how do I know tomorrow you're not going to change your mind about the blood transfusion, and now I've let my child die, or my sibling die, or even if they didn't die, the recovery was so much longer because they didn't get blood, or whatever the case may be. I mean, because remember they said you couldn't have, for the longest, they said you couldn't have a organ transplant. That was cannibalism. No cannibal was going to get into God's kingdom or the paradise earth or whatever it was. Now it's okay. You need a liver, you need a kidney, whatever you need, go get it. It's okay. Not a problem. Well, I don't know you're not going to change it and say the same thing about the blood transfusion. That's why I'm like, what are these people doing? Get out of this craziness.
Stefan, what do you think about the whole 2/3 majority thing?
But like I always...
Yeah, if you could comment on that at some point. But
the only thing I think about it is if you were an organization that was inspired by God, there wouldn't be a vote. God's spirit would manifest to you what he wants to do. Now, I'm not religious or spiritual, but I'm just saying that's how it would be. There wouldn't be a need for a vote. I think about, because we read the Bible so many times as witnesses, but you go back to Moses. Moses had the law. And then God said to Moses, if there's anything else outside of the law, they'll go to you. And then if you need help, I'll be there. That to me is how the thing would work. But it would be obvious that God is the person that made this decision, because it would always work out. When you look at everything Watchtower doing, there's not one single thing that's working out for them. They're losing people like crazy. Their reputation is completely in the toilet. Now they're in court fighting just for $1 million and to be able to marry its people. There's not one single thing you can point out, and they can sit there and tell that lie that they've got 9 million. They don't even know damn 9 million people. I think Barbara said they have somewhere between 3 million and 4 million people. And you knew they were losing people and doing terrible if they have to go back and scrape the bottom of the barrel, go to try to get the disfellowship ones and bring them back. The very elders that kicked them out now got to go hat in hand and telling them that Jehovah misses you or whatever nonsense is going to come out of their mouth. So that tells you right there they're doing terrible. So nothing they're doing is working out. that should wake people up too. Like, nothing you guys are doing. Like, when I was a kid, I used to hear about all these Supreme Court decisions that they used to win. That, oh, if you can go out and you can go to church on a Sunday, that's because the Watchtower won these things. Or if you can go out and knock on people's doors and sell product, that's because the Watchtower won these things. Well, you look at Watchtower now. Is Watchtower winning anything now? No. Even when they go to court over this pedophilia, they're losing every case. And sometimes they're getting the highest judgment thrown at them that a judge can throw, because they're so freaking tired of them lying in court. This is what judges do. When you lie in court and you just have a reputation, they just throw the book at you. Like, oh, okay, because I know you're lying. I know you're not telling me the truth. I'm going to give you the highest judgment that I can give you, because I'm not even going to waste my time trying to get the truth out of you, because you just shown me too many times that you can't be trusted. So nothing they're doing is working out. So this 2/3 majority decision thing, that just lets you know that there is no Holy Spirit operating on them. They're just a bunch of guys, just like any other corporation, sitting there voting on whatever it is that they want to vote on, throwing their weight around, trying to get their way. That's all they're doing. And nothing they're doing is working out. What do you guys think?
I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, man. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
No. Go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't going to say much, but yeah, I agree with you, Stefan. I think they're just they're doing whatever they can to avoid punishment, and it's just making it worse. And the judges, I hope that's true, that they're actually giving them higher, not sentences, but what's the word? Like higher court fees and everything. I also hope Norway gets sick and judgment. Thank you. I also hope Norway gets sick and tired of them appealing it. Can they do another appeal after this one? Isn't it going to the high courts in Europe, and that's it after that?
I think Rick said today that they couldn't appeal again. I don't know. I didn't ask that question.
Oh, so after this,
paying for all of that. Like, if they lose, if they make an appeal and then they lose, do they have to pay Norway for wasting the court's time?
Well, they have to pay the court costs. They already did the first time around. They have to pay all the court costs, and that was like tens of thousands of dollars. I think like $50,000 or something like that. Or was it more than that? I don't remember. But they had court costs. They had to pay their lawyers, and they had to pay Norway's court costs for wasting their time.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They can't get anything right. How many times are you going to go and appeal the same thing without making any kind of changes, pay all that money, and think you're going to win? It's
Maybe
like
they're
you got to
cursed.
be crazy out of your head. That's hilarious.
But yet they're still building
the money hand over
karma.
Yeah, but yet they're still building the new audio-visual center, right?
Yeah,
Still
good luck with
spending all
that,
money
guys.
on that.
I'm curious how that will end up panning out for them, because
I don't
sorry?
know. I don't know, because I guess I'm not understanding the long game. So you're going to go start making better videos now because that's going to do what? Gonna go to the door, knock on the door, and pull out your iPhone and say, "Hey, here, watch this cool video." I mean, what? I don't even understand. Like, what do they think is going to change about their situation because they make videos now? I just don't even get it.
I mean, like from a production standpoint, I don't see how it would change anything from what they're doing now. You know what I mean? Because they are I'm just saying from a production standpoint, they already produce good material. Now, I'm not saying the material is good, but they seem to do all right with what they're doing now. So unless they just want to produce even higher quality material, quote, and then go into the be a televangelist, kind of like Rick was saying. I don't know what spending all the money on that building is going to really do. And not to mention the fact that if as a witness you really believe that the end is right around the corner, what's the need for something like that?
But that shows their hand. The fact that they keep saying on one side of their mouth, "Oh, the end is right around the corner. We're in the last days, and the last week, and the last hour." Oh, but by the way, we're going to get involved in a 5-year building project at $500 million. That lets you know right there they don't even believe. This is what I was talking about before, that they don't even believe what they're saying. Who is going to get involved with a 5-year building project at $500 million if I thought the end was going to come tomorrow? Nobody in their right mind would do that.
It kind of reminds me
either
of
you're crazy or you don't believe that the end is right around the corner. So either one is just as bad.
It kind of reminds me of the whole Beth Serene thing, back in the day, to where they wanted something for the resurrected prophets to come back to in the new system, and maybe they're thinking, well, we need a big production studio up and running to educate all of these billions of people that are going to be resurrected. I don't know.
You're right. They're using the same logic.
I'm telling you.
You're
Hi, Grace.
supposed
How you
to
doing,
obey
Grace?
them even if it doesn't. Hello, I'm okay. How are you?
Hi, Grace.
That's good. Not bad, thank you.
But you're just supposed to obey them even if it doesn't make sense from a human standpoint. That's what they say.
Right. And that was right around the same time they came out with the overlapping generation teaching too, wasn't it? When they said that.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
I don't remember. I think it wasn't it 2013 they said it the first time. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, and that was another infuriating thing. This generation business. My favorite photo is of me, and unfortunately, it's a sad photo because it's a photo of us with my grandfather a little bit before he wound up passing. And there's 4 very distinct generations. There's a World War II generation, Korean War generation, my generation, and then we get a baby with us. And you show that picture to anybody who's a non-witness and say, how many generations are represented in this photo? They would say 4. What are you, crazy? 4. Nope, not according to Watchtower. That's all one generation. An 80-year difference is all one generation. And you can stand there with a straight face and tell these people this nonsense. Unbelievable.
I can still hear David.
I remember when that video aired, and he was standing there with the pointer, like he's some kind of college professor. And I remember looking around at the people as we were watching, and it just seemed like nobody had a thought. Nobody's brain was registering or thinking about, just completely going along with it. And I was like, oh my God, it's like being around a room full of Stepford wives. I'm like, I got to get out of here.
Oh gosh, that was such a good movie.
I mean, I've seen that movie too, but I mean it's pretty scary. I talked to a Jehovah's Witness lady. She's married to an elder, and I told her, well, Jesus, he hanged on the cross he hanged for 6 hours, and she said yes. And I told her, well, it takes longer time to die if you have your arms stretched out. So that's why they say he died on the cross. And she's like, yes. And then I'm like, well, the Romans were very vicious, and I can't say it in English, but it's in Galilean or something. They put the 2,000 people on the cross, and they wanted to like make a statement with Jesus, so they definitely put him on the cross, even though around that time they could also put people on a stick or a pole, but that's not what happened with Jesus. And she's like, well, yes,
Right.
yes, they were vicious, but yes, they put the Jesus on the pole. He was on the pole. He was on the pole. Yes, he was on the pole. It was like, even though she agreed with everything I said, she still came to the conclusion that he was on the pole. So it's like they are so brainwashed that you can't really talk to them. It's like nothing sticks that you say to them. Even when they agree with you, they don't agree with you in the end. Then they always come to the conclusion that whatever Watchtower is saying right now, it's my opinion. So it's pretty scary. And that's when I was like, it's
It's,
really scary, this brainwash stuff. I mean, it scares me.
yeah, I totally agree.
I
I
seen
said
the
that
movie.
on today's Rick Farron's program, that when you have family in this, it is a very scary feeling because you can see that these people, their ability to think has completely been compromised by this organization. They are just going to, is that the Stepford Wives? Was
Yeah,
that the Stepford Wives?
that's the remake.
It's like
It's
this organization, that's the remake. Okay. Yeah, this, whatever this organization says, they just follow it, hook, line, and sinker. There's no different than what happened in Jonestown, Guyana. This man was able to talk parents, specifically moms, into giving their children something that would kill them. Do you know how brainwashed you have to be in order to do that? I mean, a mom's natural instinct is to protect the child. The last thing that the mom's going to do is intentionally do something to hurt this child. And not only do they do that, they used to actually conduct dry runs. So that time when they actually drank it wasn't Kool-Aid, it was Flavor Aid, they had actually had exercise. They had dry runs on this. And every time I would hear them talk about getting this go bag and all this stuff, it would always trigger this thought like they're doing this exercise the same way this guy did in Guyana before the final exercise where everybody literally drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak. And it's scary. And nothing you can say to them seems to break that that spell that they're under.
But
By
they
the
It is
way,
scary.
practically
is
already
Flavor
did
Aid
that
still a
because
thing?
they are not accepting blood for the children. So they practically already did that. Many children have died.
Oh yes, absolutely. That, as shocked as we are about Jonestown, Guyana, that was a little under 1,000 people that died. I think it was like 969, but don't quote me. But I guarantee you, we've probably had 10, 15, 20 times that have died in this organization when you couldn't take an organ transplant, when you couldn't take a blood transfusion, and even before this there's another change, right? That we're talking about changes. Now all of a sudden you can take blood fractions. But how many people have died listening to the bad advice from this organization? Well over 1,000. 1,000 would probably be a drop in the bucket. And yet nobody seems to bat an eye at that. Every couple of years we have a Jonestown, Guyana in this organization, and nobody seems to bat an eye about that. Nobody understands that, and nobody cares.
We had a person who died in my city,
But yeah,
but
that's another thing
I
you can
saw
talk about.
they had a movie about they made a movie about the blood, and they were talking about, well, if the patient need blood, maybe the surgeon might be bad or something. If the patient bleed a lot, the surgeon is bad. So they are all blaming it on the surgeons, even though some operations require blood, like heart operations and like so, I mean, I talked to a girl. No, she wasn't a girl. Maybe she was 70. And she was like, I told her, well, it's animal blood in the Bible. And she was like, well, you survived. Like it was nothing. You could just tell it in her response to me when I tell her, well, it's animal blood. And she's like it was nothing. She's like, well, you survived, so now it's nothing. They're just totally brainwashed. You can't talk to them like to a normal person. They're just completely
Right.
insane.
That's exactly right. Yeah. It's like they're sitting there in court defending their right to allow themselves to die because of not taking a blood transfusion. That should let a court know right now you are not dealing with people who are thinking rationally. There is something wrong with this organization.
I don't
That's
think
why I
they
said Watchtower is its
will
own worst
stand a
enemy.
chance in Norway. Try to. Mm.
Can you repeat that? I didn't catch what you said.
I don't know if she's still.
Did we lose her?
I think she's still there.
No, I think they will not stand a chance in Norway. They think they could get money from Norway. They won't stand a chance because I mean they have the everybody in the legal system. They have the information now, so they won't stand a chance. How could they ever win in Norway? It's not possible. They won't
Yeah,
get
and
any
it
money from
Exactly.
Norway.
and it sounds to me like that would be setting a dangerous precedent, and a lot of other countries are going to jump on board if that's the case.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Somehow
And you
Jehovah's
have to show that
Witnesses
this
have
group is
maintained
harmful.
to be under the radar, I think. I think they have been under the
Right.
radar somewhat because I think the legal system haven't catched up on how bad they really are. But now, as they have catched up, they don't have any chance. They don't stand a chance to get the money back. They can just forget about it. So all these changes they're making now possibly could turn them into maybe get new members or something, but they will not stand a chance to get any money. And I have been thinking recently, I wouldn't be surprised if they all of a sudden said, well, Jesus died on a cross. Because if they want to try to get somebody from mainstream Christianity to accept them, they will have to bring the cross. Otherwise, they don't stand a chance to get any new members because people just want to have the cross. So, what are they going to do? They will have to bring back the cross sooner or later if they're going to get any new members. I'm just sure about it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Not only would you have to bring back the cross, you also have to bring back the notion that everybody goes to heaven, because that is what mainstream Christianity teaches. Mainstream Christianity does not teach living on some paradise earth. Nobody teaches that. So now you want me to leave my Christian organization and come here, and you're telling me I'm not going to heaven in the presence of God, and I'm not going to be, I don't know, playing a harp and eating honey or whatever it is that they claim that you're supposed to be doing in heaven. That's going to be another teaching that they're going to have to deal with. Because every time I talk to a Christian and I ask them, like, well, what is your eventuality? It's always, oh, I'm going to heaven with the Father. And my mom and my dad, they'll be there, and my grandma and all these other people, they're going to be there. And they are not going to give that concept up just to come join Watchtower. You can forget it. So, yeah, on top of the cross, they're going to have to come to grips with this teaching of living on a paradise earth. And that's what I said earlier. The more they become like mainstream religion, why does anybody need them when you can just stay a Catholic or stay a Baptist or a Lutheran or whatever you are? Who needs Watchtower?
I mean,
And you don't do anything for people. At least if I'm a Catholic, I can go to a Catholic school, I can go to a Catholic hospital, I can go to charities.
But I heard you when you said that, and I have been thinking about it. I think it's very difficult for somebody who has been a Jehovah's Witness to become a Catholic, because I have been to Catholic church 3 times now. Well, I was there for like 23 years ago, but I gone back now. And as the sermons are they are like, oh, Father in heaven, blah, blah, blah. You fall asleep, and then they pray for 20 minutes, something about the rosary. It's all over the same pray over and over again for 20 minutes. And they are so boring. I mean, I don't understand even how the people that are Catholic can stand it. And I even told them that this praying for 20 minutes, same thing over and over again, I couldn't do it. I fall asleep. I told them straight up, I mean, I can't do it. And they were like, well, I know a bishop, he's like 80 plus years old, and he is not well, and he can do it. But I mean, I guess it's, if you're used to it from you're young, then it's easier. I mean, I just told them straight up, I can't stand it. So there, I mean,
Well,
I used to
it's the same
think that
reaction when I've
I used to think that Jehovah's Witnesses are very boring, the meetings very boring. But Catholic Church is actually much more boring.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak on that because I've not really attended, but I've been with family that have come to the Kingdom all those years ago, and this is what they talked about: is how boring the meeting was, that there's no choir, people don't, really sing inspirational songs. The building was so boring. So they were just bored. I even took a family to the memorial. Unfortunately, it wound up being a visiting speaker from some island, and none of us could understand what it was. I would have to say it was the worst memorial I had ever attended. So when people come from those groups and they come to a Kingdom Hall, it's very boring to them. I have to agree. It is. I can imagine how somebody coming from someplace more lively could sit there and listen to them draw on for an hour and a half. So, and I think it's trying to address that. If you notice some of these songs, and I know when I was a kid, you would have never had a quote-unquote theocratic song that had a beat to it, and you could almost kind of sway your body to it. It was never that. Even that god-awful country video song that they came out, JP and I almost laughed ourselves hysterically listening to that. So they are trying to make some kind of changes.
Yeah, that's like mainstream Christianity right there.
Country, but there you go. You better believe it. You better believe it.
But
it's very obvious. If they're going to survive, they have to make changes.
Well, like we have here in Sweden, it's like a Swedish Free Church. They are more like maybe like you have in United States, maybe they are more fun, like you say that you can swing your body. It's more like the Baptist, or this Jimmy Swaggart person. They have a lot of nice songs, even though he made his mistakes. But I mean, they have lots of nice songs there that I think it's a huge part of if you want to go to church, if you like the music, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. And I know in the African American community, the choirs, even the choir singers, that was always a major part of their service. So there's a big culture shock when they come to a kingdom hall and there's none of that. And I tell you another place they're going to need to make changes, and that's with the way that they conduct funerals. Because I went to one of my last funerals, and it was a brother who passed. All of his family was non-witnesses, and then he had a big extended family, and they all came to the Kingdom Hall. And I'm telling you, they were livid that they were not able to talk. So I guess the funerals that they conduct, they do some kind of sermon, and then basically everybody can come on stage and tell like an amusing anecdote about the beloved one that they just lost. Well, in Watchtower Land, they only let one person go up, and it wasn't even a family member. It was another witness, and he droned on about, working with the mountain servants and stuff like that. And one of the family members actually said, "Man, is that all that this is going to be? Like, we don't get to say anything?" And a lot of them got up and started walking out. They were highly upset. So that's another thing they're going to have to change, the way they do those funerals. That does not appeal to people, not even appeal to me. It's so formulaic. It's really just another way for them to try to, get more recruits. It has nothing to do with the deceased. That's something else they're going to have to change.
I think the one thing they won't change, though, is the fact that apostates, associating or talking with them, or even letting them back in. I mean, they may change the disfellowshipping thing eventually, but I don't think that will include, people that have spoken out against the organization in the past.
I don't think they'd ever change that. There's no way.
Advise them as a cult. But you have to think about it, because like right now in Norway, that was one of the things that kind of came up. I'm sure it was obvious to the judge and everybody in charge. They could see the animosity that the witnesses had to the former witnesses. Maybe not the other way around, but they could see that. This is another thing that paints you into the corner as a cult, a harmful, destructive group. And if you're telling me that a member, an ex-member, now he is just persona non grata, nobody talks to him, this, not the other thing. And again, we're supposed to be paying you to operate in our country. So that could definitely come up, and it could definitely be something that they'll have to at least have a public policy on. Now, of course, in private, they'll still, they wouldn't spit on you if you're on fire, but they'll probably have to make some change the way they did once speaking to the fellowship ones, where they can say a brief greeting, or they'll come up with something. Believe me, if there's enough money on the table to be lost, they will make changes. Because at the end of the day, that is all they care about.
I just
whole business with, you can say a brief greeting to the fellowship ones. That came because they don't want to lose money, so they will do whatever they have to do to keep money. Trust me.
I just saw on the XJW Reddit, they brought up, in one post, they brought up a quote by Nietzsche. It says, "The truth doesn't mind being questioned. A lie does not like being challenged."
Exactly.
So
There you go. There you go.
The other
think about
day I talked
you guys
to
want to see something hilarious. Hey, Grace.
Well, the other day I talked to this lady. She's married to an elder, and she told me that her daughter was just like 17 years old when she got baptized around that age. And she said that her daughter had the baptism reversed. So she's not baptized anymore. And she said, well, the reason was that she didn't understand what the baptism stood for, even though she was, I mean, she's in the age she would understand, I guess, at that age. I mean, otherwise they have people getting baptized that are just 13. So, but she said no, she had it reversed. So
That's amazing.
what I did, I went on Reddit, and
That
on
is amazing.
Reddit, yes, on Reddit, it was a guy who said that you can have your baptism reversed, but you can, if you have been like a regular pioneer or an ministerial servant or something, and you have done something in the Jehovah's Witness, then you cannot have your baptism reversed. There are strict rules how to get your baptism reversed. But I nearly fall off my chair. I have never heard of such a thing. Have you, any of you, heard about this baptism reversed thing?
Yes, I have. John Hagar. He's a dude that I grew up with, like, my teenager years, like later teenager years, almost like 20-year-old around there too. But he got baptized at like 12, and both his mother and father left the organization, and they're like drug addicts, and he's just struggling to live with the shitty situation that he has. And he's in and out of the elders room constantly. And he's like, dude, I was 12. I didn't even, or he might even been 11. I don't know. But like he was so young, and because of his life situations, the elders reversed it. It's the only time I've ever heard of it.
Wow. I never heard about that.
Yep, the only time I ever heard about it. And this was back in like 2000, like 99, 2000, somewhere around then.
And that also makes me think about how, what would be the age? Would it be an age cutoff, or would it be a maturity cutoff? How would you define that? Where you would start at the reversal process? Because like I was
No doubt.
16, and I would think that based on being 16, they might say, "Oh, that's kind of old enough to make your own decision." But I don't know. I'm just guessing.
But you're not an adult, so not really.
Right. I mean, not an adult by
No.
legal standards, sure, but
Right.
it would be an interesting thought that if it could be reversed,
But
but
that was
That's
the
amazing.
thing. Yes, but that was the thing that amazed me, that she was around 17 years old and still they reversed it.
Yeah, well.
Wow.
But
That's
then again,
that's amazing. I never heard of that. I you know what? I never even heard of disassociation. I remember I was in my, I would say, early 20s, and I had met a new group of witnesses, and they had invited me over to somebody's house for a gathering. And at the gathering, this one sister came, and you could just tell the whole vibe in the room just kind of got kind of tense, and I could hear these sisters off mumbling and, talking about this other sister. And so I asked my friends, and I said, what's going on? And they said, oh, that's such and such, whoever the girl was. And they were like, yeah, she disassociated herself, and now she's back. I never even heard of that. And at that time, when you would disassociate, that was almost like invalidating your having ever been a witness. There was no stigma of being disfellowshipped attached to it. It was like, I'm just deciding I don't want to be a witness anymore. And there was no strings attached. And then she decided that she was going to be one again. She came to this gathering, but nobody, treated her nicely. They all treated her as if she was disfellowshipped. But I never even heard of disassociation. I was like, disassociation, what is that? And they were like, that's if you just decide you don't want to be a witness anymore. I was thinking to myself, you can do that? All I ever knew about was disfellowshipping. I never heard of that. But again, like I said, now disfellowshipping or disassociation is the same as being disfellowship for the most part. But apparently back then, you could just disassociate and leave, no strings attached. You were not considered disfellowshipped, and that was the end of it. Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Zachary.
Hi, Zachary.
Hi.
Oh,
Zachary.
Zachary. Hello, Zachary. It's Grace from Sweden. Long time no see.
Exactly. If you're gonna talk, it's gonna talk to one of your points, man. We gotta get points from people.
Wait, let me turn my phone up. I can't hear. Okay. I hope that worked. I fell asleep during the news, and I woke up, and this program was on. So I've been listening for about an hour or two, and an hour and a half maybe. And I just say, but I heard that question about getting your baptism reversed. And I personally, even though I was an elder, I had even been a presiding overseer for a good number of years. I don't know personally about any baptisms being reversed, but it doesn't sound totally foreign to me because of this. As this goes back to babyhood, right? I know that there was a sister who was really respected and by the congregation. She was married, and she had kids, and they were one of the regular families in the congregation, and her husband was not a witness. And one day he wasn't around, and years later, when I was a teenager, I remember her son saying that she had to get baptized twice. And so I laughed about it because I thought that while they were baptizing her, her hand came up out of the water or something. And you know how they dunk you once and then they do it again because you weren't totally under the water. But it turned out that the reason why, and it bothers me to say this stuff out loud, but the reason why she had to, what he meant was she had to get baptized a second time on another occasion because she found out that her husband was a bigamist. And so her original baptism, they did not, I guess, consider it valid. So she did have to be rebaptized. She did get baptized again. I don't know if that adds anything to the conversation, but that's what happened.
No, it does. It shows how anything can happen.
And I also remember, this is older, this is maybe, it could have been in the 80s or the 90s when there was some kind of an announcement or a statement made at an assembly, or it could have been with a circuit overseer coming around where they were telling people that they could be rebaptized if they didn't feel their original baptism for some reason wasn't valid. That did come. I do kind of remember that too.
And you know where else that would come into play, Zach?
Mm-hmm.
What if you had a married couple, one is a witness, one isn't, and let's say it's the husband that isn't, and then you have a child, and the husband says, I don't want you getting baptized, and they go and get baptized anyway. Couldn't that person go and say, I want their baptism invalidated because I said no, and they have to go by what the family head says? I remember something like that in the past too. Does that sound familiar?
No, not really. That kind,
Yeah,
that
I
kind of
remember that.
situation. Mm-hmm. Wow. Mm-hmm.
I remember that. I remember now that you got me you're really thinking about this. But I remember that because there was a talk about that whenever the family head says go, that you can't just go over the family head. So if they said, no, I don't want my child getting baptized until they're grown and can make their own decision, you have to respect that. If that child went ahead and got baptized or whatever, that baptism was invalidated. I remember this now.
Oh wow.
Amazing. We're talking about this. Yeah. Yeah, because the family had said no, you can't go over that. At least back then.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, through life, you hear things where the family, the father might not be a witness, and some of the decisions that are, and he has to make decisions. I remember, I have other. I guess I had I know of this situation in a congregation of a family member, no longer alive, but there was a young woman. Will we say young woman? She may have been like 20 years old in that age. So she could have been 19, 20, 21. And I remember my mother saying, "Oh, is she the one?" And the thing is, she was in college. Wait, that's the call. Excuse me. She was in college, and her father, who was not a witness, was demanding that she go to college. And they acted like, oh, what a shame. She's the one who's being forced to go to college because her father says she has to go. So I do know that those non-witness heads of households can be a blessing to witnesses. My father was never a witness either. Yeah.
My dad was one for like 4 or 5 years at the most when I was a baby, and that was about it. So, and this goes back to another thing that will have to change in order for them to be a kind, legitimate cult. They're going to have to change this public position on higher education. Nobody's going to come into this cult and you tell them you can't go to school. They're going to be looking at you like you must have lost your mind.
Well, they did change it once.
They changed it, but it was kind of like, oh, you could go, but just, minimize it. Maybe just if you're a female, maybe just become a nurse. And if you're a male, maybe just go be a whatever.
Well,
that's not going to appeal to people. You're not going to tell me where I can go to school. That's not going to appeal to people.
Where do you feel they said, where did they say that kind of thing? What time period was that?
That wasn't too long ago. I know with the nursing thing, I heard something. I was so annoyed with this, with the fact that they just try to control every aspect of your life. So I'm not saying this was in a magazine. This is just something I know witnesses.
Right.
How, because they seem to see it as a the sisters can go to school and they can be a nurse now. But they wanted you to be limited to just certain things that you.
Well,
we were talking earlier. Oh, well, you were on the phone. We were talking earlier about things they would have to change. That's going to be another one.
Well, the thing I'm saying about college is, I think it happened back around 1992. Somewhere in the specific magazine might be sometime around November of 1992, and the title of the magazine, I actually can remember, it was Education with a Purpose. And that was the first time they openly said that you can go to college, but it should be with a purpose. And part of the purpose was, read between the lines, was to be able to make more money in less time. Because if you could make more money in less time, you could do things like pioneering. they gave an example of somebody, a woman, I guess she was in an Asian country, and I could have it all wrong because it's been years since I saw this, but she was in an Asian country, and it said that she took extra hours of classes, so she did something so that she could become a certified public accountant. And so she just needed she needed extra hours. But what that told me was that this person had already gone through probably the 4 years of college, and she needed something extra just to be able to be a certified public accountant. I still remember that.
Exactly.
Yeah. But that was called education with a purpose. And some of the tricks in that were, or some of the fancy wordings were this. When I talked about that article after it had come out for a couple of years or so, I was using the term higher education. And a sister corrected me and told me, she asked me, is it higher education, did they say? Or did they say further education? And the term that they used was further education rather than higher education. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and the thing I also remember is this. They did that article around 1992. Excuse me. And witnesses did go to college because of that article. Some did go.
Right.
But I remember attending one of those Bethel meetings in 2007, it must have been. And I think that the person who was over the meeting was Brother Lett, the one who has the extreme facial expressions.
Yeah.
And it was so tense. That meeting was so tense. I had never seen it like that, because that was around the time that they were sending Bethelites home.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could feel the tension in the meeting. But that brother made the statement, brother, I believe it was Let, he said, some people ask, can they increase their chances of going into Bethel service by going to college, getting skills at that level? And he said, no. And of course, the Bethel stance is we want spiritual men and women. And he also said, it won't increase your chances. In fact, it may decrease your chances with the information we've been putting out recently. So whereas in 1992, around that time and years that followed, they kind of were more open on college, I think they closed up again. They were more restrictive around 2006.
Yeah, for sure. This is my point of how they flip-flop on it. When I started waking up back in about 2018, I was listening to this sister. She's Puerto Rican, from Puerto Rico, and she was in a bad marriage that finally got dissolved, and she was kind of rebuilding her life. And so she was like, "Well, I'm going to go to school just for something, whatever this degree was, so she could take care of herself better." But even just to do that, she kept it secret. And because witnesses are so nosy and all up in your business all the time, it finally kind of came out. Everybody, including her biological family, gave her hell over the fact that she was going to school. Well, she was like, "Well, I'm going anyway. Nobody's taking care of me. Nobody's, paying my bills. I'm going." So she kept going, and good for her. She did so well in school that one of the professors pulled her to the side and said, "Hey, I really think that you would make a good attorney." And so she was like, "Me? No way." He goes, "Yeah, this and that." And she goes, "Why don't just keep going, just try it. Let's just put you in law school. Let's see what happens." She wound up graduating as an attorney. Now the same witnesses
that put her down, called her unspiritual. They would make snide remarks, snide comments during meetings about how you know how they do it there. Some people are not following the instructions from the government. All these people, for all those years that she was in school, now they come to her because they want free legal advice. So she wound up moving congregations and all the rest. So after she got her law degree and started working, I think this was now her second law firm. Guess who comes to her and basically wants to know if she would donate some of her time to the witness organization and this, that, and the other thing, the elders. So the elders found out that she had a law degree, and I guess they at the Bethel have been quietly asking around for people with professional degrees and certain things like CPA, you just mentioned, you know, being an attorney and some other things. Found out that she was one, and now they want, and she told them no. And I was so glad she did. That's right. No, I really don't have time for that. I'm not. Because they want you to do all kind of stuff. That's right. For free. But yet when you were in law school, you were a bad person. You were not following the direction from Jehovah, and you're doing this, and you're independent, and everything they can throw at you. But as soon as you get your degree, they'll come knocking on the door and expect you to use that and give them free service. Unbelievable. And that's not the only person. There was another person, a friend of mine, used to be a friend of mine, at his hall. She is from one of the islands. She came to the United States to get her medical degree. And the friends just harassed her. And this one brother told me, he's like, it was so bad, I pulled her to the side and said, you know what? Keep doing what you're doing. Ignore these friends. Because they were all giving her, and it's right around the corner. You heard the broadcast. We're not going to need doctors. And blah, 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 blah. So, of course, you know what happened. Now everybody goes to her because they want free medical advice. That's what it's like being in this organization. You do something for yourself. They condemn you the whole time you're doing it. And then as soon as you get it, then they come to you and they want something free from you.
You know, it's bringing back memories to me. No, it really is. You don't talk about them too much, but I love.
Hey, Zachary.
In high school, Hey,
Zachary. Can I just interrupt for 1 second? I'm just gonna say goodnight to all you guys. I'm getting a little sleepy, and I'm gonna take off. But you guys got the show from here, right? I'll just leave it open. You guys chill and talk to each other. Huh?
Okay. I hope I didn't run you away.
No, I'm not. This isn't my show. I'm filling in tonight, and I've been on for about 3.5 hours, so I'm done. Yeah, I'm filling in for Dick and Constance. It was a last minute thing too. It was like Rick's like, yeah, I got no one to do the show, and I'm like, I'll help. So, but yeah, I'm beat now, and I'm gonna go chill and start to unwind. But nah, you didn't scare me away, brother.
Yeah,
I just finished eating, and now I'm like,
Good night, Eric. Thanks for filling in.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Zach. Good night, Aaron and Grace.
Good night.
Good night, Rick. Good night. All right, see you. Yep, bye.
I think I'm gonna hop off too, guys.
Eric was doing a volunteer assignment, and no counsel will be offered.
Sweet dreams, Eric.
I'm gonna hop off too, guys. All right. It was nice chatting.
I don't hear anybody.
Can you hear me?
I'm here. What time where you are, Zachary?
Say that again, Grace.
What time where you are?
What time is it? 2:30. It's Eastern time.
Okay.
Eastern time is 2:30. New York time. With this college stuff, I realized it. We were on 6 screens, and everybody was talking about college one night, and how the witness is restricted, and you're not allowed, And I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, I went. I think it's one of my guilty things as a witness. But for me, once I got to high school, I loved school. when graduation time was coming around, it was depressing because I still wanted to be in school. So, well, I got called down to an office one day and said, I don't see your name on the scholarship list. Are you going to college? And I said, oh, no, I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And, I gave her that spiel. And so she said, I said, so I don't have the time to spend in college. And she said, wait a minute, how long are you thinking classes are a day? And I said, aren't they all day long? And she said, no, they're an average of 3 hours a day. And I go, huh? So I leave her office with some brochures and ideas, because I think at this point I was a senior. And by the time I was done, by graduation, I already was accepted into a college, and, I had plans now. But
right,
it was so nice to have, well, my father had a different attitude from my mother, because my mother was all about Armageddon, a new system, and my father had a more serious look. But my father had died by the time I was graduating from high school, by the time I was in high school. But there was a law in place where if you have a parent who died, you can get Social Security benefits. And so I started to think about it, and I thought, I have to work, or I can consider college my job. And I decided to, since I liked college so much, I decided I was going to keep going. I was going to go to college after high school. But I had done research. I had looked at an old article to see who said, where did the witnesses say you can't go? Because I don't know if you've noticed, I don't exactly just listen to what is the popular thing that's being said by word of mouth. I will dig a little more. So I did do some digging, and I looked in an awake to find out what was the thing, what was wrong with college. And I did find 3 areas. So I decided I would avoid those things. There was a sister who was a regular pioneer. Pioneers they tend to sound like they're all bad people. But there was a sister, but I have an open mind and had an open mind. There was a sister who was a pioneer, and she talked about college one time to me. And she referred specifically to, I think it was a question from readers that appeared in a 1975 Watchtower, and it was about higher education. And she told me they didn't just outright say no to it. So, of course, I researched that to see what the society's stand was on college. And my conclusion was that you are allowed to go. You need to avoid the pitfalls. And I guess one of the pitfalls was living on campus with worldly people. Another one was professors who were atheists and who could erode your faith. And I can't remember what the third thing was, but it was all in an Awake magazine. And for me, I thought, oh, I don't see a problem with it. So I went. I avoided all those things. And while I was going, they tried to make me the assistant book study conductor because I never missed a meeting. It was almost like it was I wasn't trying to be in your face, but they couldn't find anything. It was like maybe the whole time I was in college, 4 years, I missed maybe 4 meetings. And that's it. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, and interestingly, and and I checked this recently because it's always in my mind. There was an Awake magazine, 1978, and if you remember the Awake magazine from years ago, and even the Watchtower magazine from years ago, they didn't have like a picture on the front. They had a list of the main articles that were in the magazine. And maybe every few months, they would have a special issue. And that issue would have a single title on the front and some special picture to match the title. That's the way it was when Malawi happened. They had a special magazine of that. I think Malawi came out in 1968. The Awake came out sometime around 71. The Awake came out at the same time, but then there was a second wave of the Malawi stuff. And that, I think an Awake came out around 71, 72. So in the olden days, that's the way it used to be. You had a list of articles. So this Awake magazine came out. The color was, I remember, green, because it used to just be two color. And the magazine said, "Creation goes to college." So it was a special Awake. It had several articles on that subject, creation goes to college. In that article, in that Awake, I mean, one of the articles had the sentence that was worded something like this: two students at the University of Florida, one of them, one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and then it continued on with what they had been discussing. So right there in that 1978 Awake, they acknowledged a witness in college in Florida,
right,
in university. So, that's my take on going to college. That was my experience, because I don't listen to all the word of mouth that goes around, all the gossip. You probably noticed even on Six Screens, I sometimes seem to go at odds, but it's because I don't take everything I'm hearing. Well, you say something so many times, it becomes the truth, even though it might just be, I don't mean Six Screens does that, but I mean in general, this is what can happen in the ex-witness world.
Oh, no, I agree.
You can have a couple of mirrors and, they reflect back and forth, and then something can become truth just because it's been repeated enough. So I kind of avoid, I kind of like to dig for myself. I think one of the
appreciated about that
mm-hmm.
is I remember one time I had made a comment and you had asked me about it. And the thing that I appreciated about that is that when we speak, we should be able to back up what we say, so that that way everybody knows we're speaking truth, truthful. Because we criticize Watchtower for saying so many things that are not true. We got to make sure we don't fall into that trap too.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
So I think that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, me? Oh.
Someone said, "Do you hear me?"
Oh, that's me. That's Aaron. Yeah, I was going to bow out earlier, but I stayed in. But I heard what you said there about how the lie can become the truth. Well, that's I don't know where that saying originated, but I can tell you just a little personal anecdote about where I first came across that phrase. There's a game called Dragon Warrior 7, if you're ever familiar with the Dragon Quest / Dragon Warrior video game series that started in the 80s. Well, Dragon Warrior 7 came out in 2001 when I was a teenager, and it's a very long game, and I had a lot of good memories from it. I recently replayed it in the last few years, but one of the things that always stuck out in the game was in one of the later stages. There's a town that you have to go to solve some of their problems. And in the town, once you solve their problem, well, basically what it is it's a time travel aspect to it. So you dig, and then once you get to the Back to the Future, when the town gets saved, you dig up this relic of the past. It's like a stone tablet, and that tablet tells the truth about what happened to the history of this town. But the town's mayor, or whatever his title was, doesn't want this information to be known, so he breaks the tablet, and it remains destroyed. The truth remains hidden. And one of the kids in the town says, "My dad says, if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth." And that always stuck out to me. I don't know why.
Yep.
Yeah. So I was hearing, I I think I cooked around 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. and 8. But I thought I heard someone saying.
Now we know who was doing all the snoring.
No, I wasn't. No.
Now we know.
Are you calling from the phone line, Zachary, or are you on the StreamYard?
The phone line.
So what about the other person? Are you on StreamYard or on the phone?
This is Stephen. I'm on the phone.
So I'm on the phone now also, because I was on StreamYard. It was glitching, so there was a problem. But anyway, so I think it's good we are all on the phone now. But I wanted you to say, but when you say this, I could have, there is an example I want to bring up, because when I talk to Jehovah's Witness, and even up on the stage at the time, they were holding speeches about that we do not vote. Jehovah's Witnesses do not vote. And even when I asked them, they didn't know about it. Even if they were an elder's wife or a pioneer, they had no clue. And I said, I think it was in around the years of 1995, there was an article in the study Watchtower about that you can make your own, if you have conscience to vote, you can vote. So, and they changed it, and Jehovah's Witnesses have no clue themselves. So if we are going to be honest and make everything perfect, it will be difficult if they don't know themselves what they are doing. But I agree with the main point that it's important, especially when you're an ex-Jehovah's Witness, to be correct in what you're saying. So I agree with you as a main point, but it's not so easy.
Right, I understand. Yeah, that I heard that earlier. Was it you, Grace, who was saying that, or was someone else in addition to you saying that about voting? That witnesses really can vote. Are you the only
That
one?
That was one of the things I had mentioned.
Yeah,
the thing that I'm finding, kind of to your point, Jack. To your point, I don't think that the average witness, whatever that even means, right? But I don't think that the average witness even knows what Watchtower's teachings are on things. I don't think that they know. I think that they're not transparent about stuff. They flip flop, like what you just said. One decade, it's okay to go to college, and the next decade is frowned upon. People don't know what to think, and I don't know if this stuff is in print. And even if it is, with the way they keep making changes, I would be so frustrated if I was a witness. I would think that I'm the type of person where I want to know what are we doing? Where is this written? What do we? I have to have that kind of stability. I could not thrive in an environment that's just constantly changing, going in one direction. The next week we're going in another direction. That would totally drive me insane. But to the point, getting back to the point, I don't think the average witness even knows what. And that's why I say to witnesses nowadays, what are you guys anymore? You don't teach this, you don't teach that. You've been saying this for the last 100 years. Now all of a sudden, You did what are you guys anymore? You don't even go out in ministry anymore. You don't even go to the meetings anymore. You know, you sit at home and watch it on the laptop. What are you guys anymore? What is a Jehovah's Witness anymore? I don't think the average witness even knows. And it's so disappointing. I don't know if you've seen this fact. Like you go to YouTube or maybe a podcast, and there'll be a person who will approach the witnesses at the cart, and they'll start having a Bible discussion, and the person will start asking them questions they can't answer, and the conversation just devolves into, well, that's your opinion, and we think different, and then if the person doesn't go away, they'll pack the shopping cart up and run off. I mean, they just can't even defend their teachings through the Bible anymore. The best that they can do is back up and run. And I'm talking about grown people, sometimes elders, definitely ministry of service, regular pioneers, cannot even defend their teachings anymore. It's like this organization is just a shadow of itself in so many ways, in my opinion, compared to the way it was when I was coming.
I've questioned I've questioned a person at a cart once, but I've seen the way some people question them, and the person questioning them is quite aggressive. Yeah. And in my mind, some sister, her burly husband or boyfriend one day would see somebody getting aggressive with his sister or his wife or his girl, someone he used to go with and wants to, and the person going up to the cart, the way the aggression I see, might be in danger because of some worldly brother of a sister or her worldly husband. You know, I questioned somebody who was at a cart, and I asked them why were they there. I thought that you don't get involved in politics, I said. The place that their cart was, this might have happened around 2015. Their cart was in front of the White House. And I was visiting DC, and I saw, everybody was there protesting. There was a Korean group protesting, and they had special flags. There was a woman sitting there with knitting, and she was knitting with tripwire. And every stitch, every stitch that she knitted, she said stood for something. And I can't remember if it was the number of people who died in some recent Middle Eastern conflict, meaning recent to the year 2015. And but there were two witnessing carts right in front of the White House in the midst of all of this activity, political activity, you can say. And I asked the brother, I said, "You're at the White House. I didn't know that you guys get involved in politics." And he gave me answers, and I questioned him, and he would answer back, and I would question him. And he'd answer back, and I finally said, "To me, this is a big change to see you sitting here in front of the White House." And that was it. No, it was never a violent discussion. You can call it an argument, but so I've gone up to the cart. But that idea of voting, what about that? I've run into that, and I'm sure it was in a Watchtower. And I think that what the subject I was looking at, it seemed to say that in some countries, voting is it's the law that you vote. Yeah, it's the law requires that you vote, and so it says something about witnesses who go into voting booths. They can go into the booth, and then the statement was, what they do once they go there is between them and Jehovah.
Right.
Which means vote or don't vote. But you go in the booth and do you do the pantomime. That's what I know about voting. And so I've always thought, okay, witnesses technically are allowed to vote because of what I read.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, were you earlier saying?
No, I
Is
feel
that
like
your-
the only reason why Watchtower. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, because I was thinking about what is the reason why Watchtower makes some of these changes, and to me, it was probably because someone probably said to the government, or whether it's United States government, some other country, hey, this group restricts their people from voting. And so again, they're trying to get money from charitable organizations, yada yada yada. Oh, we don't, they can vote. We don't restrict it. I think that that's the reason. I don't think they really ever expect witnesses to really do it, but they just want to be able to say publicly that they no longer restrict witnesses from voting. But that's just my take on it.
Well, I give the allowance that in whatever country it is, the law requires people to vote for whatever reason. And so that's why they come up with their answer. That's how they come up with their answer. Unfortunately, in Malawi, they did not make those same concessions. The organization did not. I still have bad memories from what I read in those magazines, especially the Awake magazine. You read those and you have nightmares. Mm-hmm. You have nightmares.
Yeah, you better believe it. See, and it takes a person of color, in my opinion, to understand. Great.
But the people who were beaten and who were murdered and they didn't vote, and then all of a sudden you can vote. So, and the Watchtower doesn't make apologies. So that's really irritating.
Not at all.
Yes. Yes.
Their whole idea is just don't talk about it and move on to something else. But yeah, that bothers me greatly. And it's interesting because I went online and I was wondering, has anybody ever written a book about what happened to those witnesses in Malawi back in, I don't know if that was late 60s or 70s, because I was born in late 60s, but I still remember it, so I suspect 70s. But I always wondered if anybody ever wrote a book about what those witnesses went through. But the most I've ever seen was a paper that I believe a Malawian wrote for college, and it was on the internet, and I read some of it. But I always wondered if anybody had taken a deep dive and actually wrote about what really was going on there, the political climate, how much of this stuff, what really happened. Because sometimes I kind of feel like Watchtower makes more out of things, or they present things in a very biased way, just like you said. We got to get to the truth of the matter. But I don't believe that anybody's ever written about that. Have you ever said anything on that topic?
I mean, I've heard people talk about it, but mostly in the Watchtower, I heard Brother Schroeder talk about people from Africa. And Brother Schroeder is from what I call Governing Body 1.0. And usually the governing body members were missionaries, or they may have spent time as, district overseers or something like that. But a lot of missionary stuff going on with them. And usually the area that they served as missionaries, they seem to really have loved it. They love those people. They seem to, or at least ostensibly, they love those people. And I think about one of the rules for missionaries, at least in the classical Gilead school, was that for 3 years, you were not allowed to return home. And the reason why they didn't want them to return to their home is because they wanted them to make the place they were assigned to their home. So, when in the summer, when district assembly or convention time comes around, they could go to places, but they were not supposed to go back to their home for 3 years. so that they could feel where they were and make that their home. So these brothers seem to really love where they serve. There was one of the brothers who had served in Japan, and they had a way of crowbarring Japan into his comments and how wonderful the Japanese brothers were. And Brother Schroeder tended to do the same thing with Africa. They were wonderful.
Oh, really?
He was a zone overseer for Africa. Now, zone overseer, that was like the top overseer kind of thing. And they would go to a certain zone, and they would visit branch by branch by branch by branch. You know, they visit a number of branches in that zone. And so you have branch overseers, but zone overseer was higher. And Brother Schroeder did a zone visit to Africa once. And when he came back, he's like, oh, and there was another very dignified African brother who this and that, and he gave that experience. And another very dignified African brother, and every one of them was this dignified brother. That's how Brother Schroeder spoke about them. But he said that when he went on that visit, and that this would have been probably mid to late 80s, somewhere in there. So let's say mid 80s. He said that he met a girl who was about 18 years old, and she had never. And Malawi had developed these refugee camps because of all that stuff. Because of what happened. And he said that she had never been, she grew up in the camp, the refugee camp for Malawi, Malawi Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, this is Brother Schroeder. And he said that she had no apparent regrets. She felt that she had a full life so far, you know, and he just gave a glowing review of her view, her world view, even though she had grown up in this Malawi refugee camp for Jehovah's Witnesses. That was one thing, and then another thing I read, but it wasn't from outside. This was in the witness literature. It was one of the most page-turning books I'd ever read in the witness literature. And I think it was the yearbook, and I think the country was Mozambique. That was such a page-turning thing. You couldn't put the book down once you got into it. Really? Because their lives were so threatened. And I remember at the time saying, it gave you a brand new view of the service committee. Now, remember, I was a witness, and so in good mindset toward them. The service, you know, of the 5 elders, in olden days, I'm not using the new stuff. The presiding overseer, the service overseer, the secretary, and there was the Theocratic Ministry School conductor and the Watchtower study conductor. The 3 who were presiding overseer, service overseer, and secretary, they were also called the service committee. The school overseer and the Watchtower study conductor, they were not on the service committee. So the service committee would have little extra duties. But when I read that yearbook, I would tell people it gives you a new view of the service committee. But in that yearbook, Mozambique, they touch on the Malawi, I believe from my memory, it's been years ago now. It was in the 90s, I think. They touch on the Malawi camps. And they also point out from the viewpoint of one of Jehovah's Witnesses, mentally in, PIMO, from their viewpoint, they point out apostasy that happened in the Malawi camps. And there was something about going from the age of the elders, this was said from the camp, supposedly according to that yearbook, They had moved from the age of the elders to the age of the anointed.
What does that mean?
The best, well, going from where the elders had so much to say to where the anointed had more to say. I guess they were playing around with that faithful and discreet slave idea, you know. It's been years, so I could have some inaccuracies. Those are the main things that I remember. But that yearbook, Mozambique, talked about some of the Malawi stuff.
Mm.
So that.
Have you ever found an actual, secular book on it, mention it? 'Cause I've even entertained the idea of trying to see if I can get some research on it. Maybe, some of us can get together and put something down, because I don't ever want that episode to just sort of die. That really bothers me, being a person of African descent, that people went through something that realistically they didn't need to go through. And at the same time, while they were fully told to just deal with that, the Mexican witnesses were told to just continue to bribe the government officials like they had been doing, and they didn't go through anything. And I didn't even realize that until I read Crisis of Conscience. But hey, I want to ask you a question, Zach. I
did learn that also from the Crisis of Conscience. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. There were two things before I forget, because my brain is getting short. I thought about you earlier. There was I don't know if you've ever heard this podcast called YouTube channel rather called it's called Shine, and it's all about. It's not just about witnesses, even though the host of it is a former witness, but he interviews people from a number of different religions who are now shunned because they're no longer part of those witnesses. But anyway, on the most recent one, or fairly most recent, February the 7th, so that's recent. But he interviewed an ex-Bethelite, and I guess he can't reveal his name, but his initials are K and J. So if you want to listen, maybe you know this guy. I remember he just mentioned some really interesting things about his time at Bethel and waking up, and what it was like trying to get away from all that stuff. So it was just really interesting, and I was listening to it earlier this morning. I thought about you. And then the second thing that came out, I don't know if it was that podcast or another one, and this was just today. Oh no, you know what it was? It was the Kim and Michael channel. But she was talking about, and I thought about you as soon as she said it, the new vow of poverty. And I don't know if you've heard of this yet. So apparently this came out in the Elders, what is it? Elders Letters for February 2025 about this new vow of poverty. So I guess if you're a Bethelite or you're working in a branch or whatever it is. And it was just so bizarre, because basically they wanted everybody to sign it. And in it, they kept referencing the witnesses, not so much as Jehovah's Witnesses, but members, I guess, of the Jehovah's Witness order. And I said, what kind of shenanigans is this? So now you're not even a Jehovah's Witness anymore, I guess, from a legal standpoint. You are a member of an order, which makes me think about the Catholic Church. And then the letter goes on, and basically it's worded in such a way that you can't ever come back and sue Watchtower to be paid, because you're basically agreeing to be an unpaid volunteer, and it just kind of went on and on. But it's the new vow of what did I say? Vow of poverty.
Vow of poverty.
So if you haven't gotten into you haven't seen that, and it's, like I said, I feel like it just came out, so you probably haven't. But if you go to the Kim and Michael channel, it's only just a 15-minute video, and it's the newest Watchtower Elders letter, where it goes in depth.
So I've heard those statements about vow of poverty and all that stuff. And one time I was almost like denying, there's no vow of poverty. But another brother, an older brother who had been at Bethel, said, yeah, you did do a vow of poverty. And he said, remember, you couldn't exactly work. And then when he said that, all of a sudden all the light bulbs went off. So when I was there, mid to late 80s, the vow of poverty, it's not that you had to turn over stocks and all that stuff you hear. You didn't have to turn over stocks and stuff. I had sold.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I had sold. What do you call them? Mutual funds. When I went to Bethel, not for so much.
Yep.
And I remember I went to this bank, and it just hit my. I just got my memory back with it. It's called Crossland Bank, and it was on Cadman Plaza. And I remember going there to buy time deposits. I was a Bethelite, and I went down there to buy time deposits, which were like certificates of deposit. And they were really chintzy. You know, I'm basically wasting these people's time with my little chintzy purchase or my deposit. Chintzy. But I didn't have to turn my money over. The thing that valid poverty meant was, while you're on Bethel time, you can't work a second job. That's the practical application of it. If you want to go and make money, you have to, and you want to work a second job, you have to take vacation time and work that job and you know, make your money, and you put that money in your pocket. You don't turn it over to Bethel. That's right. Yeah, I was there for 4 years, so I do know what used to happen. And my taxes, though I was fully capable of doing them myself, Bethel liked to do your taxes. So they saw everything going on. And there were no surprises, you know, that, oh, you owe the IRS money. They basically made sure that kind of stuff didn't come up. And on the letter that they send you to invite you, they ask you about your debts and how long it would, or I think the application said, how long would it take you to clear up your debts? And I remember putting down on mine within 1 month. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. Everything was done. As soon as I got my letter, everything was taken care of. Let me pay this off. And that there was nothing else going on. And so I went there with you have a clean slate. That makes sense that they would want you to have a clean slate. That's the idea of the valid
thing that bothered me about this new letter is I'm hearing all this legal ease just sort of mingled in with just regular English. And I'm thinking to myself, do these people know what they're really signing?
I would like to see.
You're basically saying anything that happens to you, you know, we're not responsible. We don't have to pay anything. You can't ever come and sue us. And I'm like, do people really know what they're signing? I'm like, this is horrible. That would have turned me away, just that letter. Well, of course, if I'm 18, 19, I don't think I have the mental capability to figure that out. But if I was a little bit older and I read that, I'm like, these guys got to be crazy. I'm not signing this. What do you think on here? Oh,
you do know some of the.
This is just.
You do know some of the people who go to Bethel are doctors and attorneys. Sometimes you have doctors go and attorneys go. The sister who gave physical examinations, her name get paid. They're Bethelites. They're Bethelites. And my understanding,
I heard that the lawyers get paid. Like that one lawyer, is it Brumley? Is that his name?
I do recognize the name.
It's not Yeah, I know there was some lawyer. I can't remember where I read this, but there was a lawyer. He didn't really live in Bethel. He lived at like a house. Yeah, I guess they have houses in some area, and he lived there even with his wife and his kids, and he got paid. He received a salary.
If you know something, if you're not a full Bethelite, full-time Bethelite who goes into Bethel, I don't know what the arrangements are. I do remember there was a doctor who had a son and I think 3 daughters. And the littlest daughter was in her mother's arms.
Wow.
And they lived in one of those brownstones. And I've had dinner there. And I remember the mother said one time that they get to live in that brownstone until the youngest child moves out. And I think it could have been until the youngest child goes off to college or something like that. But yeah, there are brownstones, but I think the people who live in them have special situations. I also remember a doctor with a wife and a little girl about 8 years old. I can't remember his name. I think it may have begun with an H, but there was the dentist that I thought his name began with an H. But they lived in the Boxer. 98 Montague, if you want to look it up on Google Earth. 98 Montague, and the zip code is 11201. That's where they opened that up, and that's where they were putting New Bethelites. There was a term, Kohai Associates. It was like a real estate company that was helping Bethel with getting places to house people. And, I don't know the story behind that, but I just remember Kohai, because Kohai would relate to Columbia Heights. And this couple with their girl lived in the Boxer. We used to see them all the time getting on the elevator. Mm-hmm. So some of the things.
Not when they say that there's never kids around and all of it, that's not technically true.
When they say what?
When they said that there's never kids around, this is like a conversation coming from some of these court cases where they've said that they weren't guilty of, having a pedophilic situation because they don't have proximity to children. So that's not technically true. Because you got
no, I think that two things can be true at once. For the most part, you did not see kids unless you lived at one of the places where there were kids. So this couple had one daughter. She's the only child that I saw in the Boxer out of all the people that I saw. And then the couple, it was a black couple. They had the two girls. It seems like three girls, but the littlest one was a baby, almost like a little toddler in her mother's arms. And they had a son who was their oldest child. I saw them because I would see them in the lower dining room, the 124 lower dining room, because that's where I was assigned to eat. So I would see them in there because that's where they ate. So there are some people who might never see a kid, but if you're in the right place, you get to see them. And those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids that I knew of while I was there. No, there was some.
That's my point. There is sometimes situations where kids might be there, but see, Watchtower presented it like there's never, kids around, and there's no. So yeah, I knew that was not.
I understand it when they say there are no kids. I understand it when they say there are no kids, because for the most part, the people who come in and have kids are people with special situations, because they have that special skill that most witnesses get discouraged from going to college to get. You know what I mean? It's so ironic. The sister that I mentioned who was a doctor, I'll just call her Felicia, just in case anybody's listening who was there in the mid to late 80s and thinks I don't know what I'm talking about. We'll just call her Felicia. They know I'm telling the truth. But I don't remember her having children, or she wasn't married, she didn't have children. And that I used to see her in the lower dining room, just in case she happens to be listening. She used to eat in the 124 lower dining room in the mid 80s, where you get moved around. Can I talk about tunnels?
Yeah.
I heard about the tunnels earlier, and there's no one who I would think would deny there being tunnels at Bethel.
No, the rank and file witnesses didn't know that, not the Bethelites. The rank and file didn't know it.
Right, and so rank and file.
I think it was a person that said he had been molested in a tunnel under Bethel.
No, okay. Yeah. Okay, I know, and there's that Raven Giuliani said that that's where they had a meeting, and I guess she was doing some kind of channeling, and I remember that program. It was way back around 2009 or 2010, and she described Sister Sidlick, who I used to see. Sister Sidlick was considered the young sister of the governing body wives. She was really younger than the other governing body wives, and she was always with Brother Sidlick. And I remember when they were at our table, she was grabbing tomatoes because I guess she was making him eat them. And he said, "See, a wife is good for you." And so,
let me ask you a question, Zach. Were those tunnels already there, or did Watchtower install those tunnels?
All right. When I was taking my I think the tunnels, the Watchtower installed them. When I was taking, I assume, when I was taking my, but I want to explain what the tunnels were used for. I don't want to just say, yeah, there were tunnels, and agree to what the talk is. But let me say this about Raven Giuliani. I do remember Barbara Anderson came on that call, and Barbara Anderson basically discounted what she was saying, because Barbara Anderson started saying, "I remember Sister Sidlick. That doesn't sound like Sister Sidlick." And I agree that what I heard didn't sound like Sister Sidlick. Now, I believed anything Raven Giuliani said at that time, because it was all brand new. But as time went on and I started hearing various stories and stuff, then I started to realize, wait a minute, you better stick to what you remember and weigh everything you hear. That's my thing. Yeah. I weigh everything I hear. Okay. All right, the tunnels. If you're in the 124 building, and 124 building is on the last street in Brooklyn, that upper part of Brooklyn. It's on Columbia Heights, so it's 124 Columbia Heights. And if you go through the 124, you end up in a lobby. The lobby had a black grand piano, and it looked out on the East River. Okay. So if you wanted to go to the 119 building, and you didn't want to go outside on the street, especially in the wintertime, or if it's raining, and you didn't want to go outside on the street, you went down into the tunnel and walked over to the 119 building. If you wanted to go to 107, you would go take the tunnel over to 107 building. If you wanted to go to the Towers building, you would take the tunnel over there. There was one place I remember that they split, and I think one way went to Towers, the other way went to the 119 and the 107. And so if you were in the 124 and you wanted to stall going on the street as long as possible, you walked through the tunnel, and then you came out at the Towers building and, went the rest of the way wherever you were going, especially if you were going to the factory, because the factory was a long walk. So all the Bethelites knew about tunnels, and any people who visited Bethel and went underground knew about those tunnels, because the tunnels were pedestrian tunnels, just like they also had pedestrian bridges. One of them goes from the 30 Columbia Heights building to the 25 Columbia Heights building. Now, these are the bridges. And the factory buildings have the bridges. You look in the old publications, you might even see some of those bridges where they have the circle of the factory and then the circle of the 25 complex, 25 and 30. You can see pictures of them in older books. About tunnels going to the sea or to the river. Remember, that was one of the things you heard, these tunnels go out to the river. Well,
no, that that's okay.
Oh no, it came through, and it was gospel word. that it was gospel word. But if you look at the topography of Brooklyn Heights, you would see that the tunnels are, I'm sorry, not the tunnels, but you would see that there is a river out back there. But before you get to the river, there is a promenade right outside of, okay, the front of the buildings is Columbia Heights, 124. The front of that is Columbia Heights. On the back of it, it overlooks the promenade. And if you want to see the promenade in the movie, Whoopi Goldberg in The Associate lives in Brooklyn in one of those streets. She's a financial person. And there's one scene where she's talking to the woman who wants to be her assistant. They're walking on the promenade and they show the building, the windows, and I have to look at it again. And one of those buildings might even be the 124 building. So that The Associate takes place in Brooklyn, and there are a couple of scenes that show you a street, the street Whoopi lives on, her character lives on, is in Brooklyn Heights. And so many a Bethelite has traveled up and down that street. I recognized it. I couldn't remember the street. And then there's, when you get to the scene where she and her assistant are on the promenade, and that promenade is the place from which all those famous pictures of Lower Manhattan, you know, are where you see Lower Manhattan. A lot of those pictures are taken from that promenade. And so if you look over, you will find that the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway goes one direction. And then a lower level, it goes the opposite direction. And finally, you look way down and there's another street, and then the docks, and then the river. So the idea of tunnels that go straight back to the river is impossible. They would have to go deep down, I don't know how many feet, and then under whatever's down there, they would have to go out to the river.
Okay.
That's the reality.
Yeah, no, I never heard
tunnels,
that. So.
Tunnels that lead to the river. And from the 124 building, I'm just doing that from the 124 building. You can play with the 30 building and the 58 building, which is attached to the 30 building. The 30 building, 30 Columbia Heights, and 25 Columbia Heights, which is world headquarters, they're both two big buildings right across from the street from each other. And then the 58 building is a smaller building. Now, so that's the truth about the tunnels.
Now, I heard that after everything was sold to the Jared Kushner group, that the tunnels were filled in. I don't know if that's true or not. But I guess my bigger question is, did they have to be filled in because they were against code, or were they just not used anymore, or did you ever hear anything about that?
I didn't hear about that, but I do remember when we were taking our orientation tours, there was a blocked off place, and the brother told us that they had sold a building, and in New York, it's illegal for you to have a tunnel going under a building that you don't own. So they had to seal that in. And that was back again in the 80s, mid 80s, when I had my orientation tour. So if a building is bought, it's against, you have to, that you no longer own, and you have a tunnel going under a building that you sold, then you have to seal it off because you can't have tunnels going under other people's buildings. So I would believe that. But didn't Jared Kushner sell, didn't they sell the factory to Jared Kushner? They didn't sell the home too, did they?
I don't know. I would have to go back and read, because I didn't hear that. I read that in, I think, Wall Street, but I don't remember all the details because I was just amazed. I was like,
I'm almost sure that the factories were sold because I saw pictures of them after they were sold. In fact, I went over there to look at them to see what they looked like when they were all this sale stuff was going on. And it was like I peeked into the window of building 1 and looked at the lobby, and it was like they were reconstructing stuff, you know. So, but my point,
residences out of it or what?
I don't remember. I think there's YouTube video of it. I saw the videos I saw were on YouTube, but the what I actually saw when they were doing their renovation work and they had aprons around the building, I just was like, I can't believe that's the lobby. They renovated that lobby and now they're tearing it up and doing something else with it. But I did later on see on YouTube that stuff. The addresses are, I remember two of the addresses. 117 Adams was 117 Adams was building 1, and then so Adams Street, I'm going to guess, went sort of from south to north, and then there was an east to west street called Sands, and you would walk around building 1. You come down the street, I think it was called Prospect Avenue, and you had 4 buildings. And so as you walking east on Prospect Avenue, approaching the factory complex, on your right, on the, I would think the south side of Prospect Avenue would be building 1, and then there was a street that went between them. I'm sorry. There was building 1, and then there was building 2 on the south side of Prospect Avenue. And there was a street that went between them. And then the Manhattan Bridge came right down right there. And it was so close, building 2 tailors to the Manhattan Bridge. You know, it's not a perfect rectangle. It's cut off sort of triangular on one of the ends because of the Manhattan Bridge. And on the other side of Prospect Avenue, you have building 3 and then building 4 with that same street separating them. So building 1 is 117 Adams Avenue, if you want to YouTube or Google Earth. And then 77 Sands was building 2. Building 3 might have been something like, I don't remember that address, 55 Prospect, and building 4, who knows? There were no entrances from outside, you know, just exit. Sure. Building 4 was just storage. Then they built across on, so that was Prospect Avenue going down the middle. But if you're walking toward the factory complex on Prospect Avenue, walking east, and you see building 1, you make a right turn and go around building 1, and you get to building 2. And I think that street is Sands Street. That's where building 2 is, 77 Sands. It's a wide street. The entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge is there. On the other side is where they built the mid-rise building. That was later on. That might have been in the 90s. But they built a mid-rise building, which was a residence building. And on some floor there, I remember visiting in April of 2001, they had a grand piano in there too.
You know what? I found interesting? I forgot to mention this. The whole point of me bringing up the Sean podcast and this KJ guy, he was saying that part of the reason, I know I'm going to get this wrong, but I guess wherever the factories were, but he was saying that Watchtower had ordered some presses, or at least this is what they were telling people, that the presses weren't going to work in that building. And then that's when they decided to move the factory to wherever they moved it to, where they had the big layoff. But he was saying that he was explaining to the host that part of the reason why they why they wound up moving. At least that's what they were told, is that the equipment that they ordered they couldn't use in that building. I don't know if it's because of the size, power requirements. Wow. I don't know. I can't even visualize what he's saying. But I just never heard that was part of the reason. He's like, no, that was a major part of the reason. Because the equipment that they ordered, that's what I thought about you the whole time. I was like, he's probably.
Yeah. I don't know. That sounds like press room problems, because the press room was on the 6th floor, and I think it did have a higher ceiling. Back in when I was little, they had the man presses, and we visited, and they were printing the Truth Book, and they had this big roll, and they said in one rotation it prints the whole Truth Book. And then when I was there, they had these blue color presses, and I can't remember if they were either, I don't remember, Kawasaki or Hansho. And then they got new presses, which, if I remember, they were orange in color, and they were either Hansho or Kawasaki. I don't remember which preceded the other. But yeah, they do get new presses every so often. That's fascinating to hear.
Well, like I said, if you ever get a chance, Shunned Podcast is the YouTube channel, and it's from this month. And it's African American. Like I said, he goes by KJ. And you might get a kick out of it. Maybe you even know him, because he shows his face. He talks the whole time.
Does he say when he was at Bethel?
He does. I just don't remember. Like I said, the Shun podcast is kind of unusual because they really just go there, So that particular interview was like 2.5 hours. Mm-hmm. That's why I said he's the one who said that Toni Morris was removed, because I had never officially heard. I was talking about this earlier. I had never officially heard whether Morris was removed or did he get fed up and leave on his own. I never heard either way. But he said, no, Toni Morrison was removed. Now, he didn't mention why, and this was closer to the end of this 2.5 hour interview, which is a long time to be talking. So he didn't volunteer it, and the host didn't ask, or if he did ask, he didn't release that. So he didn't say why, but just the fact that he said, no, he was removed. And he even mentioned that it was kind of surprising and also hurtful because apparently Morrison was one of the more likable governing body members. He'd come by and he'd crack jokes, and he was just kind of a regular guy. And just for him to just be gone with no explanation kind of bothered, a lot of them. He talks about that in the video. So.
Wow.
Yeah. You might even know this guy.
Yeah, when Greenleaf, he was, let's just say something happened to him at Bethel where he was no longer there.
Right.
It was a Monday morning, if I remember correctly, and Fred Franz. Let's say this. Back then, they had 12, 13 members of the governing body. And they, I think it was on an alphabetical basis, a member of the governing body presided over the table for a week at a time. So I guess this was Fred Franz's week. And it's a Monday morning. And Fred Franz says, "It is my responsibility as the chairman of the governing body to," or something like that, he said, to inform you that Brother Leo Greenlees is no longer a member of the governing body. And then he said, and of course, he left Bethel on Friday. So Greenlees was gone, apparently on a Friday, and they made the announcement on Monday. And whereas they never announced that Greenleaf had been removed, what they did was they announced, I think in the Kingdom Ministry or something, the current members of the governing body are. And you could figure out by the absence of his name, if you knew who they all were already, you could figure out by the absence of his name that he was not a member of the he was no longer one of the governing body. But I remember asking people about him, what happened to Greenleaf? Because Greenleaf was a nice person. Greenleaf didn't get up there and yell like, brother Barber, you talk about a grouch. Oh, the apostates. This is the way he would talk. The apostates. They don't want to be in the organization and they don't want to be out of the organization. So they stay around the edges of the organization. And they're all destructive criticism, nothing constructive, all destructive. And he was just Mr. Grumpy, Brother Barber, that was Carl Barber. But Greenleaf was friendly and nice when he got up and talked, and just like Brother Barr was very pleasant when he would speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was surprising.
Well, this is what I heard. My understanding was, and I don't know where I heard or where I read this, but my understanding was he had gotten involved with some sort of immoral activity with a minor, and it was being investigated. And when it came to light that it was being investigated, they rushed him out of Watchtower and sent him out of the country. And he stayed out of the country, I guess, long enough. Go ahead.
Did you hear that on the internet or?
Yeah, I believe I heard that on one of the Six Screens programs, and I can't think of anywhere else I would have heard that. I don't even go on Reddit.
Oh, okay.
I just never have. That was my understanding, that he was speaking he was supposed to speak at the graduation, Gilead graduation. And he had to cut that short and basically get out of town immediately. And he went out of the country someplace. And then when he was brought back, they put him like in, was it like someplace like Louisiana or something? And that's kind of where he served from that point on. Does that sound familiar?
What I heard is that he was serving in a congregation in the South. That was the only thing I had heard. I heard that while I was at Bethel, from a brother that was running the machine that I worked on. Because back then I was like, what happened to Brother? What happened? So where is he now? Is he this? Is he that? And that was the best I heard. Now my suspicions are, and I don't know, but my suspicions were that Brother Greenleaf got axed because of AXED. I'm not saying ASKED. He got AXED axed because this is just my suspicion, because he had pornography. That was supposed to be, and if you had pornography, it's an immediate dismissal from Bethel, something like that. And the reason why I say that is because maybe a year later or so, they were talking about, it may have been morning worship, and they were talking about pornography, and they were making statements about, it seems like when people get involved in porn, they always need more and more and more. And they said something about, I don't want to get the numbers mixed up with what they were talking about. I feel like I remember the number 70. And they were talking about, they seemed to be saying that there was a brother in his 70s who had pornography. And it weighed so many pounds because, he would have had magazines. And he had so much that it weighed so many pounds. And my suspicion is when I heard that was, is that what happened to Brother Greenleaf? That was my suspicion.
Well, that makes sense.
I
But I definitely heard that, he was supposed to speak at the Gilead graduation, and it was almost kind of like Bethel got word that, I guess police were going to be coming to look for him or whatever, so they got him out of there, and he flew to some Latin American countries, if I recall this correctly. I'm assuming a country that didn't have that extradition treaty, and he stayed there for however long, and then he came and he was in Louisiana or some place such as that. That's what I heard.
Now, back then, the Gilead graduations, the months that they were held in, there were 2 a year. And I think one was in March, right around March. You can even say March, April. And the other one, September, October-ish.
Okay.
Those are the months for Gilead graduation, if you want to test the information.
Yeah, so that's what I heard. But
Wow.
That's the issue with this organization. Not that it's anybody's business because if a person's being disciplined, obviously that's not. But this is such an insular organization. You never know what's really going on.
Yeah.
And they make no effort to be transparent on any level by anything. So they kind of create a rumor mill.
Yeah, no, that's what in the witnesses. It does depend on rumors because they don't explain things.
No.
Let me see. Earlier, somebody was making. Was it you who made a statement? You said it sounded like you said you're not Bible. And you may have said something about believing, but did it sound like, did I hear you say something about some of the things you have read in the scriptures? You find that they were in other places too? Did you say something like that?
Oh, yeah. So it was things that I was, to be out in the ministry, and people were telling me stuff that I've since learned was actually true. Like Watchtower had changed their Bible, but yeah, there was a gentleman that was very much steeped in his African history, Egyptian history, and what I now know he was talking about was the negative confession of Ma'at.
Yes, the 42 confessions of Ma'at.
Well, there's more than 42, but I don't know why. We all think there's 42, but there's a lot more. I don't know where.
No, there's 42. There's specifically 42 of them.
Yeah, but I know there's more than 42 because Dr. Higgins goes in depth on that, but I don't know all that stuff. But in any event, that's what he was talking about. And he was saying how the Ten Commandments, which we can't even really say what the Ten Commandments really were because they were supposedly on these stones that Moses threw down, so we don't even know if the Ten Commandments we have were the same ones. But in any event, that you could almost go word for word. But the negative confessions of Ma'at, I like the way that they read because the Mosaic Law will say thou shalt not. In other words, you shouldn't do this. Versus the confession that would say I will not do this, which is more in the affirmative. But this is the point that the gentleman was making. That these commandments, not saying all of the commandments, but the 10 were written from the negative confession of Ma'at.
Yes. I read the book, I wish I had read the whole book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization, and I have studied that part of it. I have them in front of me. The 40, and it is 42. It is also called Declarations of Innocence or Admonitions of Ma'at. And from what I remember, it is said that at death, these are the confessions or the statements that the person's spirit or soul or whatever makes while they're being, weighed in the balance. And let me see. Okay, this book is Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization by Anthony T. Browder, Browder. And here they are. These are the first three. I have not done iniquity. I have not robbed with violence. I have not stolen. Number 4 is I've done no murder. I have done no harm. And when I was looking at them, it was like years ago, I remember a circuit overseer saying that people say, oh, all you have to do is live by the 10 Commandments. And he said, but the 10 Commandments only say what they're not. They're negative. They're all negative. You must not do this. You must not do that. You must not do this. You must not do that. Just a couple are positive. Honor your father and mother, you know. And so when I saw these 42 confessions and saw the different ways they're referred to, confessions, declarations of innocence, and then in the book it has it has the 10 Commandments, and it has the number of each confession that is just like that commandment, because some of them seem to repeat or are said more than once. And I thought, like, and you know, I put together in my own head this thing. Wait a minute, Moses is the one who came. He was by himself, and he came out of the mountain with these 10 commandments by himself. Nobody saw him, and he's the one who was raised by the Pharaoh's daughter. So he's like a prince in Egypt, and he would have studied at the schools in Egypt, which were secret schools.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
In the book Stolen Legacy, it talks about a lot of this and why a lot of Greek philosophy goes back to Egyptian philosophy, and why it was easy to steal the Egyptian philosophy. You could steal it because the Egyptian schools were secret. You know, people didn't come up with philosophies and put their names on them. And so you could come in there and get an idea, dress it up a bit, and put your own name on it. That's in the book Stolen Legacy.
And I'll tell you something fascinating. I was having a conversation with the person that was telling me about this. Another person, a different person. But he was talking about exactly what you just mentioned, how if there was really a Moses, which we had no historical proof, but let's just assume there was. And like you said, he would have studied these Egyptian mystery systems and all the rest. And one of the negative confessions is against murder. I will not kill somebody. And so he said, you know, what is the first thing that Moses does? The first thing that Moses does of any notoriety is he kills. And who does he kill? He kills an Egyptian. And what does he do? He immediately runs and flees the country because murder was such a high offense. It was right there in the negative confessions, as you just said. And he doesn't take responsibility for the murder. He just runs away and spends the next, 40 years in Midian or wherever it was that he was. And then eventually he comes back. So it was just very interesting. I was like, wow, you really influence to the point. The first thing that he does is kill somebody.
Yeah.
And then runs away. It doesn't even take responsibility for what he did.
Yeah. No, I've heard people mention a name. The name is, let me just say, the first name is Francis. Are you one of the people who mentioned that name?
I don't think so. Are you talking about today or just in general?
In general. I've heard that name mentioned over the last couple of years by, it seems like more than one person.
I don't think that was me. No. Do you know what the context was?
I don't know if they just mentioned her, her Frances Crest.
No, I don't even think I know
If that doesn't ring a bell, then okay.
No,
Because she would be, she's a psychiatrist, and she discusses this kind of stuff. She discusses symbols and the country. She's a psychiatrist who, I guess, got her degree around sometime in the 60s. Her father was a physician and her grandfather was a physician. And she's like she's like a Freud type person who looks at symbols and what they mean.
Oh, okay.
If you've ever seen her, she wears an afro.
Can you give her the name again?
The first two, I guess, her maiden name, Frances Cress.
Now I'm wondering if this is who. Yes, I do know who this is, but no, I did not bring this up. Yes, I do know.
You never mentioned her name. Because nobody discussed her. They just mentioned her name in passing. I did read one of her books.
Yeah, I do know who she is, but she's not really on my radar. But I do have her in a list of people to read up on. Yes, I know who this is.
Yeah, and I did read one of her book, the one she's always mentioning. And so if you ever listen to her, it's best to hear her. It's best to hear her directly give her speech, not hearing somebody trying to interpret her. A lot of that seems to happen on the internet. But you want to hear her give her own speech because she's pretty lucid enough. You need no elucidation to understand her. She comes out and says what she's saying. You know what I mean? So, but
yeah, no, I know. When you said afro, I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about now.
And then the other name, Anthony Browder, Tony Browder. He wrote Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. His book is all about those things that are from the Nile Valley that show up in civilization that we would never have any clue that they come from there.
Yeah, I first learned about him by watching the Rock Newman show, and he was on. So yeah, I don't remember very well. I have to get into it, but I'm like, oh yeah, I know this.
Let me tell you, when I had the book. It's what size would you call this book? What's it like? It's like a page. If you remember the old aid book when it first came out and they weren't finished it and it only went from like A to G before the big thick one came out, it was a thin book.
No, I only remember the thick one.
Well, the first, it's about the size of a Live Forever book, maybe a little, I don't know the English words right, but the length, is it length and width, right? The length is from the top to bottom, right? Okay. So the length is a little bit more than the length of the Live Forever book, but the width is the same. And also,
the other way around, but
that see, the words, when I get towards it better, I use the terms largeur et longueur, because I was given a lot of French tours, and now I realize when I try to describe a book, I have to think about it in English. That I have to stop and think about.
So you're fluent in French?
Well, enough to be no, really enough to have a reading, to take on a reading assignment in a French class at Bethel on Monday nights after Watchtower study, to come back the next week and read the paragraph and hear the instructor under his breath say, "Why are you not in the French congregation?" And enough to end up in the French congregation, and for the elders to, I'm not there one night because, I was kind of had another assignment, and I ran into the presiding overseer who was a French, the majority of the congregation was Haitian. like 95, 99%. And I ran into that presiding overseer on the street, and he told me, he said to me, okay, this is a witness thing. If you get appointed as an elder or ministerial servant or pioneer, I think, before they announce it, you're supposed to ask you if there's anything that keeps you from serving, you know, almost like, have you done something? And so he said to me, he said, when I ran into him on the street, he said, have you done anything that would disqualify you from serving as a ministerial servant? I said, no. He said, good, because we already made the announcement. But with the what I
you know that
did, but I didn't stumble. I'm answering that question about fluency. When I did, as soon as I got there, they told me that they approved of me to give any part there was on the meeting, and I told them, I don't think, you know, I'm careful, and I said, how about I start out with doing Bible readings, and I'll tell you when I'm ready for the next thing. And I got up to giving announcements. I finally told them announcements, but then I left Bethel before I got any farther than that. Go ahead. What you're saying about that question.
That's funny that you said that, because my first job out of high school, which is what drove me to college, because I just couldn't take it. This is so intellectually stagnant that I just couldn't stand it. But anyway, I worked with two witnesses who happened to be Haitian, and they were teaching me French. So it's kind of funny that you said that.
They were what?
But that question, Haitian, and they were teaching me French as we were working together.
Wow.
Yeah, because they kept saying, you know, if you come to the meeting, you learn French and you come to you can be appointed, because I guess a lot of the brothers didn't have their immigration stuff in order, so they were hurting for, you know, for brothers to be ministers, servants, and elders, and all the rest of that. But anyway, that question about have you done something, that's something that always rubbed me the wrong way, because we were always told that Jehovah's Holy Spirit presides over this congregation. And so my answer to that question, at least in my mind, would have been, if Holy Spirit is presiding over this, wouldn't you know? Or wouldn't the Holy Spirit be able to communicate that this person has done something wrong, just like in the Bible, in different instances where it came out that, like in during Moses' time, when the person stole, I forgot what they stole, and they buried it in the ground in their tent, and they went through the whole thing. So I'm like, where is the Holy Spirit, you know, today, that they keep saying presides over this congregation, such that you have to ask that question? Shouldn't it be revealed? Like, hey, Zach, you know you can't be a ministerial servant because you're smoking weed, you know, at your job, and you'd be looking like, I don't know what they know that. Only the Holy Spirit could, you know.
As in a Bible, as argumentation Bible stuff, I would say that there are times when Holy Spirit revealed, as in the case of Achan, like you're saying, and later on in Acts where, who was it, Ananias and Sapphira were holding back some of the price or something, and it was revealed. But that doesn't say that every act of wrongdoing in the scriptures was revealed by Holy Spirit. So I do think it's a valid question, especially
because they say that the appointment is through Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but I still think that question, the question, is there any reason why you shouldn't serve, is a valid question. I do think it's a valid question. Because obviously in your
experience, let's say that you were involved in something and you said that you weren't. Would the Holy Spirit then reveal that, no, in fact, you're lying?
Not necessarily, because it might let you lie. See, you ever heard of the term giving a person enough rope to hang themselves?
Yes.
So it comes to fruition if it's allowed to happen, if it's allowed to be carried out. Then you can say that this person lied. Otherwise, you can't say that person lies. A person reveals themselves. You know, in general terms, not even just witness terms, outside of witness terms. I feel like some of the arguments that people have with the witnesses, they also have the same argument against the Bible. For example, when it comes to women in the congregation and the way women are treated among the witnesses, I don't think that you can hold Paul, let him be innocent, because he seems to be the one who treats women a certain way. He's the one who says they should remain silent in the congregation. I've heard people come up with reasons why he said it, but still he said it. And then when I look at what Jesus did, when he selected his 12 disciples, he basically selected all men.
Exactly.
So some of this,
you heard it from Zachary's mouth.
but you see what I'm saying? I'm saying the argument is not just with the witnesses in some of those instances. The argument is really with the scriptures.
Oh yeah, I mean that goes to the same thing about slavery. You know, that is all throughout scriptures. Even, and I say that I point this out all the time. The witnesses just look at me like I'm crazy. But even the illustration, and it is an illustration, that the witnesses use the governing body anyway to justify their position, is an illustration about a master and slaves, the faithful and discreet slave. Never does it say any place in the Bible that it is wrong and that a person should not enslave another person. And I have a big major.
Well, now, I do think that when you have slaves in the Bible, I think you want to. Okay, now you hitting the. You know, I got a lot of melanin in me. So you really, you know, some little kid was just to let you know, I'm in field service, and this little teeny boy, maybe he's a year, you know, where they first start walking, and there's a big brother in front of me taking the door, and this little lady, his mother, young woman, and she keeps telling the kid, get back inside. And so then she goes in the conversation, and this kid is peeking out beside her knee, and I have all that kid's interest. I'm like just standing there, and the kid just keeps looking at me and talking baby talk, and he can't go inside until I realize he wants an answer from me. What is he saying to me? I don't know what he's saying. So finally, I saw this. His eyebrows went up, like, you know, his face is lit up, and he wants me to say something, and I just went, yeah, I shook my head up and down, real quiet, I said, and his face really looked lit up because his mother's saying, get inside, and he said, so he turned to go, and then he stopped and looked back at me and said, bye-bye, Eddie Murphy, and he went into the house. So if I was being confused with Eddie Murphy, I don't have Colin Kaepernick's complexion. Okay, so slavery. I think that a lot of care has to be taken, because a lot of people back at that time used the scriptures as excuses for validating slavery.
Yes, exactly.
And so I think you have to be real careful. I think you have to be real careful.
This guy asked me one time, it was very interesting. It was a conversation, I wasn't really a part of it, but they were talking about, they used the expression, he was saying that a slave could be beaten no more than 39 times.
Right, 40 was too much. Yeah.
40 was the max. What they would do was 40 less 1. So you do 39, you never have to worry about doing 40. And I was explaining to him that this comes from the Bible. And he just looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, that's from the Bible.
I get what you're saying. Somebody said that, and they didn't know it came from the Bible.
They didn't know it came from the Bible. That's my point. I said some of the laws concerning slavery were themes that were taken from the Bible, I don't know. I guess people don't really, they read the Bible, but they don't read it in the context
And so these things just kind of go over there. Like another person was saying, well, slavery in the Bible was different. And I said, okay, how? And they're like, well, modern day slavery was more based upon race, at least in this country. Versus slavery in those, in older periods, it just had to do with one country, you know, taking control over another country, and they would enslave their people and use it. But it wasn't the same. And I said, yeah, there's some truth to that. I said, but, and they were like, but see, even in the old days, you know, Jehovah provided that provision and blah, 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 and it helped people. And I said, yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that. I said, because first of all, Abraham was a slave owner. And when you say that, Abraham, I kind of like, what are you talking about? I said, go and read the scriptures. He had almost a small army. I said, you remember when his nephew was taken? He gathered together all these people. These are all his slaves. And I said, and the other thing you sometimes don't walk away with in understanding is in the Mosaic Law, everybody thinks that a slave would be set free every 7 years on the Jubilee year. But what they don't get is that's only the male.
Every what year? You said 7.
Every 7 years for the Jubilee. Or
yes, I got you.
But the point that I'm making is what people don't get, they know that part, but what they don't get is that only applies to the male slaves. The females were never released, and any children that were fathered as a result of that slavery, they were never released. So it's not true that every 7 years all the slaves were free. That was only the males, and they couldn't have been born in. If you're born in, you were never free. That's why there was this provision where if a slave, while he was in servitude, could get married, more than likely to another slave woman, and even father kids, but then at the end of that 7-year period of the Jubilee, which I'm working first, he was to be released. But if he wanted to remain with his family, there was provision made where he would take an owl, which is like an ice pick, and he would pierce his ear as a symbol that he has voluntarily put himself into servitude to this master for the rest of his life. Now, I don't know why people, when they read the scriptures, they don't see that, but that is clearly what is said.
Well, yes.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. A lot of people don't. I've never ran across anybody that saw that they knew about the 7 years, but they always thought that was all the slaves. I'm like, no, it's just the males.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Zachary, I like that you brought up this with Paul telling women to be quiet, because I thought a lot about it. But about this Jesus choosing the apostles, there could be multiple reasons. I was thinking maybe it was a safety thing also, because they traveled, and it's dangerous for a woman to travel. She might get raped or something. I don't know. What do you think?
It's always when talking about scriptures, it's always thin ice. Looking at some of this, and especially if it is referring to Jesus, then the ice is even thinner. But I think that I know that after he came back to life, he favored women with seeing him, but I don't know if, you know, I think that when you look at some of the things that have happened in the scriptures, you're forced to try to find reasons why. You know, why did he choose 12 disciples and none of them, he had women who were disciples, but they weren't named in the same way in the scriptures as when he named these men. You know, now I know it is said that the witnesses know nothing about Jesus, but we spent a lot of time in that Greatest Man book, and we spent so much time there. It was almost like if I had a dream at night, I think I was one of the 12. You know what I mean? If you have a dream, you think you're in that time, because we spent so much time in that book and so much detail. So that's why I say the way Jesus named
his disciples, from what I remember, it does seem like it's a male thing for whatever his reason was. And it does not seem that in his ministry, he gave women the same place as he gave men. It seems like to me. But I will say this, that whereas Jesus selected as his disciples, as his apostles, it seems he only selected men. The Apostle Paul, to me, goes against women on steroids. And I find it irritating. I'm going to, as a former JW, to hear people talk about the way women are treated in the organization, and they ignore what the most prolific writer of the Christian Greek scriptures seem to say about women. Paul.
Right.
Yes.
I also would.
Yes, it is annoying. But when you were talking about the books, I wanted to ask you something. Have you saved any books from Jehovah's Witness?
You know, mine are kind of like lost, and I have some, just a couple that I may have gotten from used bookstore when I see them.
Mm-hmm.
So I have.
You don't have this. It's a big red book. It's called Life Everlasting in Freedom of the Sons of God.
I don't have that one. I know that one was issued in 1966, and that's the one that basically started the 1975 era. I don't have that one. But
it's pages 26 to 31. They talk about 1975, that the world is going to end. So.
Yes, or that we would enter the reign of the millennial reign, and it suggests that Armageddon would have to come before that millennial reign. When it would come before, they don't exactly say. So they leave room for you to think that Armageddon could come in 1974, 1973, if it's a period of time. You know, if Armageddon were to take place over a period of time, they leave room for your mind to push Armageddon even earlier than 1975, because what they say about 1975 is that's when the millennium Christ's reign would start. It makes sense that it would start then, and the date basically that 6,000 years. If they push a date in that year, it's October 4th/5th. From what I remember when I paged through it, October 4th, 5th seems to be a special. You know, the witnesses used to give that a little bit more attention. I almost feel like they used to try to suggest that that's when Jesus was born, at that time of year.
Yeah. But I wanted to say something.
I have another question for you. Have you thought anything about going to the ex-Jehovah's Convention, or are you staying at home more?
I'm staying at home.
Okay.
I hadn't made any plans to go.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going, Grace?
No, this is not.
I have thought a lot about it, and as for now, I will probably not go.
Mm-hmm.
I have money. I have saved money, so I could go if I wanted to, but it's just very complicated. Like, I have to go from airports here and there, and I'm just afraid to get. I would get lost at the airports, I think, and there's just so many. I have to go so far. It's really complicated. I think if I lived closer, perhaps I would go. But also, I'm here in Sweden and I'm trying to have some ladies to not get baptized. So I wouldn't want anybody to have me on camera. And that's one of the things that bothers me, that they might take pictures and I will show up in the background, and I want to go like under the radar so I can help the people here in Sweden.
Maybe you should go, but go with some disguise. Make sure you got your sunglasses
the hat
on.
and sunglasses, yes. Yes.
There you go.
No, but I think it's complicated, like the traveling and changing planes at the airports, and it just make me stressed just thinking about it. I mean, I think if I had someone to accompany me who could help me at the airports, it would be easier. I'm not used to travel so much. I mean, I only went to Spain and Finland and things, so.
It sounds like it's going to be a great time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do plan on going. Just like I need to make my reservations now. I did email Rick for my ticket. I just need to get my reservation lined up. I'm just looking forward to going because where I live, I don't run into any ex-witnesses. And the two that I've kind of run across on 6 screens, but they live like hours, 2, 3, 4 hours away. So, that's not going to happen. I was just looking forward to being with the community in person and enjoying that.
It's nice to meet somebody who understands what you've been through and things.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, but I did want to go back to.
I mean, they are going to start at like 9:30 in the morning, and how long in the afternoon are they going to carry on? Do you know that?
I don't know that. But I got the feeling Rick's got like activities planned, but I don't know the full details. But I'm sure it'll be worth it.
I mean, if there are like 8-hour days, you will be very tired, maybe. Or I would be, and then you're going to socialize also in the evenings. It would be, you would be like, it would be like, you would be really tired if they go carry on a long time.
Yeah, I don't throw it. And plus, a person could always step away if you're tired or whatever, and catch up with the group later. I mean, it's not like you have to sit there the whole time. But I suspect they'll be giving us more details. I think he's going to try to make it as interesting, have some interesting speakers, and then have time to go tour around. And I think that's going to be the approach. So it'll be good to see. But I wanted to go back to this thing. Part of the other, I think about, and I think one of the things that you don't get a chance to discuss very often for different reasons is a lot of times when we're discussing, witnesses, we're kind of discussing it from a more European perspective. And I think one of the things I think about is, for example, I'll give you a quick example. When Barack Obama was running for the president, okay, irrespective of how anybody felt about him and all of that, and he's local to Illinois, and in fact, I used to run into him quite a bit downtown Chicago. I remember when he was running for president, we were told quietly by our book study overseer, just as a reminder, we have certain people running for president, and we don't want to get excited and get either politically excited just because somebody is running for president who looks like us, And that really just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And I was like, man, you just can't have anything in this organization. You can't even have pride that somebody who looks like you could possibly attain to the highest office in the land. Watchtower has to take that away from you.
And then, of course, he won, and that was reiterated, all over again. And it's like we couldn't even be excited that somebody who looked like us attained to that. And that was one of the things that always bothered me. But then one day it just hit me out of nowhere that if I was alive, say in the 50s and in the 60s with the civil rights movement, people who look like me, who were doing nothing more than nonviolent protests to ascertain rights, to be able to go to any school that they want, live where they want, not be restricted to where they could travel and what hotels and the restaurants and all the rest. You know what I'm talking about that.
Yes.
And
the green book.
But as a witness, we wouldn't have been allowed to even participate in that. We would have been told that we have to stand to the side and be neutral and not get involved with things that directly affect us and directly benefit us. Yet, when anything benefits Watchtower or affects Watchtower, every Watchtower witness is expected to drop everything that they're doing and write letters or whatever the direction is. And I was just thinking to myself, it's amazing how it's okay to get involved on any level that Watchtower dictates. But when it's for you, or people who look like you, you need to remain politically neutral. And that, so I would have never been able to last in this organization. But I just thought to myself, and I remember it was just a week or 2 weeks ago that somebody was talking about how Watchtower did absolutely nothing and really said nothing, probably just be politically neutral during that period of the civil rights era. And I think they wrote some little wishy-washy half-ass article. But
I don't think that's the truth. I don't think that's the truth. That's come up on 6 Screens where a brother, when JT and you remember JT and Lady C, he came on and someone, look, we're talking about the Watchtower Society, right? And we're not circuit overseers, pioneers, elders, active publishers. So we're not going to have a lot of nice things to say about that. We're not going to have that. So, and sometimes we will find things to put on them. I think that they are responsible for people's lives a lot. Low Social Security checks that people might get because they were out pioneering, thinking the end was coming tomorrow. And here you get to the point that many people are at the point of retirement and their Social Security checks are smaller than most, because they were out pioneering, working part-time and not paying as much into the system as they could have been paying, if you want to look at the finances of being a witness. So, but someone brought up racism, racial stuff, and they basically tried to pin it on the witnesses. And you know what JT's answer was about the society? He said, I find it better than most. And I agree with him, because that's my statement too. I find that they're better than most.
Well, now, by that, I think he was probably. Let me ask the question so to make mistakes. Was he saying that Watchtower comes across as more integrated, or was he saying that they actually did do things during the civil rights era?
I think that the question that was being asked is how they are when it comes to race, racial injustice and stuff. And JT's answer was, they're better than most. And then there was
I don't know. He would have to elaborate.
Then there's a little bit more pushback on it. And then
that can't be
said,
true.
Yeah, he said, they're better than most. And I find that to be the case. And usually, in my experience, when have they talked about it? Let me tell you this little thing I heard a brother at Bethel. One brother told me that another brother said. Now, the brother who said it was on the factory committee, and the brother who told me was the person who worked on my floor. And the brother on the factory committee was a black brother, and this was sometime in the mid to late 80s. So
Anybody who was there then, worked in the factory, know who I'm talking about. But this brother who I worked with said about the brother on the factory committee who was black, he said that that brother said, the only hope for black people is the new system. And his point was that even at Bethel, it's not perfect when it comes to race. No, but I say like JT, it's better than most. Sorry, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
So you really believe that it's better than most places, even though everybody in the leading was white for a very long time?
I don't personally believe, and even I was shocked to learn when I woke up and really began to learn things. Even the statement that CTR and also Rutherford made about black people. So the bottom line is they basically had the same misogynistic and racist attitudes in society. There were no different. There was no different, and that again lets you know that the organization is not of God. They were no different than anybody else.
If you to me, if you go back, if you're going back to Russell's time and Rutherford, then I can't speak to that because I wasn't back there. But I can speak to the way it was.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, and I'm not. No, yeah.
Right.
I can't speak to that. I can tell you, I can with my life experience say what it was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And I can compare what other institutions are like and what they're like when it comes to racial injustice. And I'll tell you, I know that there are people who feel a certain way in the organization because it's obvious, because you hear them when they come outside of the organization. You say, oh my goodness, oh my, but you didn't see that in the organization. Maybe it was hidden, but I understood JT enough to agree with him quietly. And I think I spoke up on that occasion because I saw that there was an attempt to paint something on them that I hadn't seen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not calling them perfect. No, I'm not doing that. But I would agree when he says they're better than most. Listen to the words. It's comparing it with other institutions. Yeah, better than most. There's a lot in those words.
My point is, and I tell you what was interesting. When I began to wake up in 2018, Lloyd Evans was actually the very first channel. I didn't even know all of this ex-witness community existed. I didn't know any of these channels were out there, and I was researching 607, and I just Googled it, and his video popped up, and the whole time I'm sitting there and I'm listening to him speak, and it was obvious that he was a witness based on the lingo that he was using. I mean, we all know what a witness sounds like, but I was struggling with the beard and the swearing, because I'm stuck in that JW mode. A person with facial hair, oh, they're from the devil. You can't, they're worldly.
Yeah.
And then my brain said, stop ignoring the messenger and just ignore the messenger, rather, and just pick up the message. So I continued to listen to the video. And then from there, somehow I wound up on JT and Lady C. And one of the things in one of their videos, he was talking about how they were constantly sort of asking at Bethel, the powers that be, when is there ever going to be a non-Caucasian governing body member? When is there going to be a black governing body member or Hispanic or whatever? And then eventually they appointed her. But he talked about that.
Yeah. So the point that he was making is the Bethelites were really kind of feeling some kind of way that there was no other representation. So there is a problem with racism, whether you want to call it racism, prejudice, elitism, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, they're no different from anybody else.
I won't disagree with that.
And
I won't disagree. I won't disagree.
We're expecting you to live up to the things you actually say, that you imitate God and you imitate Christ, and God doesn't imitate Christ, and everyone is your brother and all the rest of that. But then at the end of the day, you're no different than anybody else.
I won't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. And I'm careful not to make absolute statements. I've heard that question about Black governing body member before. Right. I've heard that. But I won't let that paint my whole opinion. The fact that there wasn't a Black guy in one of the 8. That doesn't paint my whole opinion of the way it was. I understood when the brother said that brother so-and-so said the only hope for Black person is the new system. I got that. I did get that. I understood it. But I won't allow it to paint, for me, a different picture of what's there. If you give them a score of how good they are, I won't take all their points away just because they didn't have a Black governing body member. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
nuance.
But, okay, so let's
a lot of nuance.
Outsider.
But I want to tell you personal experience I had, if it's okay. These are things I thought about. It's hard to convince me, or I should say, hard to change my opinion, because I probably have seen, at one point in time, a lot of videos, and now I don't look at a lot of them because I want to keep mentally positive, because I believe in that hokey pokey stuff about law of attraction, and I think that you can attract certain things to yourself by constantly thinking a certain way, looking at things a certain way. There's so many things to learn, like those 42 Confessions of Ma'at. There's a lot of reading that has to be done there. There's another book called Metu Neter, which is fascinating in just looking at creation. Metu Neter. You'll find YouTube videos called that, but it's not the same, it's not the same thing. But Metu Neter and the discussion about creation was fascinating. So those are things that I pay attention to, just to see what they have to say. And many times it's like, oh, wait a minute. This is that thing the witnesses were saying, but they may say it, but they put it in a slightly different framework, more of the.
What does that say to you?
More of the Bible framework. It says to me that they're putting it into the Bible framework. It doesn't say anything crazy to me. Here's an example. Now I've gone off from what I wanted to say. Here's an example. The witnesses. No, really. I'm trying to. You try to put these things together in your mind so you can say them succinctly and quickly and clearly. But the witnesses taught that there were 4 levels of angel. And you hear all kinds of things, right? In the Make Sure book, they say how many types of angels are there. And then they have 4 scriptures. And one of the types is an archangel, another is a seraph, another is a cherub, and another is an angel. And somewhere in their information, they told us what each of those, the differences. And, but it's always in the scriptures, and having to do with the organization somehow. The archangel, they point at Michael, and that's a chief angel. And they have the seraph declare Jehovah holy, and the cherubs keep the organization clean, and the angel, the general angel, is important in bringing messages, right? So that's what the witnesses say. They don't even
say it. They just show you these scriptures. 4 scriptures.
Okay.
First article, and make sure of all things hold fast to what is fine. Little green book. Looked like the reasoning book, but it came before, and you could use it for field service and for giving a talk on spur of the moment. So I'm reading this other book. I hate to mention these things because then I sound like I'm reading weird stuff. There's a term, but believe me, these books are all out there. And, you know, it's getting outside of that, that square frame that we were in. I don't necessarily look back on them to find something wrong with every little thing they said. So I've read 2 books on this subject. It's called The Akashic Records. You know, you read one book, you read another book, then you read another book on something else. And somewhere while you're reading this, you start to see things that are similar, even though these people aren't looking at the same sources. But I noticed this when I was reading the second book called The Akashic Records. Let me look at the book.
Don't worry about it.
No, it's okay. The Akashic Records, AKASHIC, is Akashic. Because they are from Akasha, AKASHA. And it's stated in many different ways, but okay. The Akashic Records are supposed to be that every life, every person who's lived has a record of their life, a record of their soul. So that if you've lived the life before, you know, everything is recorded in Akasha, AKASHA.
Right.
When you're reading this, and it's talking about access to the Akashic records, it speaks about loved ones, ways that you get help with accessing the Akashic records. And there are loved ones who are people who may have died, who could have been related to you. And I forget some of the levels, but you get to lords of the Akashic records and guardians of the Akashic records. And as I'm reading, and there's one level where they guard the integrity of the Akashic records, you know, to keep them correct and stuff. And I thought, as I'm reading and, you know, not thinking, all of a sudden it starts to hit me. These are not unlike the witness descriptions of the different levels of angels.
Oh, okay.
It hit me because I've left their teachings. They sit where they are, and I don't spend my time disproving every little thing they said, because I think that can affect a person's open-mindedness in what they may look at from now on. If, you know, I hear something that I can see, oh, they were wrong here, that's fine. But I don't spend a lot of time trying to go through every teaching that they had, even though I still remember a lot of what they said, because I do think it stands in the way of learning new stuff. The Akashic records are referred to in a book called okay, so you got books on the Akashic records, but there's also a book called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ. The extended name, yeah, I think so. It's called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, and then of the Piscean Age. In the introductory material to that, it discusses Akasha. And when it's discussed, that's what I'm saying. You might look at one book and another one, they have nothing to do with each other. And then you see these connections. And Akasha has to do with it says primordial substance, which is unformed substance.
Right.
Which is basically what Akasha consists of, unformed substance. And so this Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ in the introductory material, it refers to primordial substance, it refers to creation, and it calls creation the crystallization of spirit, which is fascinating to hear it like that. The crystallization of spirit. And it says that Akasha is such a exquisitely fine substance that any vibration of ether, or a vibration of ether anywhere in the universe, renders an indelible impression upon that substance. It is of such exquisite fineness. So, you know, you're reading that, and that's another place where I'm reading about it, in the introductory material to the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ. It seems like even in that material, that introductory material, they refer to the changing of an age and what happens when we change ages. You know how everybody's saying we're moving to the age of Aquarius. If that happens about once every 2,100 years, because back in
it's starting to sound real familiar.
Back 2,000 years ago, we were moving from the age of real weird to sound, but from the age of Aries into the age of Pisces. And in that book, the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, the introductory material of it, before you even get into the reading, it says that the Piscean age is basically the Christian dispensation. And it points out that whereas Pisces is a water sign, you know, the signs of the zodiac relate to 4 elements, and this is a water sign, Pisces. And when you look at Christian material, water is involved a lot, such as water baptism and fishers of men, becoming fishers of men, and some of the illustrations involving fish. And so that's part of what the age of Pisces is, these 2,100 years, according to that book. It's not my teaching, but that's
I don't know if you've ever heard of Dr. Ray Hagen's out of.
I've heard of him, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him talking about this.
Oh, really?
That's why it sounds familiar. Yeah, he was talking about this.
And literally, supposedly, the age of Aquarius means that when the spring solstice occurs, I'm sorry, I said the wrong word, this equinox, solstice is winter and summer, but when the spring equinox occurs, that's when, that moment the spring begins, the earth is crossing, the sun from the perspective of the earth is crossing from the southern hemisphere into the northern hemisphere. It's the moment that the sun crosses the equator. The moment that I would think the heart of the sun crosses the equator. That's why spring begins at a different time every year. It's that moment. And also that's when Aries begins. But so that happens when the sun is in, I believe, the constellation of Aquarius. And it will continue to happen for about 2,100 years once it starts, because there are 30 degrees that are measured for each sign. And so it takes 72 years for the sun to progress 1 degree. You know, for it to cross the equator, it takes 72 years for it to cross in 1 degree of Pisces, and then another 72 years for 2 degrees. And so you multiply that 72 years times 30, and that's what gives you the 2,100 something years. And then it starts to cross in when it is in the constellation of Aquarius. And that's why they call it the age of Aquarius, because that crossing of the sun from the south to the north, crossing the equator, that moment is happening when the sun is in that constellation. And that gives it the age name.
Yeah.
So that's the craziness of it all. And well, yeah, and in the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, supposedly, this guy, Levi Doling, accessed the Akashic records, and through a process of something called differentiation, where, you know, you got all these vibrations going on with all these billions of people who have lived. And so he, through being able to differentiate and make sure he's reading the right person, he supposedly was able to see what happened to Jesus during those years when he was 18 years old up to the age of 30. I'm sorry, the years of 12 to 30, which is 18 years worth. And
15 years.
Yeah.
When he was studying in Egypt.
Well, and he also went to places. Like he went to India supposedly, and he had fits. Not well. I don't want to put him in that kind of with that kind of picture that he had fits. Even though he did make a rope of whips one time and was whipping people around the temple. But when he got to India, he wasn't happy about their caste system.
Okay.
So, so there's one place they supposedly were really upset with him because he wasn't happy with their ways. So, and I think India, there was an individual maybe, but he just didn't like that caste system, which still exists in India to this day.
Yeah.
So, so I ran my mouth. I didn't mean. Oh, the thing that happened to me on race. Okay. So.
I wanted to say something about this issue. I was thinking, because Russell started Jehovah's Witness around 1870 or something like that. And the Civil War in the United States ended 1865. So that's when the slaves were released. And I was thinking like this. I mean, it takes time for a religion, a culture, to change the narrative and change the culture of the religion. It takes time. But when he started the religion, possibly many African American people, because they have been slaves, they don't have so much money. So if you're a salesman and you're going to sell literature, you have to go to people who have money. And like maybe white people then have the money. So if you want to have a salesman to buy from another salesman, it would be easier maybe for a white person to buy stuff from another white person. And you have to have the salesman also, you have to have no beard, and you have to have a nice outfit and everything in order to sell things. And I was just thinking that this might be the reason why it took time before they even started to have anybody who is black in the governing body. What do you think?
I think, first of all, yes, the Civil War ended in 65. After the Civil War ended, slavery was mostly gotten rid of. The 13th Amendment, which got rid of slavery, has in it an except for clause. It says except for. And so you can turn people into criminals and still get free labor and cheap labor. But after slavery happened and blacks started making progress, they saw the progress that they were making, and so they started coming up with Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws are the kind of laws that would work against their progress. But whether they're trying to make money or not, I think that they're in this pot that the country is in, and it would take time for them to make adjustments to improve the situation some, even though I don't think they improved it completely. And I'm not making that as a claim that they improved it completely. I agree with that factory committee brother who said the new system is the only hope for black people.
But here's the thing about it. What Grace just said makes a lot of sense if you're selling literature. And this is precisely the issue with this organization. It's not a religion. Because a religion is not going to be simply concerned about selling literature. So we could take Jesus, and obviously there was no literature to sell back there, but I'm sure there were other ways that Jesus could have been standing on the street corner performing miracles to amass money. But that's not what he was about. I always, when it comes to Watchtower, I always think about that statement that Jesus made when he says he has no place to lay his head, and Watchtower's got billions of dollars in real estate. So
he may have had no place. Jesus may have had no place to lay his head, but he was wearing some expensive clothes, remember?
Right, that he would have either gotten from other people or whatever. But the difference between Jesus and Watchtower is Jesus was founding a religion. Watchtower was founding a business. So this is what you always have to remember. Sometimes I think we keep thinking this group should be acting like a Christian denomination and being busy in Christian works. They were never a Christian denomination. They were always a business. So from a business standpoint, yeah, you would go where the money is. But from a religious standpoint, you go where the people are. That's the difference. Did we lose Grace?
Grace?
We lost her.
I'm still here. I'm listening to you talking.
Right. Yeah. So that to me is the difference. If I'm founding a religion and we're concerned about worshiping God, being involved in Christian works, we're not worried about selling literature. And if we truly believe in what we're doing, we're going to believe that God is the one that's behind it, because that's what they used to tell people all the time. Remember the famous phrase from CTR that when we have to go out and pander and ask for money, we'll interpret that as God is no longer, backing this work. And that's how it should be. But I don't think you can find any religion that really practices that. That's why I just kind of put them all in the same bucket as self-serving institutions. Look at all the things that Watchtower has amassed. Why would a religious organization need all these properties, all these buildings, and all these residences and parking lots? You just wouldn't need all that. This is a business, and the product is religion. And we have to always be very clear in our minds about that. Otherwise, we start trying to figure out why Watchtower did this and why Watchtower, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like you just said, for religion, it makes total sense if it's a business.
I also agree with Zachary, because it's like, do you want to tell your story or do you want to get healthy? So there is a certain point where you have to let other things in. Otherwise, you cannot learn anything new. You're just stuck in the past, and it's not a good thing, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that, I do think that when you learn things, you should learn them in a healthy way. You have to kind of have a good filter on. You have to look at the situations
That's
of
the thing
everybody.
about it. Yeah. Yeah, we should have always been allowed to learn. I mean, the first real book that I read when I began to wake up was Carl Olaf Johnson's Gentile Times Revisited. And the very first thing that just smacked me in the head was how, what is the word that I want to look for? Studious isn't the word, but I'm shocked because I'm exhausted. But just how well written it was with the bibliography and all kinds of annotation and documentation as compared to Watchtower. And you read a Watchtower publication, and it's all this vague references to nobody in particular. You know, it has been said, others have said. And you go and you read all of Johnson's book. He tells you wherever he's quoting from, the author, the name of the publication, who published it, sometimes the page and the paragraph. And as soon as I read that, I said, oh my God, I have been duped and tricked all these years. And so that just opened me up to reading everything. I just wanted to read, and I'm kind of a voracious reader. Although lately I've been so busy with life, I haven't had time. But
Now, let me ask you:
open-minded to things.
do you tend to read materials that are about Jehovah's Witnesses and Christianity, or what are some of the other things you've read? You know what I mean?
I've actually been trying to read a little bit more. What I'm interested in right now, but I've got so much going on in life that I really haven't been able to read much of it. But what I'm really interested in when things kind of calm down is I want to learn more about religious concepts that predate Christianity. You know, because it's always bothered me. Like, we always talk about Christianity, but what was the world doing before Christianity? Why did we act like they weren't already existing, religious systems and concepts and beliefs in place, like we talked about with the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at? So that's really where my curiosity is right now. But I'm not actively reading because I'm working on a professional certification, and I've got another one I need to get done, and I just got a lot of stuff going on. But that's really where my curiosity is now, and that's why Dr. Ray Higgins appeals to me so much, because I can kind of glean some of that just by listening while I'm looking and doing other stuff. That's what my curiosity is now.
He sits in a comfortable armchair now. I think he's gotten older.
Yeah, he's got some major health challenges. In fact, he was just in the hospital not so long ago. He's just gotten out. So yeah, he's got some major health challenges.
I've heard him
take dialysis.
I've heard him preaching, and when he was younger, it must have been like, when I say I heard him preaching, I didn't hear him preaching back then. It's YouTube video. I see him at an earlier time. And he was preaching about some kind of king something plan. And that was fascinating. It had me jumping to look and see, wait a minute, where is this? Because I think I was looking through legislation. And that's what I was doing, trying to find some of the stuff he was talking about.
Yeah.
And then something came out that said, "Oh, yeah, this plan was stated, but it turns out it was just a hoax." And then I thought, oh, okay, there was nothing really there. They're talking about something that didn't exist. Then I realized, oh, wait a minute, who said it was a hoax?
Right.
Who's saying it's just a hoax and not an official
official kind of statement. Almost like, this reminds me, when I hear about Agenda 25, which is a 900-page document, when I hear people talking about that, this King something plan was a plan that I guess the powers that be had in place so that they could control those who need to.
Welcome to My One Number. If you are the host, press star now. Wait, please enter your PIN. Thank you. There are 3 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
There's so many things that people base their faith on in the book of Revelation, only to find out the Revelation just barely even got in the canon. I mean, how different it's fun to do those experiments and just think in your mind, how different would life be if we didn't have a book of Revelation? And we wouldn't be talking about, like you just talked about, the second resurrection and whatever else John is talking about there. So it's just kind of interesting to think about that.
That is interesting. Yes. What would life be like?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Well,
it reminds me of Philip. It reminds me of Philip K. Dick. He wrote a short story called "Man in the High Castle," and the plot is that Germany did in fact win World War II and has taken over the world. And so, what would life be like in a world controlled by Germany?
Like
so
what it is now. What is becoming now? You know what I'm saying? I saw a man do the Nazi salute.
Yeah, that's true.
And he got the keys to the treasury.
Right. That's what's so interesting when you start thinking about, these alternate scenarios that could have so easily happened. What would it have been like if Christianity didn't become a more dominant religion and Islam became the more dominant religion? Will we even be sitting here talking about, Jesus instead of talking about Allah and saying that Allah is, God and Muhammad is his prophet and giving him as the adoration and veneration that we give to Jesus and Jehovah, So it's just fascinating to think about that stuff.
One of the languages, I used to work in an area where they, Watchtowers got their last little touch up. They came and they got the edges cut off and all that. And so we saw all these languages. And in one of the languages, and I think some things that the Indonesians may use or something. I don't know if that's the language. I can't remember. But they use the term Allah for God. They Jehovah Allah. It's on the Watchtower.
Wow.
Because it means God. See, now with witnesses will find a name, what they say, a personal name for God. So when they hear somebody else say God, they think, oh, they call him Allah. But it seems like it's just the language word for God, Dios,
Yeah, right. Like Adam, which is Adam, just means man. Like the man's name is man. That's all you're saying.
And right,
totally.
and Eve, the beginning, like evening, Christmas Eve. You know what I mean? It's just before it's the start of it. So, well, it's been a pleasure. I think I'd better go because yes. And Grace, it's been a pleasure. Is Grace still there?
I will miss you, Zachary.
Grace, I don't want to scare you.
I love your voice.
Yes. Listen, I hope you come to the meeting. But the way things are going these days, oh, no, that's not funny. I thought of something
No, I'm
else
not
too.
going to the meeting. I don't think I'm going, no.
I was going to say, be careful. If you do, you might end up in Mexico. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I will be trafficked, you think?
Well, not exactly trafficked. These people who have something on their back that makes you think of a cold drink because you have to put ice cubes in the cold drink, those people are walking around grabbing people. So you have to be careful, So,
well, I don't think I'm going, so.
It does sound like it's going to be a wonderful time for anybody who's going. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think.
I heard today Rick said they are going to broadcast it live on internet.
Oh yeah, that'll be really nice. Yeah.
Well, sweet
Well, you know,
dreams
he does
and
that every
take
time.
care.
Every time he does anything.
Okay.
He broadcasts the memorial, and then he also broadcasts some of the other protests that he's done. So that's pretty usual.
Yeah. Wow. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
All right,
going to go.
everybody. Well, have a good evening, morning, or whatever time it is, wherever you live.
It's
we'll
5
see each
o'clock.
other next week.
5:05. Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. All right. Good night.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye all.
Good night.